They have cleared them, so they are trying to get to you little by little. You just got to be patient, so be prepared for some delays and be prepared to unfortunately encounter plenty of problems as this afternoon starts to unfold. I should say the morning still, ladies. We've got a little ways to go before we even make it to noon.
All right, Crash, thank you. And speaking of the problems that are out there, this is a look at our ride around Gwinnett County where all of those trees came down as the rain still soaking them. Our crews were out there in Gwinnett seeing those trees, bringing down the power lines as well, taking them down, leaving them lying across the roads. And those are the dangerous situations we are trying to help you avoid this morning.
It's like a spider web of active power lines out there. They're just wrapped around different trees and limbs that are down. You see that on the end of someone's driveway there on their property. This is the scene over many parts of Metro Atlanta. One of the reasons it's just best to stay home, watch this, let us take good care of you, let us show you what's going on from the safety of your own home and ride this out together here on 11Alive News.
We know we are the city of trees, but now we are the city of lakes. We have multiple lakes and rivers that are running right through the city. Let's get out now to 11Alive's Liza Lucas showing us these rising waters that we're seeing right in the heart of Buckhead.
We're going to get right to it because, guys, this is exactly what officials have been warning about over the past 48 hours, that flash flooding. We are here again in the northwest Atlanta neighborhood of Cross Creek. It kind of backs up to another neighborhood known as Hanover West. This is normally an area that's a road that goes into a golf course, and there's a little pond nearby. Very popular area right here, very residential. You can see right now that the creek has just overwhelmed the situation. This is Peachtree Creek. It has been flooding over the course of the night, and unfortunately, several homes here along Bowler Road have taken the brunt of that flooding. Now, I was told by a couple of neighbors who came down from farther up the hill that families did get out. However, one family, we were told, was stranded on top of their car. We were told that they had a little baby and that they did require assistance from Atlanta Fire and those swift rescue teams to get out. Now, at this point, you can see a lot of cars submerged here, and that just shows you the depth of the water. We've got this white brick house right here. You can see a car right here on my right. If you pan over a little bit farther, there's another vehicle as well submerged. And then if we keep panning over to our left, we want to give you a look because there are more homes over here. What is supposed to be the road right down the middle of the stretch, and then the creek, Peachtree Creek right there. So this has just been a mess of a situation. The aftermath of Helene, a lot of cleanup is going to be required, and we're going to continue to stay on top of it for you here. In the meantime, I'm going to send it back to you live in Atlanta, Liza Lucas.
All right, Liza, thank you. We are about 12 minutes away from Mayor Andre Dickens giving us a press conference this morning, updating us on the situation in Atlanta. The day before the storm hit, Mayor Andre Dickens gave us all the outlines of how the city was getting prepared. But sometimes you can be prepared, but you don't know what these storm systems are going to leave behind. And we are seeing that this damage is widespread in a lot of communities that typically see the flooding. But also, I think we can classify this. There are a lot of surprises out there as well, Cheryl.
No doubt. And you think about the work that happened kind of preemptively. Cobb County, we saw video of them cleaning out drains just to maximize the water flow. But when you have 2-3 feet above like a flood level in some of these creeks, there is just no stopping that water. And it brings to mind one thing the mayor had talked about before kind of Helene arrived in Georgia, where the chainsaw crews, and you understand why that's going to be so important in the day, maybe days ahead, to do all that cleanup. So you've got the power crews that are going to be hard at work once it's safe for them to be out doing that, and these chainsaw crews doing that as well. Some of that will just take some time in terms of how long will it take for all this water to recede, because before the brunt of the rain totals arrived, we were already soaked. The ground was already saturated, so it's on top of ground that just cannot absorb any more water.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple updates come in from the city of South Fulton as well, where they're trying to mobilize comprehensive efforts to make sure that the residents stay safe during the storm. So they've already started dispatching additional crews there in the city of South Fulton. A lot of streets impassable there, a lot of downed trees. So we're going to make some calls to South Fulton and check this out as we're trying to get our crews dispatched to these areas. Once daylight hit, we really started to see this thing change, and people are sort of waking up saying, wow, this happened overnight. And Cheryl, that's what's so unique about these overnight systems. It's very dark. A lot of people are sleeping. Maybe you were, woken up by the rain or all those alerts that came to our phone from the National Weather Service. But now we're really getting that clear snapshot. This storm, even though once it got downgraded to that tropical system, still was packing winds of 70 miles per hour. So it was on the higher end of that. So Helene did pack a punch here in Georgia, even though it wasn't the situation like we saw in Florida when it made landfall as that Category 4. I think we actually have some video from Tampa of when Helene was making landfall there.
Yeah, this is that video out of Tampa as people there are now dealing with the aftermath with an incredible amount of water, high water, boats, flooded neighborhoods, so much water, trees down there as well. Helene made landfall in Florida's Big Bend area as a Category 4 on Thursday night. It was the strongest hurricane on record to slam into Florida's Big Bend, and from then it moved right on into Georgia, bringing a lot of rain with it. Chesley's been tracking those rain totals. We'll check in with him in just a little bit, but there was a point, I think he said, we're 8 inches and counting. The flood water in Georgia is still going up. It's still rising. That is not over, and it's really important to stay safe as we continue to look at video coming out of Florida right now. And really, as we're seeing daylight, we're getting a more comprehensive view of what we're dealing with. And I think as municipalities, we'll have to face the challenge of where do you start? What are the priorities? There are so many places you need to go to address situations and challenges, and just starting to sort of knock them down one at a time. Georgia Power, for instance, is dealing with more than 5,000 active outages, and that number keeps ticking up. We are still kind of, as an overview, looking at more than 1 million people in Georgia without power as we speak. These are some of the many challenges that different mayors are dealing with as we speak. Many were up throughout the night just watching this all unfold. Again, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens is going to start a press conference scheduled to be in about 8 minutes. We have a crew there. We'll bring that to you live as Atlanta's making a plan how to deal with kind of the next phase of Helene.
We talked about that cleanup effort and the recovery, all the things that come afterwards, advising you to get out there and start that cleanup process as soon as it is safe to do so. All this water, they want to help our homes and our families avoid mold. They want you to make sure that you have your insurance information if you need to make that claim. Really just trying to do all the things that makes this process a little bit less stressful. We're seeing homes and cars submerged in water. This is going to be devastating for a lot of families, even for people who are in the dark right now. We want to get you with a live look on the roads right now. Let's send it out to 11Alive's Bobeth Yates, traveling on 85 headed towards Stone Mountain. What are we seeing, Bobeth?
Well, on this path, we've actually seen a lot more trees down than we did previously on the other side. On the side of the road, you can just see one tree after the other that has been toppled over. Many of them off to the side, so not blocking the roadway. But as we head south now on 85, we just got onto 85. Let me let you take a look at the street. Now you can see more people have woken up. The roads are still pretty wet and slick, but the volume of rain that we're seeing is not a lot, just a light drizzle as we make our way south towards Stone Mountain. We're heading to an area where we suspect there is some flooding and even possible trees down in that area. What we're trying to do is get to off 85 off Indian Trail, just by Jimmy Carter, where we're seeing some impacts from this storm. But again, right now on 85 southbound, not looking too bad. A lot more people have woken up and the roads are getting a lot more volume, but not as what you would normally expect. This is more like, remember in COVID when you didn't see many people on the street? This is more like COVID traffic, where there were some people out, but not enough to actually cause a major headache. But again, the roadways are still very slick. You can see the truck in front of us. You can see it just pushing up that water. For many of the impacts can be so bad that it really is just blanketing the actual windshield, making it hard to see as you drive. So, but people are still moving speeds above 65 for many people as they're making its way. You can see everyone passing us, and we're traveling roughly about 60 miles an hour. So all these people passing us definitely going above the speed limit. But again, looking good here. We're going to head to the next location and try to see what kind of damage we could assess from the storm, and of course we'll continue to bring you updates. But the good news is the rain is very, very light. The roadways appear to be clear on the major roadways. Along the side, we saw some downed trees and some other damage, but for the most part, it looks like we are good to go in the areas we have passed. Sending it back to you guys right now in the studio.
All right, 9:25, Crash Clark here. All right, so you hear me all the time going, when you get wet roads, you got to give a little extra space, you got to slow it down. Some of you don't listen to me, do you? No. Wait, let me step this way. Watch this. Boom, boom, boom. That is following too closely. That is speeding. I hate to say it. Nobody got hurt. That's the good news. Police just showed up, GSP there, but you can just tell one car hits another car, hits another car. That is a prime example of what not to do. Gotta slow it down out there. I know you got places to be. I sometimes hit the accelerator a wee too much, but man, when we get conditions like this, even though this rain is starting to let up, that's exactly what happens right there. That's the connector northbound at Edgewood Avenue. So all three of those folks, they're gonna need a wrecker, and I don't know who's going to get in trouble for that one, but let's see where it is. Connector North right there at Edgewood, and as Bo Beth was saying, we're not seeing a lot of volume out there, and that's why I think some of those speeds are a little bit higher than what they should be. Even though the roadways there, we don't see any ponding on the roads, but of course they are still slick. And believe me, if you're doing 55, 60 miles an hour and you're tailgating somebody or you're close to them without being at least 1 or 2 car lengths, you're not going to be able to stop. And that's what happened to those 3 cars. Hopefully those folks can get that situation figured out, and they all have good insurance. Connector southbound at University Avenue, 3 right lanes are still blocked with our trees down. They've got a lot of hacking to do with those limbs, get them out of the way, but again, not seeing any major delays. The good news, if you didn't hear, 75 northbound, the police investigation at Delk Road is gone. They're just about wrapped up with this one on 75 south past Highway 92, and what little bit of rush hour started to develop is now dwindling away. There's not much going on. This ramp's going to remain closed for a while. They've got some cleanup to do. The 20 eastbound ramp to 285 southbound over into DeKalb County. That again is all because of flooding. And better news here, they're still out with the wreck and flooding in a right lane, but they reopened the rest of the interstate 285 northbound at Covington Highway. So that's the good news on the east side perimeter there. And again, as the sun comes up, a lot of damage to assess as far as neighborhoods with wires down and flooding and trees down. But again, if you are getting out of there or getting out of the house or whatever you need to do, here it is, connector northbound at Edgewood. Please slow it down. One of those cars probably now off to the right, and again, a lot of paperwork to do. But I have a feeling, ladies, that this afternoon folks are either going to have to get out to maybe resupply something, or they just get a little cabin fever. So we'll definitely see a little bit of an afternoon rush hour.
Sure. All right, we keep talking about the High Creek waters. Here's another example of that. This is video from West Atlanta from Utoy Creek. It runs right under Fulton Industrial Boulevard near the Westgate Drive. You see how much water is moving at an incredibly fast pace there. It is very close to the bottom of that bridge.
And we see it happen fast in a lot of areas, but then other spots we saw the water actually receding. So it's kind of touch and go depending on where you are. But this is the area of Fulton Industrial, so we want to make you aware of that just in case that water starts to go over the road, because conditions can change even after the rain stops. So just making you aware of that situation in that community, as this is a common theme that we're seeing, especially with all of our local creeks. just couldn't withstand how much rain we got and just how fast that rain came down, Cheryl.
No doubt about it. That's why those flash flood warnings have been so critical, because it's a little deceiving, right? You see some water, you think maybe you can get through it, you could walk through it, you could drive through it, and it can change so quickly because it has been raining pretty much nonstop for, a day and a half at this point.
Yeah, we are waiting right now for Mayor Andre Dickens to start a news conference in the city of Atlanta. It's supposed to happen at 9:30. We just got word from our reporter there that they are actually waiting. They are setting up there for the mayor to give us a update on how the city is responding now that we are seeing the results of this storm through the light of day.
No doubt. The mayor was certainly been informed overnight of so many different stories. We heard a story overnight of neighbors who heard a cry for help in the distance because it was dark, and then they find a woman who was trapped in her home with a tree that fell, so they were able to call for help because she wasn't. So many examples of people doing their best to help each other out as things were unfolding in the middle of the night. This is another perspective, tree down, and next to that tree was a live wire in a lot of water, and these are some of the water rescue teams that we have been following throughout the whole night into the morning hours. They've been very busy as the water levels were climbing and people could not get out of their homes. They would show up. They worked all night to make sure that people could get out safely, and we know of more than a dozen of those rescues that we just saw happen at one apartment complex.
That area highly residential, a lot of homes in that community, and a lot of people take Bowler Road. It's kind of a through street to get you from Buckhead over on into the West Midtown area. A lot of times when the main roads in Buckhead are a little bit too crowded, your GPS will sort of dump you off on Bowler Road to help you get through and avoid traffic. So that area can get pretty congested. And here's another part of the problem that we're seeing: the power lines that came as a result of that. South Fulton gave us some information earlier today, kind of giving us a behind the scenes look of what their crews and their workers are doing to get their community updated, saying that they really launched this vast response this morning as the sun came up, and seeing the damage that was left there with their team members there working in South Fulton, where we are also hearing of the same thing. A lot of downed trees that brought power lines with it too.
Let's take a look at Clayton County. This an image from Clayton County Police. This flooding on Garden Walk Boulevard and Upper Riverdale Road. Clayton County also talking about they wanted to make sure people are aware that ambulances still can access Southern Regional Medical Center, and all emergency personnel have been informed of the road closure, so they're working around them. Public safety, top priority here. They want to make sure, as people understand that the water is cutting off some routes, they at this point are able to reroute emergency services and ambulances around it and still get people who need that help from the regional medical center the help that they need. So you see that it's not just an inconvenience, it's certainly causing all kinds of challenges, even for our emergency responders who are navigating all of these different challenges kind of simultaneously.
Yeah, with that apartment complex, Peachtree Creek, it was great to see that even though the emergency responders, they encountered some issues, that water was rushing so fast they had to switch the boat and actually get one that had a motor, because the regular boats actually couldn't withstand how hard the water was coming at them. With those 25 people rescued from that apartment complex. So it was also great to see, Marta, you think about that, it's still raining. You rescued me, but now where do I go with my baby, with my pets? So housing them on a MARTA bus just showed how the community has come together. We're sure those are some of the things that Mayor Dickens will highlight coming up in his press conference as we wait for that to get all set up.
All right, and sort of an overview right now, just to reset, in terms of power outages, we're still at more than 1 million people in the state of Georgia without power, and Georgia Power and other power companies going to now do their best. I know they had people on standby. They knew this was going to require a big response, and it is. It will still take some time. They've assured their customers they'll get working on that as fast as possible.
These are pictures into the newsroom coming from Decatur, showing down trees on North Jewett Woods Court. Also some flooding there in that community. everybody. So it's really going to be hard to avoid a tree, a power line, or a flooded road if you choose to travel around Metro Atlanta today. That's why, if you can, we are so glad to see the amount of people on a Friday who have canceled school, who have canceled work, all sorts of activities that we would normally be doing on a Friday, but respecting Mother Nature and the strength of this storm. We saw it hit as that Category 4 in Florida, but still, imagine if it was only a tropical storm when it got here to us, Cheryl, and already caused this amount of widespread damage. Thinking of our neighbors in Florida, but we have our own mess. This is pretty intense for it not to have that strong, intense hurricane power like they saw.
All right, I'm so curious about where we're standing now in terms of the timeline. Let's bring meteorologist Chesley McNeil back in to talk about sort of where we are now and what your expectation is maybe for the hour ahead.
Hey, we're getting better. We're getting better as far as that rainfall goes. It's been raining for too long, far too long for us, and so now things are starting to get better. In fact, the rain has ended for the central portion of the state, and now for our southern counties, and heading up into parts of Atlanta now, we're starting to see where the rain is starting to subside. You got a few sprinkles left over, but that's it. Your heavy rain, that yellow that you saw in there, has begun to shrink back as well as that heads further off to the north. So right now, if we look at it, the heaviest rain is up toward Gilmer and Fanning County. You have in Murray County and Whitfield County, you do have a little bit of that yellow up there, so some moderate pockets of rain there. Other than that, I mean, we're dried out. That's it, and the rain will be ending for us today. It's still the winds that we have to worry about so far this afternoon. Those wind gusts will still be with us, and I think we'll be gusting up to about 25 miles per hour. There may be some spots that could get up to 35 mile per hour winds. Other than that, that's it. Here is the center of circulation now into South Carolina. It's out of our state, believe it or not. Finally, out of the state, likely down to winds, probably down to about 50 miles per hour. Our last update showed those winds at 60 miles per hour when it was down here south of Tacoma over toward Elberton, but now that's starting to slide a little further to the north. You know, I've been trying to read where the National Hurricane Center has been looking at this, because they were still trying to bring this center of circulation back to the west, closer to the Atlanta metro area, but it has stayed on this easterly track or trajectory up here into the north. So now over towards South Carolina. Eventually we'll move further to the north into parts of North Carolina, Tennessee eventually as well. And so yeah, finally getting out of the state. And again, you can see conditions getting better here. Even some sunshine breaking out. Showed you that camera over toward Noonan. You can see some of the blue behind those clouds. I do think we'll get some sunshine in here before it sets, but it's going to take some time for those clouds to begin to mix out. Drier air we're working behind the system. We'll get a chance for a few sprinkles. We'll hold on to it up here to the far north, our northernmost counties, but really that's it. Severe weather threat remains back off to the east of us over into South Carolina, now moving into North Carolina. We were on the back end of the system, so things were a little bit more calm. A lot of rain, but a little bit more calm. All right, right now over toward Roswell, you have clouds, Beaufort, Canton, down through it, Dallas, and over in Paulding County, Union City as well. Mostly cloudy skies, still the call over toward Covington, down toward McDonough, and to central portions of Henry County, but already starting to see some clearing there in Carroll County. Certainly down in Heard County, we've begun to clear it out. Got a little bit more in the way of some sunshine there. This was a very tight system, a very large system, a Category 4 when it made landfall. Remained a hurricane over into the southern portions of our state, and now starting to push further off to the north and weakening, continue to weaken. You notice that eye wall starting to shrink off a little bit, starting to close right on down, and will continue to weaken as it continues to head further off to the north. Still a couple of tornado warnings over into parts of South Carolina and North Carolina. One inland, a little closer to Raleigh. The Raleigh area, Raleigh-Durham area. All right, we'll continue to see this go away. That's, again, our good news. I still have to talk about the winds, and we're going to keep our 11Alive weather impact alert day because of the wind speeds that will be around. Those winds will still be a bit gusty out there for the afternoon, so that's something that we'll have to watch out for. You'll notice the bulk of the thicker cloud cover over into Charlotte, North Carolina, and into Raleigh, getting out of the way. This will continue to be the case as we head through the afternoon. Our winds will be closer to the 40 mile per hour range. Well, not our winds, but the winds will be closer to the 40 mile per hour range once the storm hits Tennessee today. So by then, just a post-tropical system. Winds right now, actual wind speeds are in the teens in our area. We had them up as far as the 20s, now starting to come down just a little bit as that storm continues to pull away. Gusts now down into the 30 mile per hour range. You may recall we had Gainesville at 43. Down toward Edenton, we had the winds gusts up to the 40s as well. A lot of that now shifting a little bit further over to the east, where you see that purple rather in there, that is where you got the strongest wind. So they're moving out of our state, getting out of the way. I'm going to suspect that this begins to drop as well. This is a tropical storm warning. We still have it over much of the area, in fact, much of the state. Now that that tropical storm is out of our state, we'll see if the National Weather Service pulls that back as well. But again, our conditions are getting better. Hopefully the roads are better as well. Let's go over to Crash now and get a check on them.
As a matter of fact, Chesney, they are. The things are starting to lighten up a little bit. We're not completely out of the woods yet, but we're starting to lighten it up. Remember that 3-car accident I was telling you about when the folks were driving too closely to each other and it was a boom, boom, boom type thing? Good news is nobody got hurt. Bad news is that it has to happen. Wrecks happen. Hey, I've wrecked just about every one of those cars I've owned. But they've managed to pull this thing off into one of those triangular medians on the connector. And this is northbound around Edgewood, and we never really did see any significant delays. Okay, make a liar out of me, map, and show a little bit of red there. That's good, though. Folks slowing down as you come around to begin that grady curve, but that's nothing significant, nothing you need to worry about. In fact, the connector itself has been in pretty good shape. If you're rolling from Midtown into downtown or vice versa, I think you're going to be all right. I'll give you another live look right there. Let's talk about some of those trip times, though, because how about that? 8 minutes, condition green, pretty much a mirror image on both sides of the connector. So that's good news. What little rush hour, and believe me, I stress little, started to develop has really not turned into much. There you go, 9 minutes if you're going through or up into Marietta from the perimeter up towards Barrett Parkway, 13 minutes up into Alpharetta, 10 minutes if you're heading up into Gwinnett. And if you're coming inbound, which is the flow of a morning rush hour, it's pretty much the same thing. Those trees are going to take a little while to clear up because, boy, they were blocking up and still are 3 right lanes. These trees fell on the connector southbound at University. In fact, look up there in the distance and off to the right, you can see crews are now on the scene. That's the good news. They've got the big wrecker out there, I should say the bucket truck with the crane, and they're trying to get these trees out of the road. But in the meantime, connector southbound at University, and look what's in your picture right there. 1, 2, 3 Georgia Power trucks right there with the buckets. They're getting out now that these winds are lightened up a little bit. They can't get out there if the wind speeds are anywhere close to about 30, 35 miles an hour. It's just too dangerous. So that's good news there. Those crews are rolling. I know there's a lot of folks still without power, but the roads, if you have to get out and travel, much better shape now. Especially now that the sun is up, you can kind of see some of that damage, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get more trees falling down or power lines, and we still have a lot of flooding. It's going to be a couple of days, too. And one other thing I mentioned that we're going to check on as well is the Chattahoochee River. You know I'm a big fan of Helen. I talk about it all the time in tubing, and that Chattahoochee River, boy, does that swell up to the point where it starts crossing over its bank. So we've got a lot to keep an eye on out here as we watch again. This is the connector southbound. Right near University Avenue, just past that, 3 right lanes remain blocked with trees down. Cheryl, Aisha?
All right, Crash, you mentioned the power outages just a moment ago, and that's a number that keeps changing. Unfortunately, it just keeps going up.
Hopefully, we will start to see some of these numbers make a turnaround now that Crash is saying the winds are dying down. The crews can get up and start to work to repair these power lines. But let's send it over to meteorologist Nicole Hartford, who's come inside now, tracking the power outages. Nicole, how are we looking?
Well, power outages are widespread across North Georgia, of course, down into central and southern Georgia as well. This is a map of the Georgia power outages based on how many customers are without power. So the counties in red, that means they have a lot of customers without power. It's worth it to note that because this goes off of the number of customers and not the percentage of customers, we're seeing a lot of yellows down into portions of South Georgia and even East Georgia, simply because that's more rural locations where there are less people, but the percentage of people without power in those spots is certainly much higher. Now, right now across the state, we have 730,000 customers affected. I did the math on it on their total customers served. That's over a quarter of the customers of Georgia Power that are being impacted currently by power outages. So we'll zoom into some of our metro areas if we can get it going there. We'll check out Fulton County first. Fulton County, of course, high population area. We currently have 27,000 customers impacted, and then 292 is the number of outages. We also have a high number of customers affected in DeKalb County, 44,748 customers there. We'll take it up towards Cobb County, a slightly lower number, but still a lot of people, nearly 6,000 customers affected. Off towards Gwinnett County, 9,700 customers customers affected there. And then down into Henry County, almost 5,500 customers, and into portions of Clayton County, we've got 7,500 customers. So a lot of people without power. As was mentioned, now that the winds are starting to die down and the rainfall is subsiding, crews can get out there and start to fix some of these power outages. The problem is that the wind gusts could still topple over some of those weakened trees that perhaps maybe withstood some of the gustier winds that came through earlier this morning. But with how saturated the ground is, we could still see wind gusts up to 15, 20, 25 miles per hour throughout the day today. And that could be enough to lead to additional trees down and even some power lines, which could lead to further impacts and further power outages. So this is a number that will be changing over the course of the day today. We'll see improvements where crews are able to get out and fix some of those power outages, but we may still see a few additional power outages added to this map as well.
All right, Nicole, thank you. We are taking a look as the mayor's press conference in the city of Atlanta. They are setting up, getting ready to go. So Mayor Andre Dickens can give us an update of the status of those recovery efforts. And as we get ready to go through the day, we see they're doing a mic check. We have our crew inside, and so we should be bringing that to you live here in a little bit.
So Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens planning to speak here momentarily. We know Governor Brian Kemp also going to make an address. That's probably going to be closer to 11:30. Some video now to share with you. This is Cherokee County. The sheriff's office there advising people to stay in until the storm fully passes. These are some new pictures of some of the damage there in Cherokee County. Right now, Gilmer Ferry Road in Ball Ground is closed after this tree fell. Union Hill Road also closed because of flood water.
Down trees in the Paces Ferry neighborhood in Atlanta. This is a big one. If you look right there, you see it came down right on those power lines, and that has been the theme of the morning. You know, those scenes like that, you just kind of run up on them and you don't know that they're there. So we're trying to let everybody know these areas that are impassable, we want you to avoid and not even try to navigate any parts of those areas. So again, we are standing by waiting for Mayor Andre Dickens to begin a press conference to give us an update of the status post Helene here in Atlanta.
11Alive reporter Ariana Manise is in Fulton County with another perspective of the storm damage that we're seeing. A lot of water there behind you, Ariana.
Yeah, Cheryl, we're in the Peachtree Battle area. We're at close to the intersection of Alton Road and Woodward Way. And this is the situation that we're seeing. All of this water is coming from the Peachtree Creek. On the other side of that creek is the Bobby Jones Golf Course, where we have been looking at. And this park is the Betty Young Park. I've been speaking to neighbors, and they told me that around 3 a.m. firefighters, they were out here doing water evacuations. You see that vehicle back there. They tell me that firefighters, they had to rescue that person out of the car. The neighbor also tells me that firefighters, they knocked on her door around 3 a.m. this morning to get permission to go through her backyard to rescue the neighbor that lived behind her, to get him from his home because of all this water. The water is rushing this way that we see. We see neighbors coming out here trying to check out the view. One neighbor says she hasn't seen this area like this since 2009, and she says it's about 2 to 3 feet higher than what she saw years prior. Now, this has been going on since 3 a.m. this morning. We had another reporter out here. The water wasn't as high. We're getting a peek of the park. Benches are covered in water over here. This is a neighborhood. Peachtree Battle area. We're at the intersection of Woodward Way and Alton Road. This has been going on since the overnight hours, and you can just see this water rushing, water coming from the creek, now on the street. A street is now a river here in the Peachtree Battle area. I'm going to send it back over to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ariana, thank you. We know that is a very popular area of town. Hopefully that water starts to recede soon. Mayor Andre Dickens speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Good deal. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the Joint Operations Center here at our public safety headquarters in the city of Atlanta. As you know, we had a very eventful night and early morning due to Hurricane Helene, and we have a flash flood emergency in the city of Atlanta. We're thankful in the city that the storm diverted east so that it didn't come as direct over the city of Atlanta, but we did have a lot of rain throughout the last couple of days, and it resulted in flooding, as well as we had some high winds that also led to some trees being down. I'm joined here by a number of people that we'll make sure you hear from soon, but I wanted to just go over some of the things that have happened overnight and then this morning. Currently, we are still dealing with flash floods across the city of Atlanta because of our hilly environment. The bottom and basins of some of those hills resulted in flooding, where we have our storm drains that's been cleaned out over the past couple of days, but of course there's still some creeks that overflow as well as the Chattahoochee River. So we've resulted in some flooding in the Buckhead area as well as some other low-lying areas. Thankfully, some of our other trouble hot spots normally, like the AUC Center, Vine City, English Avenue, Peoplestown, we haven't seen a significant amount of flooding in those areas, so we hope that continues. Overnight, we did experience some individuals that were stranded in their vehicles, and we've had swift recovery by Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to rescue, to do about 20 rescues to save people with boats as well as to get them out of their cars, and some were in their apartments. We've rescued pets and entire families, so thanks to our outstanding leadership and committed individuals at Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to go into those areas and save those lives. We've been very careful to make sure we communicate with our senior centers and senior citizens. We have about 80 facilities with Atlanta Housing and other organizations that we have sent teams out and that we've called and checked on. At this time, we have nothing of significance to note at any of our senior centers, so we are thankful about that, and we stay in constant communication with them. As well as our unsheltered population, we opened up and made sure that Gateway Center had beds and adequate spacing for them, and at the time that they would overflow, we've moved individuals also to AMC Wellstars campus, where we have ample beds and facilities there. If that should overflow, we also have our recreation center, our Central Avenue Recreation Center. So we have provisions there as well for our unsheltered. And we had a number of individuals that did reside with us last night, and we will have that provision available for tonight as well. If you encounter someone that's unsheltered, please make sure that they start their journey at the Gateway Center, and we have vehicles to take them to the proper shelter so that they can be kept safe and out of the rain. We have experienced a number of individuals that decided to try to drive in this weather during this time. We are cautioning folks to stay out of the roadway, to please stay at home. We are still under a flash flood emergency until 1 p.m. That means that there still could be instances where your car could be flooded and you may become immobilized, and we'll have to rescue you. It'd be best to not go out at this time. Trees are still falling, limbs are falling, and debris is in the roadway. You never know what you may encounter, so it's best to be safe. Also, emergency vehicles need to be able to have clear passage. Georgia Power, our Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, DOT, all of us are out on the roads trying to make sure we get things safe. We do not need to encounter more emergencies as we're trying to clean up the roadways for a better day later today. I've spoken with the governor about the state of affairs in the state. Of course, he's been diligent in working with teams all across the state, and he and I have stayed in constant contact about things that the city may need. So those provisions are available to us. We've talked to GEMA, talked to FEMA. Our emergency preparedness and emergency management teams have been working around the clock. I'll say a few more things. Our 911 services and 311 services are also 24-hour operations during this time. We've received about 1,000 phone calls over the past day with 911 and 311. That is actually pretty normal call volume for our city. So we thank you all for making the proper call to the proper places. If you have anything like a down power line, you see any water overflowing, you can call 311 and they can get proper care to you. If you have a true emergency related to a medical emergency or something that's criminal or violent in nature, you definitely should call 911 in that regard. We want to make sure that everybody is safe as we go through this. We are still having adequate provisions at our water treatment plants and our sewers plants, so things are still operating there. And as the river continues to rise, we do make sure we monitor RM Clayton plant because it is very close to the Chattahoochee River, and that river has gotten about 12 feet of water, so we are watching the banks of that. And so now I think I've covered all of my bases. I want to make sure that you all stay updated by going to www.atlantagA.gov. www.atlantagA.gov, because it will let you know when garbage pickups may have moved from today to tomorrow. It'll let you know about those, about various closures, road closures, detours, ways for you to be able to contact the city should you need something, or provisions for those that are experiencing homelessness, etc. AtlantaGA.gov, and you can follow us on social media at the City of Atlanta on all platforms that you may think of. From there, I want to turn it over to Kim Green, the CEO of Georgia Power, who can give us an update on the activities of Georgia Power. Kim?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Again, thank you very much to you for your partnership and your team's partnership. This is certainly a team effort as we work to restore power. Currently, Georgia Power has 40,000 customers without power. Overnight and over the past 24 to 48 hours, we've actually restored power to over 120,000 customers. So we really have had two storms. We had a storm on Wednesday evening followed by this horrible and huge Hurricane Helene, which of course has created tremendous damage. And all of that rain is leading to very saturated ground, and trees, unfortunately, will continue to fall. So we do expect the number of outages to continue to rise. I assure you that we want to get your power back on just as safely and as quickly as possible. We have over 1,700 crews out and about restoring power as we speak. As the mayor said, it's really important for us to be able to access the roads and the areas where the outages do occur. So please, if you can, stay off the streets, but let us know about downed trees and information about our power lines. Please stay away from any downed power lines. You can take a picture, don't get too close, stay away, stay safe. We do know, thanks to a very technical system, a much more technologically advanced system than we had only a few years ago. We have smart meters. Those smart meters ping us and let us know when your power is out. We also have added additional equipment, self-healing networks, and additional equipment on the system, on the grid, that allows us to detect the location of an outage or a failed piece of equipment more quickly. And all of that is helping keep the total number of outages down. We also are using drones to assess damage and get up in the air more quickly than we might be able to do with any other type of equipment. So know that we care about your power supply. We know that energy fuels your daily lives, and it is our mission and our employees' mission to restore your lives to normal just as soon as possible. And again, just like the mayor mentioned, we have online resources at Georgia Power for you to get additional information from. Go to www.georgiapower.com/storm to access our online storm center resources that can tell you more about outages in the area and hopefully very soon we'll be able to begin to publish estimated restoration times. Again, it's a little bit too early for that. We're still out trying to work and assess all of the damage, but again, we are out there working to restore it as quickly and as safely as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim, for your partnership. And just to highlight some of her points, they're responsible for the entire state of Georgia. And we've seen that this storm has really hit other parts of our state. So they've been up all night. Crews have been all over trying to make sure they restore power. Augusta, Brunswick, Savannah were hit harder than us, while we have about 6% of our customers without power. There's been areas that are above 90% of the customers have experienced power loss. So, prayers for everyone across the entire state of Georgia and Florida. We're thankful in the city of Atlanta that while we do have some power outages, we don't have as many as others. And we are asking for your patience. Thank you for your patience so far. We are going to get to you as soon as possible. Georgia Power crews are all over trying to make sure they restore power, but we do ask for your patience. Continue to charge your cell phones. Those of you that do currently have power, make sure you charge your cell phones, because the ground is so saturated that just because the wind may stop blowing as hard and just because the rain may stop, the trees may still be weak, limbs may still fall onto power lines, and that can still cause situations where power is out. So we want you to make sure that you have some power, charge your portable batteries, make sure anyone that has medical equipment that they charge that up as well. Georgia Power has also been gracious enough to grant us 4 mobile trucks, and we will begin to put those out and let folks know where they can get charging if they so need it. Ms. Burks, do you have anything that I missed? COO Burks?
Mayor, you covered it all.
Okay. Chief,
Thank you.
Did you have anything you wanted to add on this, Chief, or Commissioner Cutler? Anybody? Asher? Anybody? Am I missing anything?
Find people to report down trees to 311.
Yeah, if you do have a down tree, please report it to 311. Of course, Georgia Power will also know that your power is out if it is on a power line, but it's good for you to register that because it takes more coordination for all of us to make sure we do our proper jobs. So 311, use that for a number of the experiences that we'll have during this storm. Thank you again for your patience. We are working diligently. The room that we're in right now is our Joint Operations Center. Literally over 20 departments and offices of the city of Atlanta, plus Grady, plus Georgia Power, plus Fulton County. We're all here together working in a coordinated fashion. We've been doing that around the clock for the past day, and we will continue to through this storm. So stay tuned, and we will have more. Are there any questions?
Mayor, you didn't mention any loss of life or serious injury.
Yeah, thank God we haven't heard of any loss of life or any serious injury. Even those individuals that were rescued, they were kept whole. Their families were all intact, even the infants and the pets. So we're thankful for that, and we want to keep that.
What danger, speaking of rescue, what danger does it pose to your employees when they have to go out and attempt to rescue?
Yeah, this was a very tough night. High winds, a lot of rain, and it's dark, as well as some lightning. And so all of the crews that were out there, from fire rescue to Georgia Power to APD, Public Works, our Parks and Recreation Forestry crew, the DOT folks that have to block off roads, they were all in danger throughout the night. And so we make sure that they take safety precautions. We make sure that they're definitely making sure that they think about safety first while they try to render care to someone else. And we're thankful that we have not had any reports of any of our employees experiencing any medical issues.
Mayor, were there any power outages at hospitals or medical facilities?
No, we have Grady here with us, and Grady is still operating. We stay on a constant check-in with Grady Hospital, Northside Hospital, Piedmont Hospital, as well as Emory, to make sure that they're all still operational. Everybody's doing fine, and we have ambulance services as well that we do periodic check-ins to make sure that we have ample coverage.
What is your hardest hit area?
It's just a different reasons. So right now in our northwest Atlanta corridor, near Buckhead and Peachtree Creek and Nancy Creek, you're seeing the creeks rise, and so you have flooding. That's where you saw the boat rescues that have occurred, and you're seeing lawns with water in them. Some of that is causing, those are troubled areas because of the floods. And then we've had power lines down in other areas, and so those folks are experiencing loss of power. I don't want to weigh what's worse, but those are the things that we're seeing. In Collier Heights, where I live, there's a couple of downed trees there too.
Mayor, do you think that declogging a lot of those storm drains made the difference with the flooding citywide?
Absolutely. The Department of Watershed Management getting out there early and doing so on a frequency, a routine basis. We are aware of where our normal debris might go into our storm drains, where it comes from. Some of those low-lying areas, like I say, Atlanta's very hilly. So they've gone in there on multiple occasions as we got ahead of this storm. So much pre-event work went on. We've learned a lot, and we've prepared a lot, and they got in there and cleaned out those drains. Imagine what used to happen at Peoplestown. Remember what used to happen at Clark Atlanta University and in the AUC in Vine City, English Avenue. We're thankful for the vault install that we did at Cook Park. That's absorbing water. You look at Old Fourth Ward Park, these parks that have vaults underneath them, that technology and that innovation has really played out well to help us with that instance. I was talking to Commissioner Cutler about even in Buckhead, where we are seeing flooding, Chastain Golf Course and other areas are doing what they're supposed to do, is absorb this water and keep it out of the storm drain. So it's kind of a bio-eco solution, and the water will subside soon, and that will give us some relief.
Mayor, could the city have blocked off that Nancy Creek Peachtree Battle Road? Because we've seen this problem every time a huge storm comes in. Could we kind of block that off to keep people out of that area?
I'm not sure. I mean, this is, you're right. That Peachtree Battle area, Memorial Park down there, and Nancy Creek, I know that area quite well. It floods in a normal thunderstorm without having a Category 4 hurricane backing it. So it's something that we're constantly looking at and constantly working on. I used to be an engineer. I'm try to think it through with you, but I can't come up with nothing right now.
Any more questions from anyone else? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, Mayor Andre Dickens there alongside Kim Green, the CEO of Georgia Power, and you see in that room what it takes to work through a situation that the city is currently facing. They've got 20 different departments working together to work through this. So let's just recap a couple of the bullets. Some things that stood out was really with Georgia Power, because that has the greatest impact at this point. The CEO saying they have 1,700 crews on the ground right now working to restore power, but saying it's going to take some time, asking that people be patient. But I thought it was interesting that they're going to use drones now that there's daylight and enough clearing that they can get up to assess some of the damage using drones, and that there are smart meters to notify them when there's an outage if someone for some reason doesn't call the power company.
Yeah, and at this time, the mayor reiterating that those flash floods continues to be the issue. I always say when we see Mayor Andre Dickens in this puffer vest, he means business, and kind of channeling the fact that he used to be an engineer, as he mentioned there, but really just saying it is the infrastructure of Atlanta being such a hilly town. Those low-lying areas in a regular thunderstorm would see these floodwaters just kind of crashing into our city. So with that being the case, what we're seeing now, is going to be some time before we get these things back under control. He did state that all the hospitals are online right now, at least the hospitals that are in the metro Atlanta area that are keeping contact with the city of Atlanta. So that's going to be your Wellstar Hospital that they actually use as a housing location for the unhoused population. If you see anybody out there that's in this torrential downpour or just, maybe wet, the unhoused community has always been such a focus for Mayor Dickens. So I love the fact that he said they opened those shelters and those resources have been made available. One differentiator here that we want people to know about, we want to keep the proper emergency lines functioning. So if you see something like a down power line or a down tree, not a true emergency, crime related, life threatening, go ahead and call 311. If it's something that's more so crime related, life threatening in our community, that's where we keep the 911 numbers in use to try to make sure that those two items stay separate.
The mayor talked about a tough night, some rescues overnight, some good outcomes that everyone was rescued safely. But this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. There are water levels still going up as we speak. We want to take it out to 11Alive reporter Savannah Levins, who is at North Druid Hills in Decatur, for that perspective. What you seeing out there, Savannah?
Well, I'll tell you, I actually live in this area, Cheryl, and it was impossible to get to work this morning. There are about 5 different routes I could take, and each of them was blocked. This one right behind me is one of them. We're right outside the old North DeKalb Mall. It's now Lula Hills. This is right on North Druid Hills Road. You can see Georgia Power is here right now working on this tree that fell on these power lines here. Now, another issue that these downed trees have caused is not only power outages, but a lot of these traffic lights have been out as well. So a lot of people confused about traffic. I've seen a couple of accidents. Remember, if a light is out, you stop and then go as if it's a 4-way stop. Speaking of power outages, I just checked the map. DeKalb County working with about 45,000 power outages right now. Just to put that into perspective, it's about 13% of all the customers in DeKalb County. So 13 of every 100 people in DeKalb are without power still right now. Now that is significantly better than it was overnight, but we are still seeing these strong winds, certainly areas of flooding just around the corner here. There was one particular area that had a lot of flooding on the road, and there was a lifted truck that decided to drive through it, barely made it through, to be honest. So we saw other people trying to turn around, and I think it's just a reminder that when you see these waters on the ground, it's a lot deeper than you might expect. So folks are trying to move people around. We actually just heard a very loud crack as well. I think it's another tree falling. So even though we're not having the rain coming down right now, we're not having super strong winds right now, that ground is so saturated that these trees are still coming down. This neighborhood right behind where we are right now in North Druid Hills, the North Druid Woods neighborhood, I drove by through there to see if we could get around this, and every single section was closed off by downed trees. So this is, there's a lot of trees in this area, but that ground is very saturated and they're coming down. But again, right here outside the former North DeKalb Mall, Lula Hills area in North DeKalb, Georgia Power working on this tree right here. About 6 traffic lights in this area out right now. So again, guys, just a reminder not to drive today if you don't have to. Even though it's not raining anymore, these conditions are still dangerous.
Savannah, that is one of 1,700 crews working right now to restore power, and your example of the crack you heard and the tree coming down really highlights something we heard from the CEO of Georgia Power and Mayor Dickens talking about. Just because the rain stops doesn't mean the trees stop falling. In fact, they're kind of bracing for that happening throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you're talking about this ground being so saturated over the past several days that we've seen rain that even a little bit of wind can take them down. And that crack I heard was really quite large. And so, crews are asking people to please stay inside. To be honest, and Michael, if we could kind of show the road right here, this is a very popular thoroughfare from Decatur into Atlanta. And on any given day, this area of North Druid Hills Road is packed with cars. So we are seeing certainly less people out today. Obviously, we've got schools closed, things like that. A lot of offices canceling for the day. I got a lot of alerts from neighboring businesses in Decatur, North DeKalb, saying that they were not going to be opening today. So certainly good to see less people on the roads. But if you are out there for some reason, just keep in mind that these trees are coming down, the ponding is happening, and can easily and quickly flood your car. So definitely want to be really, really careful, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Let's go straight to 11Alive's Liza Lucas live with a rescue happening in the Hanover West community. Liza, what are we seeing?
Yeah, just for some perspective here, Hanover West is back up off of Bowler Road again. So we've been showing you different angles of Bowler Road and that flooding of Peachtree Creek throughout the course of the morning. Well, neighbors tipped us off. Some of our 11Alive viewers said you need to come over here. Let me get out of the way because you can see the rescuers, the swift water teams are going in right now. Now the Hanover Creek area right here, this cul-de-sac is no stranger to flooding. I've been talking to a lot of neighbors who said that this same area flooded in 2009 to the point that they were advised, and a lot of them did, raise their homes up 9 feet. So the good news is some of those homes are okay. I did have a chance to talk to Atlanta Fire, and these rescues are kind of still popping up as they check on people throughout the course of the morning. We're bringing in the ladder truck right now, so it might get a little loud for you. So I'm going to step up to the side a little bit more as they bring down the teams. But they did tell me everybody's okay. There are no injuries to report here in the neighborhood. So we want to make that crystal clear. But again, they're still working to get everybody out of their home. And really, if you look off to the left, the creek is right behind. I mean, this is just a mess right now in terms of water damage and just water. And guys, I just saw a snake just swimming through the water. So this is just a reminder that the wildlife is out there in addition to the property damage and the water just overwhelming these neighborhoods. I don't know if you can see the water levels on some of the mailboxes here. But again, we've got the Atlanta Fire team, the Swift Water Rescues here. They've been working throughout the course of the morning, responding to homeowners and families who still might be stuck. There are cars still submerged in this cul-de-sac. We're going to stay on top of this situation. Looks like there's something else in the water too, maybe a turtle or something right there. So again, we want to be very careful. They're going to bring the boats in, so we'll just give it a second. If we have time, producers, we'll just give it a second and let you kind of see more of this rescue unfold. But again, we want to emphasize that both Atlanta Fire tells me and neighbors tell me that they've been reaching everybody. Everybody's hopefully okay. We're going to move our camera up so the crews can get in and do their work. Give us a second. Photojournalist Hunter Boyce right there. Hunter Boyce is giving a little bit of breath to the crews. And you can see them bringing in the boats. Again, if you're just joining us, we want to emphasize that everybody we're told is okay. Atlanta Fire saying that there's no injuries here. And neighbors, you can see, are doing what we've asked the whole time. They're checking on each other. They've been in touch with each other, making sure that everybody is doing all right. But this is just going to be an ongoing process throughout the day, especially now that we have daylight in some of these neighborhoods that have been hit particularly hard, like Hanover West, which is just overwhelmed by Peachtree Creek. So you can see they're going to take the boats off right now. And they're going to head over. Now this is going to probably be a little hard to see after they launch the boat because this is kind of like a P-shaped street. It's not like a typical cul-de-sac, so it kind of curves around, straight line and curves around. But neighbors are definitely looking out for each other here. And again, this is no stranger to flooding. When we talk about this particular area, they saw that big impact in 2009. A lot of these homes are up on stilts, but unfortunately not every home. So there is going to be some significant damage here. One neighbor telling me that a homeowner is okay and still trying to locate her cat on a floor where there might be some flooding. So this is going to be ongoing. We'll keep you posted here, guys, but we are in the Hanover West neighborhood in Northwest Atlanta. So we'll send it back to you.
All right, Liza, so we're talking to the meteorologist here about Peachtree Creek, just trying to get some perspective of how much water this is. Chesley and Nicole telling us Peachtree Creek is about 3 feet over flood stage right now, so that is why that community is getting absolutely swallowed.
Okay, good to know, because I had some neighbors asking, can we get the latest? You know, is there any sign that Peachtree Creek could be cresting? So I'll let them know that we're about 3 feet over right now. But press on to Chesley, see if we can get any information that we can relay to our neighbors here that are anxious to figure out, is this the worst of it? Is there more to come? Kind of as the situation unfolds and it affects their neighborhoods and their homes right here in Atlanta.
All right, Liza, and I see over your shoulder that mailbox. The water is all the way up to the mailbox, and it's great just to kind of watch this happening in real time. These are the kind of things that the mayor was just talking about in the press conference that had been happening all night long in the darkness of night, and this continues as people can't get out of their homes without the help of a swift water rescue team like we're watching here in real time.
Yeah, Liza, we're going to stay on your shot here for a little bit just to kind of ride it out with you here.
Yeah.
So Chesley actually answered that
Perfect.
question for your neighbors. He said the water is starting to come down, but Nicole is actually standing by here at the big board giving us a look at the flood stages there specifically for Peachtree Creek. How are we looking, Nicole? So Nicole said it's actually been holding. We're going to get our microphone coded so we can bring her up to give us the latest information here on the flood stage here. That's a great question because people are like, hold on a minute. This was a lot of water, very fast. They want to know sort of what they can anticipate throughout the rest of the day because, Cheryl, sometimes this will get a far lot worse before it actually gets better. So we're looking at that.
Yeah, 3 feet over is, needless to say, significant, and it doesn't mean it's over. You know, as far as you see, Liza, that water is not receding yet at all, right?
No, not correct. Not anything comparable to what we saw, you know, at Nancy Creek. We were showing you how that had come down from where we were at midnight and 2 a.m. when we saw it above 3 and 4 feet. This has not. And again, yes, maybe in theory you might be able to wade out into it in some waders, but there's wildlife in this water. There's debris in this water. We saw a little water snake swimming along, and I think I saw a turtle there too. So it just reinforces that if you don't have experience like these teams that are trained in these swift water rescues and know how to navigate, and they've got poles to kind of poke through and make sure they're not tripping over things. They've got the boats, they've got the gear to make this a safer process. You don't want to be wading out in it. So the wildlife is definitely coming out, and we just want people, you know, even if you've got the ponding in front of your yard, you just don't know what is in it at this point. I grabbed a quick video of the snake. I'll try and send it to you guys because it just was such an acute reminder. You can see them backing up the truck right here. This is, again, the Swiftwater Dive Team for the city of Atlanta. We are in the Hanover West neighborhood. This is an area that's been severely impacted by the flooding of Peachtree Creek, and they've been launching boats throughout the course of the morning just to make sure everyone's okay and get to those homeowners who may have been riding out Helene overnight. And now that the daylight is here, they're able to respond. You know, we talked about this so frequently prior to the storm, is that some of these first responders would not be able to come out and get on the scene until conditions improve. Well, now, since we've been driving out around the city throughout the course of the morning, these fire trucks are really busy. These fire crews are really busy, whether it is down power lines or these swiftwater rescues, or, you know, we thought we might have a gas leak around the corner. Thankfully, that is not the case, but there's a lot that these crews and these first responders have to take on to just make sure everybody is safe. And again, I just do want to emphasize that Atlanta Fire told me no injuries here. Everybody's thought to be okay, even if they're still stuck in their homes. But these rescues are going to continue to pop up as these first responders just stay on scene and make sure everyone in Atlanta is taken care of, guys.
All right, Liza, we do have Chesley and Nicole who can jump in here to talk about the flood stages there at Peachtree Creek. I see Nicole has the numbers pulled up here on the graphic. Nicole, what are we seeing here, and will we actually see this get worse before it gets better?
You know, it is still possible some flooding could worsen in many locations. Here, particularly at Peachtree Creek, we may have seen the crest of it. Right now, it is running at nearly 23 feet, which is 3 feet above the major flood stage. Action is required at 13 feet, so nearly 10 feet above when action is considered necessary for flooding in those areas. That is a little bit of an improvement from where the flood stage was just a couple hours ago. It was at 23.5 feet. So that's going in the good direction that you want to see. With still additional runoff, it may hold steady through the next hour or two, but it's likely we've already seen the crest of Peachtree Creek there. I do want to stress that this is near record flooding. I know that I compared this to the flooding of 2009 earlier, and that's really what it's comparable to. Peachtree Creek back in 2009 crested at 23.7 feet, and based off of what we've already seen, Peachtree Creek reached 23.5 feet. So very comparable to the flooding of 2009 there. The historic crest, no one was around for this, but back in 1919, it got up to 25.8 feet. So this is near record flooding that's ongoing across Peachtree Creek in that area. The water will likely start to recede in this location, but it's a little bit of a warning for people downstream on these creeks that we could see additional flooding there as this water goes back into those creeks and streams and goes downstream.
Yeah, this is such a visual when we talk about things kind of turning into rivers. This is what's happening, to have a boat that has space to bring a family out, that requires a motor to be able to move along in the water that is deep enough to handle that. You hear a dog in the distance. We know people and pets have been trapped overnight in this storm, and these are the kind of teams required to go in and get them out safely. We've heard again and again, you don't want to walk into that water for a lot of different reasons. Liza talking about snakes and wildlife, but it can also just knock you off your feet, and we know not everyone maybe is in a position, to be able to safely do that. It's just, you don't want to mess around with it. It is far better to play this safe and let the people who are trained come and get you out safely.
And when you look at that boat, Cheryl, it looks like it had to go down. I don't even know if I should say the road. I don't know what's beneath. It went out of view quite far, so whoever they're rescuing, they would have had to come out a long way to get to some form of dry land where we see Liza and her photographer there on the other side. And yeah, when you talk about the contamination and what can be involved in that, that could add a whole other layer to a pretty devastating situation for these families. I see quite a few homes on the street, and that's the thing about it. This is a very highly residential community. People come and go in and out of this community all the time. So these rescues are going to be happening much of the day until we start to see that water go down. And these crews stretch thin. Sometimes the regular boats don't work. Sometimes you got to bring out the one with the motor. So as we just heard from Mayor Dickens there at the press conference, it is an all hands on deck situation. As these calls continue to come in, we're talking about the heart of the city here where we're seeing these rescues take place. Liza, do we think they're going to get one family, bring them back? Several rescues need to happen there?
Well, I was talking to some neighbors who were concerned about a homeowner that they knew was okay, but her cat, they were having trouble reaching throughout the house and where the cat was located with floodwater, so not sure if it's that family that is getting the call first. Now, in terms of the reach, you were asking about kind of the design of the neighborhood. It's actually a big P, and it's people that are stuck in that kind of corner. It's almost like a little cul-de-sac, that P, that part of the letter that curves in the neighborhood that are really experiencing the most water. And I know you can't see it right now because we're really focused on where the the swiftwater rescue crews are. But the creek, if I can get Hunter to kind of bring his camera over here, I just want to show you how this really backs up, and it's all around us right now. So it's not just in front of us right here. If we can just kind of poke through beyond the boat, you can see Peachtree Creek right over there flowing through, and that just kind of gives you another vantage point as well. So again, the neighbors have been so kind to us over here. A lot of our 11Alive viewers have been sharing what they know about this situation, and they've really been checking in on each other because, as you mentioned, this is just a really tight-knit community, a tight-knit neighborhood over here, Hanover West. So we haven't seen that boat appear yet, so I'm not sure how long all of this will take. But again, Atlanta Fire saying that they're going to have these rescues continue to pop up, so it sounds like more will be coming in the neighborhood. I don't have exact details on who they're going after right now. The Atlanta Fire team I spoke with was a battalion chief, and it was prior to the dive team coming out here and getting things in place. So again, just a messy situation. And as I know Cheryl mentioned, not only is there wildlife in the water as we've seen, but you can just easily fall off your feet. And gosh, worst case scenario, you see the proximity to the real water just beyond the boats over there, and the creek just really rapidly moving. So it's just not a situation you want to put yourself in or a loved one in, and that's why we so rely and are thankful for these swift water dive teams and all the service and help that they provide. We know how busy they are today, guys.
Yeah, and we're just going to stick with this because this is such a window into people's experiences, and this may be one street in one neighborhood, and they might be at the front door of one family's home right now, but we know it's been a lot of people's experiences, and as we see your shot there in that perspective, Liza, and all the homes lined up, I'm thinking about all the flooding at each of those homes at various levels, if some have basements, or what's happening maybe on that first level as we see the water is at least to the front door of many of those, and understanding the kind of damage that might be facing a lot of these families. Thinking about kids that are home from school today, they aren't at school, instead maybe packing up a bag and climbing into a rescue boat with parents, and what an experience for them to have to deal with on a day off of school. And we know that's happening for a lot of families who are watching along with us here on 11Alive News as these things are playing out. We talk about, as a community, we go through these things together, and we do that in many ways, and some of it is just seeing this play out in real time as we see the first image of that boat coming back into view now, carrying a family. We see some children there on the boat. Looks like they're with their parents with life vests on and bags in their lap, maybe a book bag on that young lady's lap right there as they go through together as a family this aftermath of Helene.
Yeah, she'll have a pretty interesting report to give, Liza, when she goes back to school on Monday. Looks like mom might be giving the wave there with a smile, just thankful that someone was there. And look to the left, that mailbox nearly completely covered in water, giving you a perspective on how deep that water is. And that is why it was no way they were making it out of that home by foot whatsoever, Liza.
Yeah, and it's so, it hits you after being out here all night. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Because you think about the impact to their homes. And even if it's just the basement and everything, all these families are having to go through, and how tired and worried they probably have been. So it is great to see that everybody's okay, and we knew everybody was okay in this situation.
Yeah.
So,
Liza,
just to again put that, but it's hard not to just realize that everybody's lives are just upended and kind of the cleanup ahead.
I was going to say, Liza, we appreciate your reporting, and you're just such a top-notch journalist, but you've got a huge heart too. And you're out there as a mom, and you understand that this is not just facts playing out in front of you, but people have gone through a lot. It was a long, scary night. In the darkness of night, trees fallen and the flood water rising, and to be greeted on shore by your friends and neighbors, boy, that just means a lot.
Yeah, and just to know that people were there, to respond to that situation. Can you imagine that water just coming in, and you see it rising, and you don't know what's waiting on the other side, or how you're going to get out, or how close the rescue crews could be. And Liza, you've kind of been all over the area, so you've seen a little bit of everything, and just truly being there up close and personal. What these families are going through, and especially you out there as a mom, seeing that young girl get off that boat with her mother, knowing that your babies are at home as well with dad. We're all just kind of weathering this situation together as we see that boat go back out. So clearly there's more people waiting for their turn to know that they're, just a couple of feet away from making it to dry land. This is scary. When you just see your community underwater like that, you don't know what to do.
You don't. And, again, this community saw significant flooding back in 2009. So some of the homes are 9 feet above the floodplain, as I was told. But, it is so wonderful to see neighbors that have been checking on each other and are awaiting these families and, there to take their bag and give them a big hug, and just that sense of community. And I think, we're very grateful that things were not worse overnight in Atlanta, but there's also, a realization that families have a lot to clean up and some belongings that are lost, and, just the overnight fear factor of it all. I know when we're driving around over the course of the night, finding what we find and it's dark, it's unnerving and eerie. And when it's your home and you have been invaded, for lack of a better word, by Mother Nature, that's very unsettling. So it's just nice to see these neighbors be there for each other and do what we know Atlanta does best, guys.
Come together when we need each other's help, no doubt. And Liza, as we're watching this play out in real time there in front of you there in Hanover Hills, there's Peachtree Creek that's 3 feet over kind of a flood level. I think back to what Mayor Andre Dickens, the mayor of Atlanta, said, that Atlanta fared so much better than so many places. Thinking about our neighbors in the southern end of our state, Augusta, Brunswick, Savannah, places that were hit significantly harder, that have more damage, that have more power lines down, more flood water, and know that a lot of the state resources as we speak are being mobilized to those communities as well to make sure the hardest hit areas that we have a better chance to assess now that some of the worst of that storm is through can get the help that they need too. That is some perspective as we're seeing this incredible amount of water and the impact in this neighborhood, to think about places in the southern part of our state that fared a lot worse in those overnight hours and are dealing with that now.
Yeah, so it's kind of scary to think that they had another family to go back and get there. Liza, tell us, what are you seeing once that family sort of made it in the arms of their neighbors and their community members who were waiting on them to safely return?
Well, I think they're just exhausted, guys, as I'm sure we can all understand. But, there's some of their young friends that are over here, too, from the neighborhood that are standing by them. And nobody seems to be upset. So that's the good thing. I know I got choked up for a minute, but really this is a neighborhood, as many of the ones that we've seen that have been dealing with this overnight, that are coming together and checking on each other. And we're just glad to see that everyone is okay. So they were standing by here and in touch with each other over the course of the night. So even seems like they still had the lines of communication open, which is always a reassuring thing. The worst of the worst is when the lights go out and you can't get any contact with the outside world. And it doesn't seem like that was the case, at least from what we were hearing from neighbors who were kind of waiting and staying in touch with families who were stuck inside their homes still.
Yeah, and they heeded the warning about charging their cell phones, because I see some teenagers there with phones in hand.
Yeah.
So they must still have power, and that is reassuring in itself for someone of that age, to make sure your phone is still connected so you can talk to the outside world.
Yeah, we've been working multiple devices, Liza, as I'm sure you have been too. I just looked down and I have one cell phone, battery's getting low. So Cheryl, that reminder coming right on time. And look, we're still going through this. We might still have some trees to come down that are saturated, and so power outage numbers could actually still go up even though the wind and rain have subsided. We see another good neighbor out there bringing some waters to get everybody hydrated in this situation. So it's just been really cool to see as the boat makes its way back, the community effort that's happening here.
Yeah, let's see who's on this boat. We've got, looks like, maybe a father and son this time. Coming back with this team. A good moment to say thank you to all those responders out there who have been working through the night nonstop, time and time again, going back for anybody who needs some help. Got a smile from that young man on the raft. Good to see that as they're greeted by their neighbors there. I guess on the shore, which would typically be on the sidewalk, but today it's on the shore.
All right, Liza, we're going to kind of stick with your shot to see if they have to go back out for a third time here as we see them come up.
Yeah, it looks like the other half. Right, it looks like the other half of the family. And again, Aisha and Cheryl, can you just reiterate, because I've got neighbors asking and it was hard for me to hear the first time. I know you said Peachtree Creek is 3 feet over the flood level right now, but what was the sense of whether it has crested or not? Neighbors really want to know so they can let others in the neighborhood know.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in Nicole right now. I'm actually going to kind of give her my mic really quick. So, Nicole, they want to know out there if this has reached crest or if it's going to keep going up before it starts to come back down.
So the official forecast from the National Weather Service does have this receding, going down, but it will be very slow to do so. We've already seen improvements. It's gone down about a half of a foot already, and it will continue to go down as the morning progresses. As I said, a really slow clear out of all that water, though, and as that goes down across portions of Peachtree Creek, we'll see downstream where additional flooding may start to occur there. But in this location, it looks like this may have crested, and the official forecast does call for it going down the flood levels through the next few hours.
All right, well, that's encouraging, but it's also maybe why we see bags packed, because they understand that while they're getting out safely and maybe it's crested and will come down, as Nicole's saying, that's going to be a long process that's going to take some time, so they may not be back in their homes for a little while here. Liza, I know you may not have had a chance to talk to many people on shore. I think they're like on the street waiting. It'll be interesting to hear more of the stories of what those overnight hours were, and maybe they can give you a little insight to what's going on inside those houses in terms of damage.
Guys, sorry, I was just delivering your weather report to the neighbors here. Again, they really wanted to know about the status of the creek, so thanks for that. I'm sorry I missed your last question. We were just trying to get real-time information to these people that are homes that are impacted, but we're, again, looking like the boats being pulled up on shore right now, and we're going to try and get some information and maybe speak to some families here as well. As soon as we are cleared from our live shot, we're going to try and speak to some of the families that have just come off that boat. So yeah, that's good that they're willing to speak and kind of share their perspective about what they went through.
All right, Liza, thank you. We're going to let you do that on the ground and relay that all important information to them. We have a couple more crews standing by. Guys, let's go to 11Alive's Beth Yates, who has been going around Gwinnett County for us, letting us know about some road closures happening.
Road closures, power lines down. What's your latest information there, Beth?
So now we've moved again. We're now on Indian Trail, Luverne Road, just south of 85, where the road has been flooded. If you look behind me, you can see Beaver Ruin Creek has overflown its banks, taking over parts of the road. Now the creek and the road becoming one. As folks are trying to maneuver this way, it's completely closed, shut down again by Indian Trail, just between Willow Trail Parkway and Oak Brook Parkway. Again, the area closed. And if you look over here, just by the creek, you can see how bad it is. This was all grassy area, and the creek is really back there. But now the creek water has made its way out onto the road just by Indian Trail. Another thing I wanted to show you, like how much this has risen. A lot of people have been talking about the rising waters. When you go closer to this bridge, you kind of can see the perspective of how much water has risen. If you look right here, and it actually started going down since we've been out here, but right here you can see just how close the water is to the edge of that bridge. Officials told me that it's normally somewhere between 4 and 6 feet from the bottom of the bridge to the water. Now it looks like it's literally inches away as that water rushes through. Now, again, since we've been out here for the last, I would say about 45 minutes, it does appear that the water is slowly going down, but it is still pretty high. The road is still closed here on Indian Trail, just between Willow Parkway and Oak Brook Trail. Parkway. Also, officials are telling people to stay out of this area because of the closure, and they're also just wet grounds. They're saying just kind of avoid the traffic and the headache. But right now, this section of Indian Trail is shut down as folks are trying to come up with ways around it. Again, this is south, just south of 85. So if you were on 85 or got off at Indian Trail, right as soon as you get off, you can see the water overflowing its banks by Beaver Ruin Creek, rising so much that it is close to the edge of this bridge by inches. Officials say this is not impacting just here, a little south of here. Lilburn Park also flooded over there, also getting that water from that Beaver Ruin Creek. Of course, officials again saying avoid the area. We have seen a couple people coming around to look. They've been letting them look but directing them away because they don't want any accidents. But the water just seems to be flowing very quickly. So you just kind of want to stay away from it. But right now there's no time period have been given for when Indian Trail will reopen, but we know it's closed again between Oak Brook Trail Parkway and Willow Trail Parkway on Indian Trail, Lilburn Road. And I'll send it back to you guys in the studio now.
You know, Bobeth, you've covered a lot of ground in the last 9 or 10 hours and seen a lot of pockets of different communities, and our meteorologists have done a great job of really helping us understand how wide and massive this system was. Is that what you're seeing? Because you're kind of showing us, you know, a little snapshot at each place you stop, but there is a commonality that everyone's dealing with a lot of power lines down, a lot of trees down, and a lot of water.
So that's what I've noticed from all the way when we started off at Peachtree Creek, then went to DeKalb, then to Athens, then to Gwinnett. It's definitely been the same thing over and over. Widespread flooding, a lot of saturated ground, trees not able to hold it together, falling on the trees, bringing down power line. So it's just been an ongoing problem for multiple areas. It seems that this storm, as even though it was moving quickly, it just packed so much energy, so much rain that the impacts are similar, and it's a widespread area. The entire metro Atlanta appears to be having a similar impacts. All of our area creeks seem to be close to their levels. Many people saying they're reaching almost record levels. So it doesn't appear that this is just, you know, one area or one part of the town. Literally from Athens to Gwinnett all the way back into the city, we were seeing the same thing. DeKalb to the point where parking lots were flooded, impacting cars and preventing people from leaving and causing a lot of damage. Because you imagine, you leave your car there, it's parked safely, then you get back and you have water damage inside your car from, you know, the water getting in. So a lot of impacts, and I think the recovery will be a lot for a lot of people, and I don't think it's going to take days to actually get this back together, because even when the water subsides, you have to deal with the damage that water created. So it's going to be take some time for people to get back whole.
All right, Bobeth, thank you. And we continually wish you a safe drive as you make your way around the area, because we know a lot of roads are closed. And so as people try to get to these spots, they're going to get turned around a lot. We just don't want you to run into any situations that can be dangerous because your normal routes might not be able to be passable.
And you understand why the message from mayors, from the governor, kind of across the board is don't go out if you don't have to. Crash Clark has been watching the roads for us. And Crash, you understand why when you have a big tree on a major highway, that is a snapshot of a much bigger picture that people want to avoid if at all possible.
Absolutely, Cheryl and Aisha. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was just talking to one of our bosses in the newsroom, and they were like, well, if traffic calms down, you can go home. And I just realized and found out that I have no power at home now. I had power all night last night, and now no power. So there's no sense in going home. I'm in Sandy Springs, by the way, just off of Roswell Road and Hammond Drive, if you guys are familiar with Aston and City Springs. All no power. There you go. Here are the trees, and boy, this has been quite a project trying to get. This was not just one or two trees. This was like an entire bunch of trees that just either one fell and took 2 or 3 of his friends with him. But this has been quite the cleanup on the connector southbound past University. We've had 1, 2, 3 right lanes blocked. I mean, probably for the last hour and a half, maybe 2 hours now. But the only bit of good news is you see that flow of traffic on the connector. It's so light. There's so few people out there that if you have to go off to the airport, sometimes you like to take the west side perimeter or even the east side perimeter, you're fine going through downtown. That is not a problem. Let me get out of the way and give you a picture here. It looks like they're doing a good job getting those trees out of the way, but certainly quite a project. Let me just zoom in on that. Oh, well, you know what? Let's take it up here. The flooding that Bobeth was just talking about off of Indian Trail south of I-85. I want to show you one of my cameras because I've got another perspective from you. She was kind of on the ground level there. Let me see if I can get the camera. Hang on a second. I'm going to cycle through 1 or 2 things here, and then I will get my camera and show you exactly. All right, there we go. Now you can get another better picture here. I'll step back in for just 2 seconds here and just kind of point. All it is right here. Look at that huge amount of water all coming from that creek, and you see the barrels. They've got them out here. They've got both sides of Indian Trail. You can see the barrels here. I've been watching people cutting through that Quick Trip and McDonald's. They are turning you around. So again, this is something we are going to see more and more of, as we get more daylight, as we just continue to assess all the damage. But again, that's one of those areas, Indian Trail south of I-85, just completely avoid that. All right, everything else, like I mentioned, not the worst shape. There's that Indian Trail flooding there at 85. And of course, we still have our trees that are down, connectors southbound at University. As far as anybody else on the roads are concerned, look at that, big three, 75, 400, and I-85 all in fantastic shape. But again, if you don't have to drive, stay hunkered down. Ladies?
All right, Crash, thanks a lot. At 10:46 on this Friday morning, we've got water rescues happening in one part of the city and a lot of work trying to restore power in another.
Yeah, more than 1 million people in our state offline right now. Georgia Power crews, about 1,700 of them being dispatched to get everybody back. Savannah, we're glad it's daytime, but still not having power is a huge headache. What are you seeing with those efforts there in North Druid Hills?
Yeah, glad it's daytime and glad it's not raining anymore, but that ground is still so saturated that we are still hearing and seeing trees coming down. Right now we're in North Druid Hills, right outside the former North DeKalb Mall. It's now Lula Hills. So I first came upon this area right here, where by North Druid Hills Road and Birch Road, about 8:30 this morning, and we're live right now, and they are still working to get these trees off these power lines. Now, it's had kind of a ripple effect because this tree fell on this very popular thoroughfare from Decatur to Atlanta. All of these traffic lights have been out as well. So there's been a lot of confusion for drivers driving around. There was another, I would say another 3 or 4 trees down as well, just within a mile of here. You might see or hear that fire truck driving down right now. They might be going to another one of those. But I can also tell you I'm seeing a lot of flooding in this area, areas where water is pooling up. We're seeing a lot of crews out here, Georgia Power working to restore that power. So in DeKalb County right now, about 44,000 people are without power. In the city of Decatur, that number is about 700. So it's still a relatively small amount, about 13% of all customers, but still significant, less than what we were seeing in the overnight hours, but a lot of people still without power. And those power lines are really dangerous, guys. I've seen a lot of people try to drive up and try to drive over them. In fact, I saw police pull someone over after they drove over a power line. You just don't know if they're live or not. In fact, I just talked to crews here on the scene, and I asked if this power outage, particularly with these traffic lights, if that happened because the tree came down or if they turned it off so that Georgia Power could work on this line. And they said that the power outage is because of this tree down. So it's really tricky for these crews to try to navigate turning them off or knowing when they're off to be able to work on it. So you can see kind of right there on the power line, you see a bit of a tree there, but this part of the street still blocked off, has been for several hours. And this is not the only area, guys. Lots of areas closed. So certainly if you don't have to drive today, don't. This part of North Druid Hills Road is generally very, very busy, would be on a Friday morning, Friday early afternoon, but very few cars here right now. Obviously, we've got school canceled. I've gotten alerts from a lot of nearby businesses in DeKalb and Decatur saying that they are closed for business as well today. So again, if you don't have to drive, certainly don't. These crews working really hard, but it is long and tedious and careful work. So if you don't have power yet, I guess just try to remain patient and know that these crews, as you mentioned, Aisha, they are out there in droves and they're doing their best.
You know, Savannah, it's such an interesting and important perspective as we watch one crew working on one line down from one tree, and you multiply that exponentially across the city, across the state. You can understand why Georgia Power says, hang with us. It's going to take some time. It's tedious work. They have to be very careful. These are live wires, right, Savannah? As you've just been watching this crew now for about 45 minutes behind you. And it was interesting, Savannah, the CEO was talking about how they're even using drones to assess the damage, maybe to see which areas one fix could have the greatest impact in terms of which line is impacting the most households out there and prioritizing those fixes.
Yeah, Cheryl, I think that's a really good point on several counts. First, that you're saying that, this is one guy with Georgia Power working on this. Generally, if we see a down tree on power lines, you see a multitude of crews out, many people at once, but clearly they have spread their resources. So it might be a little slower that the work is getting done, but it just kind of speaks to the magnitude of how many outages there are, how many trees there are down, how many power lines have been impacted. But I think it's also a good point when you're talking about identifying the power lines and the outages that are most critical. So right now, this one has been worked on for, again, since about 8 this morning, and it's connected to a lot of, and they just popped back on. If we could look at these traffic lights, this is the first time, and they're still flashing, and they're back off again, but it looks like they're testing them right now to try to get them back up. But this power line seems to be linked to an entire grid of traffic lights. Looks like our traffic signals just live now just went back up here on North Druid Hills Road. Looks like they're going to work now to clean this debris off of this road and open it back up. But it is really important for them to look at the grid and realize which power lines are the most significant and are going to cause the most danger. And when you're talking about 7, 8 traffic lights that are out because of this one line, this one right behind me was certainly priority. I see a lot of people driving through these back neighborhoods trying to get around these closures. I'll tell you, I tried to do the exact same in that North Druid Woods neighborhood, and there are at least 4 trees down in that neighborhood right now, and they don't even have crews working on them yet. Police just have the area blocked off. So it's definitely a matter of prioritizing those most important areas right now. But if you're blocked in, just be patient. We'll get to you eventually.
You gotta love live TV, Aisha. I never thought I'd be so happy to see a red light.
Yeah. The lights are back on, Savannah. Thank you for being out there and bringing that to us live. Let's go back to where we just witnessed those boat rescues happening in the Hanover West neighborhood. 11Alive's Liza Lucas just talked to some of those families who got off the boat. Liza, what can you tell us? Are those rescues complete there?
No, actually one is underway right now. They're bringing a family on shore. This family does not want to be on camera. We totally get that. They've been through a lot, so that's why we turned our camera away. I'm going to step out the shot just to again remind you of the proximity of the Hanover West neighborhood to Peachtree Creek and just let you look at how the water is flowing over here. It's really, sorry, I'll give you another better look over my shoulder. You can see the back fences right there about 100 feet away, and then there's the creek. Again, this is a neighborhood that flooded back in 2009, but hey, that's almost been 20 years now. A lot of people have moved here since then. These homes have been built up on stilts. So this was a scary moment. We talked to one mom who came off of a boat earlier. She's actually a local elementary school teacher named Maggie. Take a listen to her experience.
It was really probably about 5:30 or 6 a.m. this morning. When I fell asleep for a few hours around 2:30 or 3, and I really thought it was going down. At that point, based on the prediction I saw on one of our river websites, and so I was shocked when I got up again at about 5:30, 5:45, and saw that it was really getting closer to the house.
Can you tell us about your house? I know some houses are up over here. How's your home this morning?
Yeah, our house is on a crawl space, and so we know that's flooded, and our garage is flooded. Thankfully, my husband and my son moved the cars at about 3:30 this morning, and our sunroom runs along the back of the house, and that has water in it, but that's maybe about a foot or so, maybe 6 inches recessed from the rest of the house. So we're hoping it stays contained to that. I think that they are tired, a little excited. My daughter just got a bunch of messages from friends who saw her on the news. But we have a lot of family close by, so we'll be heading to my mom soon with lots of food and hopefully some rest, so we can all kind of decompress.
Neighbors seem to have been checking up on each other over the night. They're here waiting for you once you got off the boat.
We have the best neighbors, and we've had people from all over the area sending messages, and many I haven't got a chance to reply to. But yeah, our neighbors took really good care of us, and they always do. This is a great community, so we're very thankful for that.
The first responders coming out on a boat, I'm sure that's never in your wildest dreams when you went to bed last night.
That was, they were very impressive. They're very calm, professional, and we are so thankful they're here. Yeah.
At what point during the morning did you start realizing?
So again, you just have a little perspective about what this family went through overnight. This is just one family out of the many that we know were impacted by the flooding, whether it was Nancy Creek or Peachtree Creek or other areas around the metro. Flooding's been a top concern. Again, off camera right now, we have another boat coming up, bringing another family back on shore, away from their home, which they'll leave behind for a little while as they kind of go through the next step, which is wait for these floodwaters to recede and then figure out the next step from there in the cleanup process. But the community's on shore, guys. That's the best thing to see. And again, we're glad to see that and be present for that part of the story too. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, I guess as we all go through each layer of this together, it was like the preparation for Helene layer. It was bracing as Helene arrived. Now it's getting people safe. And then the next phase will be kind of what that woman was saying, will be the cleanup from the damage that happened inside homes.
Yeah, Liza, and this might possibly be the last people coming in, but that's what we were saying yesterday, was checking those insurance policies. We even did a verify about, is flooding actually covered under that insurance, and sort of getting all that paperwork and data together. So it sounds like Mom is going to have her work cut out for her, but just right now basking in the moment that the entire family is safe. But even if your home wasn't impacted this time, we are still in hurricane season, right? This might be a good reminder to get your affairs in order if we see this again.
That's right, but you know what? I got to give a shout out to Maggie, because she's an elementary school teacher. We know that whatever is coming her way, she's able to handle it. And her husband was telling me that, yes, they're all rattled by this circumstance and having to go through what they did, as are their neighbors and the many around Atlanta in the aftermath of Helene. But at the same time, it's going to be a good story when kids go back to school. They're never going to let her forget it. That's for sure.
All right. Liza Lucas, thanks a lot. We know you're going to stay there, assess the situation. A lot of new information is coming in. We just found out a fire station was damaged in Coffee County. There are still rescues happening. A lot more to cover for you as our special coverage continues.
Wrapping up special coverage as we officially go into 11Alive Midday News. The news is always on 11Alive Plus.
It's happening right now at Rooms To Go. $34 a month buys you this reclining sofa and reclining love seat in 3 colors. Just $13.77 or $34 a month. Interest-free for 42 months. Shop and save now at Rooms To Go.
Safety on our streets and justice in our courtrooms are under attack because of Kamala Harris's dangerous liberal values. She's tried to hide it, but Kamala helped fund a group that released assaulters, murderers, even a registered sex offender charged with terrorizing, threatening, and raping an 8-year-old girl.
My values have not changed.
Kamala Harris, still dangerously liberal, still dangerous for America. Make America Great Again, Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Small settlement? Can you even do that?
Small settlement is still a settlement.
Don't let them fool you. You deserve the maximum settlement. One call, that's all.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but...
Team 1-1!
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1, Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks.
The nightlife. The people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off.
11Alive News Midday starts now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to 11Alive Midday News here at 11. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. Right now, Georgia, Florida, surrounding states, all in recovery mode.
Helene has been downgraded to a tropical storm, but it is surely making its presence known in Georgia and has been all night. We are still under that flash flood emergency in our area. That is happening until 1 p.m. So some of the impacted cities there, Riverdale, East Point, Atlanta, Tucker, Decatur, there are nearly 1 million customers in the dark without power all across our state. And the storm is being blamed for at least 3 deaths in Georgia. The Pierce County Fire Department confirmed a firefighter was among those killed when a tree fell on his vehicle during the storm in Blackshear.
Governor Brian Kemp issued an executive order bringing in an additional 1,000 Georgia Guard troops to help with the recovery efforts. Governor Kemp releasing a statement this morning saying, as we continue to assess Helene's impact throughout Georgia, our hard-working response teams across the state are attending to casualties, widespread power outages, property damage, and flooding. And we expect to hear from Governor Kemp in just a few moments. So stay with us as he provides an update on the situation across the state. We know the southern part of the state was hit the hardest.
Floodwaters in communities across metro Atlanta today. Take a look at this video showing the moments Cobb County fire crews rescued a trapped driver inside a flooded out car. This happened off of Fontaine Road in Mableton. You can see the front of that car. It went down. It was almost completely submerged there in the water. Officials tell us you see any standing water, you come across the road, it has always been the message, turn around, don't even try it.
Well, the first responder literally carrying that gentleman out on his back. And this is video from West Club Drive in Atlanta. You see downed power lines there and downed tree branches. This is just off Peachtree Dunwoody Road. This is a scene we're seeing in so many neighborhoods across metro Atlanta.
In Fulton County, high water near Sagamore and Northside Drive at the Bobby Jones golf course that's kind of turned in a Bobby Jones lake a little bit. Let's check out some video sent in by an 11Alive viewer. There it is. If you know anything about this area off Northside Drive, it's beautiful. It's a lot of greenery. We can barely see the course right now because it is completely covered. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil has been with us around the clock as well, tracking this weather impact alert as we still are feeling the impact here, Chesley.
Yeah, and a lot of it is gone. As far as the rainfall goes, it's subsided. The winds will start to die down gradually as we head through the rest of the morning, but we still have an 11Alive weather impact day. All day long we'll be looking at this because the wind's still strong enough, those gusts still strong enough that they could knock down some trees. We're going to be dealing with this flooding for a long time. Flooding takes a long time to matriculate. You know, all that water that came down started pounding on the roads. Well, that's got to run somewhere, right? It goes back to our area creeks and streams, and so the flooding will continue to take place, folks, or be slow to recede. So also we could see more power outages because of those down trees. So be on the lookout for that as well. Make sure you have the necessary room, a place to go to, and have batteries there, things you need to keep life charged up, especially your phone, so you can get the alerts passed on to you as well. You're looking at the rain right now, not much at all. We had that very heavy rain we were talking about all night long, all morning long, and now that has begun to move up to the north along with the center of circulation, what's left over from Helene, starting to slide a little bit further to the north and moving very rapidly as well. A few sprinkles up here to the north, which you see down here to the south, not reaching the ground, but we're already saturated, of course. Even the clouds starting to break up just a little bit. We do have some low-level clouds around, so you're not going to see much in the way of sunshine. You may get a sliver or two, but that'll be it. Here's what we have left over from Cartacade over toward Juneau, Lewisville, over to Calhoun as well. You got some light sprinkles left over, maybe some areas of drizzle around the area. That's about it. Our rain is over for today. Once this gets out of the way, we don't have to worry about anything at all. It looks clear here in Atlanta, but we do have the low-level cloudiness that is over us. So again, you may see some breaks in the clouds, but for the most part, we're dealing with mostly cloudy skies. It's going to be a dreary afternoon, along with the winds that's going to be out there. Those gusts could be as high as 25 miles per hour at times. The storm itself is moving up to the north. You can see on the east side of it, we still have the severe weather, some severe thunderstorm warnings, and also a tornado warning over toward the Raleigh area. That's into North Carolina. We're on the back side of this, and so things are starting to dry out just a little bit for us, and so good sign there. But again, be alert over your surroundings because of those winds and the fact that trees probably beat up a little bit, certainly weighed down from all the rain, and so they still could fall. There's the storm right there, mainly up to just outside of our state now, pushing further further off to the north, moving at a rapid speed now, moving into the north at about 32 miles per hour, winds at 45 miles per hour, so it's holding on to its tropical storm characteristics, but will continue to slide to the north where it will continue to weaken and probably become post-tropical by this afternoon, and we'll be done with Helene finally out of the way. There's the winds. These are sustained winds. You're looking at winds up to about 20 miles per hour in some spots. In fact, just clocking one right now in Marietta at 21, 17 right now in Atlanta, and then you got them a little bit weaker down here to the south. And when we talk about the gust, we're talking about the gust in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range. A little stronger the further east you go, like Gainesville, you're at 31 mile per hour gust, 33 up here toward Clayton, where the center of circulation is a little bit closer to you. But again, we'll get better as it continues to pull up to the north. Also, in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains, the winds will be a bit stronger because of the elevation there. So again, be on the lookout. As far as the temperatures go, right now we're in the 60s, and I think we'll get to the low 70s, and that's where we'll park today, right around 73 degrees for your afternoon high temperature today. In fact, your forecast shows the rain just about over. We just have the sprinkles out there. We'll be right around 70 degrees by noon today. I think 73 will be our afternoon high temperature. Going to get better as we head into the weekend. Maybe you got some cleaning up to do. I know I certainly do. We'll talk more about that in the full forecast coming up, of course, and we'll lay out what you can expect as we head into next week. Perhaps you have some plans going on, and so we'll talk about that as we head into next week. Meteorologist Nicole talking about some of the power outages around the area.
Yeah, we've been tracking these really closely. It's a number that fluctuates a lot because we have a lot of crews that are out trying to fix the power outages, but we're still dealing with downed trees and downed power lines from the oversaturated ground. So this is a map of power outages across Georgia, the entire state, that takes into account all of the power companies, and the darker reds, the oranges, that's where the percentage of people without power is highest. So of course, it's the highest down into portions of South Georgia, out towards East Georgia, where they experience the hurricane force winds. The percentage of people not quite as high here in North Georgia, but when we switch it to just the Georgia power customers, this shows you based on the sheer number of people. So because we have so many customers through Fulton County that have Georgia Power, even though the percentage of people without power is only 5 to 10%, it's still a large number of people that is impacted. Right now across North Georgia, Georgia Power customers, they have nearly 2,700,000, and there are over 700,000 customers impacted. In Fulton County specifically, that's where we have 26,845 customers affected. We also have 42,000 customers affected in DeKalb County. Up towards Cobb County, just over 5,600 customers affected there. Out towards Clayton County, over 7,000 people currently without power. In Henry County, we have 4,545 people without power. And then up towards Gwinnett, just about 9,600 people without power. So impacts have been widespread when it comes to the power outages across North Georgia. As I said, this is a number that will change a lot over the course of the next few hours. We could see power outages that are repaired as crews get out on and fix some of those downed power lines that are working hard to make sure those power outages are restored. We also still have the risk for additional downed trees that could lead to more power outages throughout the day today. Cheryl.
All right, Nicole, thanks a lot. So our crews are on the ground, riding through Metro Atlanta, tracking all the damage.
We're going to go live to Bobeth Yates. Bobeth, tell us, what are you seeing on the roads right now?
Well, surprisingly, people are awake and they're not acting like there was a storm, okay? The roads are packed, even though it's still slippery and wet out here. Speeds are also pretty high. We're traveling around 60 miles an hour and we're seeing people speed around us. The good news, though, is there's not a lot of pooling, not a lot of flooding, but again, still wet, still slippery. So we're still advising people to slow down. But let me show you what we're looking at. So this is 85 southbound. We're passing Shallowford right now, but you can see a lot of folks are out. You know, the road's almost like, again, I won't say quite as our normal heavy traffic, but you can see the volume has continued to build progressively in the last few hours. And folks are not heeding any warnings when it comes to speed. Definitely, you know, traveling in very fast speeds as we head south on 85 back into town. But we've been all over the area, and what we've noticed is on many of the major highways, while the highways themselves are clear, off to the side you can see some downed trees that either have been moved off the roadway or did not make it to the roadway, like fell off in the side. So it looks like things are really good over here. Of course, we'll continue to follow this and drive in some areas and bring you more updates from the damage that we have seen. Sending it back to you guys in the studio, ladies.
All right, Babette, thank you. Liza Lucas joining us in the Hanover West neighborhood in Buckhead, where we've seen water rescues happening all morning, Liza, as those homeowners were stranded inside as those floodwaters came rushing in. What are we seeing right now?
Well, the good news is the team seems to be wrapping up. Now, they are here on site. We want to give them a little shout out for the hard work that they've done. So I'm going to get out of the way here, and you can see that swift water rescue team from Atlanta Fire. I know they're exhausted. They've been out really bringing in homeowners, not only here in Hanover West, but really the different parts of Atlanta where Peachtree Creek has just swollen overnight and just gone way beyond what we really anticipated. I know Chesley talked about it being 3 feet above flood stage. Well, the good news, since we've been here over the course of the last 2 hours, we've seen several boats, several families come out of their homes. One family we talked with, they said they were kind of monitoring the situation over the course of the night, and then around 5 a.m., that's when they noticed, this is not going down. The river is not subsiding, and so that's when things got a little more dire. But on the whole, everybody seems to be doing relatively well. The neighbors have been great out here. The whole neighborhood, or not the whole neighborhood, but a big chunk of the Hanover West neighborhood has been on standby, talking to each other, supporting each other, ready for these families as they get off the boat, making sure everybody's okay. So overall, it's been a good situation. I talked with one of the families that got up, and they said that the good news is that it's just stuff. It could have been much worse. Everybody is essentially okay. And so that's the good news story that we have here in Hanover West after the aftermath of Helene. And it was a significant one, guys.
All right, Liza, thank you. And you are in Atlanta, where we saw a lot of floodwaters come in areas that it happens pretty frequently. Let's go to Caitlin Ross now. She was actually at the press conference with Mayor Andre Dickens inside that Joint Operations Center. Caitlin, we're going to talk more about the vast efforts that we are seeing there from the city in this response.
Yeah, the mayor talking about
exactly
how much work they did overnight and what they're expecting the rest of the day.
Caitlin.
Right, exactly, Cheryl and Aisha. Mayor Dickens opened by saying he was so grateful that, incredibly, in the city of Atlanta, even though we saw tremendous flooding, trees coming down, limbs coming down, power outages, there was no loss of life and no significant injuries. Now, if you put that in the context of how many people had to be rescued, saved from their homes, their cars, it's amazing that people weren't more seriously injured. He did take a moment to acknowledge, though, that there was serious injury and fatalities across the state, but here within the city limits, he says, really, people were protected. They did stay inside. They did heed those warnings. And he says that's going to continue through today. It's really important that people continue to stay safe, because even though it's not raining right now, all of the rain that we got is making the ground really wet, really loose. And he anticipates more trees are going to come down. There are going to be more power outages. So he says you really want to continue to stay alert throughout this afternoon. Take a listen.
All of the crews that were out there, from fire rescue to Georgia Power to APD, Public Works, our Parks and Recreation Forestry crew, the DOT folks that have to block off roads, they were all in danger throughout the night. And so we make sure that they take safety precautions. We make sure that they're definitely making sure that they think about safety first while they try to render care to someone else. And we're thankful that we have not had any reports of any of our employees experiencing any medical issues.
And so that message of safety first was really what he hit on over and over again. He says the city went really hard in making sure that people who are unhoused in the city were safe last night. They actually went around providing transportation, getting those folks into shelters, or actually using the AMC campus to make sure that they were out of the elements, that they had somewhere to sleep for the night. For today, he knows a lot of people still don't have power. So I thought this was interesting. They're actually taking 4 mobile units. They're going to deploy them around the city, and people can go charge their devices places there. They can make a call, get dry, get some access to some snacks, some water. And so they're going to publish those areas where those 4 trucks are going to be a little bit later today. But he says this is nowhere near done, and the city is going to continue to stay on alert. In that joint operations center, they had dozens and dozens of people. He said 20 different departments working together, and they're going to continue to work together until we're really past all of this. Cheryl and Aisha?
All right, Caitlin, thank you. As we move on to other parts in the city of Atlanta where we saw those flood waters just really take over certain areas, let's get to 11Alive's Ariana Manise out there.
Near the intersection of Alton Road and Woodward Way, and behind me is Peachtree Creek, and it looks like Peachtree River at this hour. Now, neighbors, they've been coming out here all morning, really stunned to see this area like this. One neighbor says the last time she saw it like this was back in 2009, and she said it took days for the water to recede. But she says she's never seen it to this point right here. She did acknowledge that this is what they call a floodplain, and as we were building up to any impacts from Helene, neighbors, they were warned that they were in this area and that the creek could rise, but they did not expect it for it to get to this point. Now, there's a car over here in this area. It is in the Betty Young Park. We're learning that someone had to be rescued from that car overnight. There is a home kind of further back in this area. Someone had to be rescued from that home overnight. And also there is a home kind of a little further down the road. We're learning that a neighbor, she said around 3 a.m. this morning, firefighters knocked on her door for permission to go through her backyard, cut through her fence to rescue someone from the home behind this area. Now, just to give you some perspective to where we are, we're in the Peachtree Battle area, and behind this creek is the Bobby Jones Golf Course. And you see this water just swiftly moving through this area. People are just coming by, just really shocked at this point because they did not expect this water to rise to this point. One man, he called it the 100-year flood because he says, like I mentioned, they have not seen the water rise to this point since 2009. We're going to continue to try to talk to some neighbors to see their perspective of this area. But as I mentioned, at least 3 water rescues we can confirm from this area. Everyone, they were able to make it out safely from this point. Back to you.
Ariana, and I'm thinking about all those families because as saturated as the soil is, all the water we see there behind you, it's going to take some time to recede because there's just nowhere for it to go. The water's, can't absorb into soil that's already drenched.
Yeah, that's right, Cheryl. And one young lady I spoke to, she says that up until this point, the creek was pretty low. She says that they hadn't had some rain in some days. So they did not, once again, they did not expect the creek to rise to this point and turn into a Peachtree River. So pretty much just a sense of a shock at this point.
All right, and requiring some patience in the days ahead. Ariana, thanks a lot.
A woman is recovering in the hospital today after officials say a tree fell on her home in Spalding County and it caused the roof to collapse. They say neighbors actually heard that loud boom and then heard her cries out for help, so they called 911. Look how big that tree is. You can barely see the house. First responders were able to get that woman out of there, and thankfully she is expected to be okay. Well, sadly, this storm system turned deadly. 2 people are dead after a possible tornado hit the city of Alamo. That is just southeast of Warner Robins. The sheriff says the possible tornado is a result of Hurricane Helene. Now, we do know that there are at least 6 deaths from the storm all across the southeast, including Florida and North Carolina.
11Alive Savannah Levins is indicator for us today where several communities are dealing with downed trees and power outages. Savannah, what you are seeing is playing out in pockets all over Metro Atlanta and all over the state, that recovery effort to try to get the lights back on.
Yeah, that's right. And I can tell you, as homeowners are dealing with power outages, drivers are having to navigate a lot as well. Within a 1-mile radius of where I am right now at North Druid Hills Road and Stone Mountain Freeway, I've seen at least half a dozen trees down, many of them on power lines. In fact, the traffic lights behind me just came on on in the last 30 minutes. Let me step aside so that you can see this tree down. Now, this particular tree is not on power lines, and we've been talking about how Georgia Power is really trying to prioritize the trees that are impacting lines. There was a tree down just half a mile down the road here on a bunch of lines that took down all of these traffic lights as well, causing certainly a dangerous situation for drivers. Right now here going onto Stone Mountain Freeway, drivers are trying to navigate around this tree, several others nearby as well. And I also want to pan over to this side here. This, you guys, is South Fork Peachtree Creek. Creek being the operative word there. You can see how quickly that water is moving. Generally, right here, it's about a trickle, if that. You're certainly not seeing these rapids like you're seeing right now. You can kind of see the water line at one point was even higher than this, and there are homes along this creek right here. It does not appear that any have seen any significant flooding that would require any sort of water rescue, but I do know homeowners over here, many of them experienced some water in their basements, some minor flooding in their yards, things like that as well. But certainly Georgia Power crews working right now to get that power back on. In DeKalb County, 41,000 customers without power right now. It was about 44,000 3 hours ago. So they're going slow and steady trying to get this power back. The city of Decatur has about 733 people without power right now, and that's a relatively small amount. DeKalb, the power outages are affecting about 13% of all customers, so certainly not everyone, but that number is slowly going down now that the rain has kind of cleared out and the winds are dying down a bit. But that power outage we saw just down the street where the trees were on the lines there, we saw one Georgia Power lineman working on that thing for about 4 hours. So you can tell that Georgia Power crews are really spread thin right now, but they are out in earnest trying their best to find those priority areas and get the power back on. In the meantime, I've seen a lot of people making mistakes out on the roads here. You're gonna come across trees, you're gonna come across standing water. I've seen a car try to go through standing water and nearly get stuck and have to turn around. Unfortunately, not all of those areas are blocked off yet, so you're gonna have to use discretion. And when you're coming across these trees, follow the guidance of the police officers who are here on the scene. I actually saw a police officer pull someone over who tried to drive over power lines. Now, luckily, those power lines were not live, so that person wasn't injured, but it so easily could have been a very dangerous, even deadly situation. Do not drive over power lines. It is illegal. If you come across a traffic light that is out, we've seen a lot of that, treat it as a four-way stop. These are all just important reminders if you do have to go out today. Now, the good news, you guys, a lot of schools and businesses closed for the day, getting a lot of alerts as a resident myself of this area that a lot of businesses have closed down. So we're not seeing nearly as many cars as we would see on this stretch of North Druid Hills on a Friday afternoon as we normally would. So that's certainly good. Stay inside if you can, guys, and please just be patient if you do have your power out. Make sure you're safe, but know that these crews are out here working on it.
All right, we just have a few scattered showers left over. All that heavy rain that fell in our area is now out of the way. Good news there. Sort of a sigh of relief, right? But we still have to be weather aware thanks to the winds that's out there. We have some gusty winds around, ground saturated, as we've been mentioning, all night long, all morning long. And so some of the weakened trees could still fall over because of those wind gusts. And so that's what we have to watch out for. Even if you're going out or planning to go out and assess your land or your area or your home, you definitely need to be on the lookout for some of those winds around that could blow some of those loose limbs as well. You notice in the Atlanta metro area, it looks like we got a break from even the clouds, but we still have some low-level cloudiness out there. We'll start up here to the north where we have just a few sprinkles. You can see over toward Gilmer County, over toward Carter Cay, Calhoun, and Gordon County as well. We do have a few light sprinkles there over toward Lafayette, down toward Somerville. Rome starting to clear out a little bit. You notice again down here to the south, our rain is over. We're done with it. Yep. You may get a sprinkle or two. That's about it. We have some low-level cloudiness around, and that will continue to be the case as we head through the rest of the afternoon. The storm system itself is pushing further off to the north. Still a tropical storm, but pushing off to the north. The severe weather has been over toward the east of us and now pushing into parts of North Carolina. Still having tornadoes in that area there. We're on the back side of this, so low threat for that. In fact, no threat for the rest of the afternoon. We're fine. There's a better look at the storm now. Packing winds up to 45 miles per hour. Continue to move to the north at about 32 miles per hour, so very fast mover. It will continue to dissipate, join with another area of low pressure further off to the north, where it looks like it's just meandering around. It kind of joins with another area of low pressure up there. Our winds starting to die off just a little bit. Now, they'll still be with us. These are sustained winds in the teens for the most part. We had them in the 20s. You're still looking at 21 mile per hour wind there in Marietta. When we talk about the gust, we're talking about gusts in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range. The further east you go, they get a little bit higher, like up toward Clayton, nearer to the center of circulation. You got a 33 mile per hour gust. And the higher up you go into the elevation, those winds get a little bit gusty as well. Looking at temperatures right now, we're in the 60s, 70-degree mark right there in Covington. That's your warm spot so far this afternoon. I think we'll all heat up into the low 70s for highs, right around 73 degrees for a forecast high temperature for today. Flooding, really the issue for us, and it's going to continue around the area. Notice down to the south, a lot of that watch has been shaved off, but we still have the warnings that's in the red that you see right there. That water still running off, and so it's going to continue to swell our area, creeks and streams, so be on the lookout. Severe weather threat over. We had a light green shade over us. The rain itself will be up here to the north, and again, that will be ending as well. Forecast track model shows us that the rain pushing further off to the north. You notice it trying to give us a few breaks in the clouds. You may get a sliver of sunshine or two, but don't look for too much. We'll hold on to a 20% chance this afternoon for an isolated shower or two up here to the north. Now, it's going to be this way for the next couple of days as that area of low pressure continues to spin around. So we'll get some sunshine early on, but then the clouds will overtake us, and we'll have about a 20% chance for a sprinkle or two for Saturday afternoon. We'll do the same on Sunday. Start you off with some sun, and then once we get to the afternoon, the clouds start to overtake us, and we'll have a sprinkle or two around the forecast area. We'll see those temperatures gradually warming up as we go as well, and I think these clouds will continue to clear out as that area of low pressure continues to dissipate up to the north, and we'll get some sunshine back into the forecast area where we'll see our temperatures really start to warm up. Our 11Alive weather impact today continues because of the rain that because of the wind that we have around, and again, it could knock over some trees, so we have to be aware. 77 degrees for you Saturday, Sunday up to 79. We're going to hit those 80s as we start the work week next week. We'll start off with partly sunny skies and then nothing but sunshine for the rest of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the temperatures will hang out in the low 80s, right around 81 degrees or 80 degrees. That's about where we should be for this time of year, so we'll finally get back there again as we head into next week. But the weekend looks way better than what we have been over the last couple of days, so really it's a nice change for us and a chance to really dry out. Now, I will say that the wind does act as a drying agent, so by tomorrow things should have begun to recede, and our roadways and sidewalks should begin to dry up by then, and it'll be nice to finally get back into some of those 80s instead of the 70s that we've had or will have over the next couple of days. Guys, back to you.
Chesley, thanks a lot. So as we continue to monitor Helene, you can watch free extended weather coverage always on 11Alive Plus. It's a free download on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. You can also stay weather aware always with our 11Alive mobile app in case your power goes out. We know a lot of people have experienced this in the last 12 hours. Just scan this QR code on your screen so that you always have the information you need right in the palm of your hand.
All right, more damage should get across the area. A closer look in Cobb County right now.
Rebecca Lindstrom joining us from the Paces Ferry area. Rebecca, a lot of trees down there.
Absolutely. In fact, just getting into this neighborhood, we had to take a couple different turns in order to dodge some of those trees and the blocked roads. But where I am right now, I am in a residential neighborhood just off of Paces Ferry Drive. That's actually the name of this dead-end street. And it's hard to believe that this really is a residential street because, like so many other scenes that you have seen this morning, it looks more like a river. And while this area is known for being prone to flooding, most of the homeowners that we've talked with say they're able to get their cars out of the way onto higher ground. Clearly, at least one car owner not able to do that in time. Spoke with some family of the individuals that live here at this house. They say that it has flooded at least 4 times, the worst being in 2009. A lot of people remember the flooding that happened in this very month that year. And since then, these homes, they've known to try to get ready and prepare for flooding situations like this. We have some video that I hope we're able to show you right now. It is a gentleman who is actually coming from his house at the end of this street by kayak so that he could get his dog to dry land. You hear the generators going in the background. The homes in this area, we're told most of them are raised up, so the water that has flooded into these houses is mainly in the basement area or where those cars would be parked. So people, again, they don't want this kind of flooding, but the sense that we are getting is that this neighborhood is very well prepared for what happened. Now, if we kind of walk up the street here, you can see that there are just all these cars. Again, these are the cars that were parked so that they could get out of the way, to get out of the flooding. On the other side of this berm is probably the biggest icon of this area, and that is the restaurant Canoe. That parking lot completely submerged. We had a chance to talk with an employee earlier today about what that was like and what that area normally looks like, and she just said, usually we've got the patio tables that are out, we've got a beautiful garden landscape area, and all of that has just been taken over by the river, which is moving high, it is moving fast. It has flooded the football fields that are on the school on the other side, and so people just coming out to this area, even though they might have seen it before, they just want to compare, and that is really the conversation that's happening right now. Better than 09, worse than 09. The general sense is that this is better, although anytime you've got to clean up from a mess like this, it is certainly a headache. All information that we've been able to get, though, at this point is that everyone is safe, and it's just that property damage that folks are going to have to be dealing with in the days ahead. Back to you.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. That is an area a lot of people know very well. Let's take you to Sandy Springs right now. Police asking everyone to please stay off the roads. Scenes like this are everywhere. They are also experiencing very, very high call volumes, calls coming in to 911 about fallen trees. This incident you see right here happened on Johnson Ferry at Climbers Way. Thankfully, the driver of this vehicle was not injured. That person did make it out. Unfortunately, natural disasters and severe weather can really create opportunities for scammers to prey on people who might be vulnerable.
We see this every time, don't we? Scammers using several ways to try to take your money. They try to phone you, send you a text, they reach out to you in the mail, email, even go door to door and target residents affected by hurricane damage and storm damage. Florida Chief Financial Officer and State Fire Marshal Jimmy Petronas warned of scam attempts that will probably happen soon after the severe weather.
They will be canvassing the neighborhoods pre-staged better than the utility companies, and they will go from door to door because you're vulnerable. Maybe you don't have electricity, maybe you have limited access to the internet, but they will essentially get you to sign a document, whether it's called an assignment of benefits or a directional of payments. They will essentially take over your insurance claim because you're in a vulnerable place. Maybe you have a tree on your house, maybe you got damage to your roof, and then you're panicking because you want to get as much service to save your house as much as possible, and these predators know that.
There's a specific warning today in Carroll County. The sheriff's office wants you to be sure not to fall victim to fake roofing contractors and people who are claiming to be specialists in tree removal. So here are some things to watch out for. The person has to have a physical business address or license. They may ask you for payment or your personal information up front. You don't want to do that. They may also have fake reviews and no real online presence. That's a red flag to keep in mind. To protect yourself, be sure to contact your insurance company to verify the claims. Get a number of different quotes from trusted contractors.
We are getting a closer look at the devastation in Florida. You can see high floodwaters and a fire happening. This video from Pasco and Hillsborough counties there, that bridge on fire. A lot of those homes there as well. I couldn't even actually tell through all the smoke if it was homes or a bridge there where that fire actually happened.
Take a look at how the storm's impacting cities across our state. This is heavy rain and wind in Augusta this morning as Helene was coming through. We've been talking about how the southern part of the state hit the hardest and will have the most work to do in terms of recovery.
An important note to people in Atlanta about trash pickup. If your pickup day was scheduled for today, that is, of course, going to be suspended. They'll try to make it back out tomorrow. The city is urging you not to put your trash, recycling, or yard debris bins out on the curb. Instead, pickup day will be Saturday, weather permitting. In a press conference earlier, the mayor said go to cityofatlanta.gov to get the latest on that.
Chelsea, you've been taking us through every little twist and turn of this, 2-day event now.
Yeah, you know, and the path played in our favor, believe it or not. We were talking about that path and whether or not it would come really close to the Atlanta metro area, and each run was bringing it closer, and it decided to stay away. We're not mad at it, right? Absolutely. The rain for us is just about over, folks, except to our far north, but we're still having all-day weather impact alert for you because of the winds that will be out there. Now, the winds gusting up to about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Because of the weakened trees, weakened limbs, that can still cause some problems for us, of course, and the flooding as well. So we're looking at the possibility for downed trees and also flooding that will continue to take place. Flooding is a slow phenomena, okay? And so that's going to be around as well. So you need to pay attention, especially if you're going to be out and about, maybe assessing some of the damage around your home. And if trees fall, of course, power still could be out in some areas. So make sure you have the necessary things you need in case the power goes out. Take advantage of the daylight while you can. If you can get out and get some things done, maybe go around until the power comes back on in the car. Charge your phone up if you have to. Notice the rain pushing well up to the north of us. We have a few sprinkles left over. That's about it. Huge system. All right, that came in as a Category 4 hurricane, now down to tropical storm with winds only around 45 miles per hour. A few showers up here to the north. They're very light. Sprinkles at best. Places like Carter Cay, Ludeville, over into Mossy Creek and Helen as well. Down here toward the metro area, not much going on. We do have the clouds in place, and what you see off to the west, haven't seen any reports of any rain, but there could be some drizzle as well. For the most part, we're going to stay on the dreary side today. You may get a break or two in those clouds. Don't expect to see much sunshine at all today. That won't break out until we get to tomorrow. Notice the severe side of the storm, the east side of this, still producing tornadoes up there in North Carolina. The center of circulation right about there, starting to slide into parts of North Carolina, but will eventually move into parts of Tennessee, where it will start to go back to the west just a little bit and join in with a area of low pressure that's over there, but really won't bother us much at all. Now it's moving up to the north and weakening as it goes, and a very fast mover. When it was moving, its forward speed started out about 25 miles per hour, now up in the 30 mile per hour range. In fact, 32 miles per hour, moving up to the north. The storm continues to climb and getting away from us. But again, some of this wraparound that you see that's moving into northern parts of Mississippi, into Alabama, will move into our area as well. And so for our northernmost counties, you still could get a sprinkle or two this afternoon, and I think that will carry us into tomorrow. Here's the latest from the storm right now. Again, winds up to 45 miles per hour, I should say down now to 45 miles per hour, moving to the north at 32 miles per hour. Bulk of the energy was over toward the east, and that continues to be the case as it begins to fan out a little bit as the storm will continue to weaken, impacting the mountains as we speak. In fact, when we talk about the mountains, talk about our wind gusts being anywhere between 25 and 35 or 30 miles per hour. And the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains, that's going to be in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. And so we'll be watching for that as we head through the rest of the afternoon as well. Again, that could down some trees as well. Lots of water. When we talk about the totals, in fact, the National Weather Service has put out that they're working on rounding up the totals, the rainfall totals. A lot of work to do. And they're looking at the wind gusts as well. Some of the higher wind gusts have been down to the south. Around I-16, we've been seeing wind gusts up to 94, 92 miles per hour. Remember that it came in as a Category 4 hurricane and held on to its hurricane status as it moved through a lot of our southern towns. And so a lot of destruction down to the south of us. Fortunately for us, it began to weaken and it stayed a little further over toward the east. So we were on the back side of this system with the weaker winds. And so that was good for us. All right. So we'll continue to monitor this as we go. Winds right now are in the teens for the most part. 21 mile per hour wind. These are sustained winds, not gusts, but sustained winds. And so they're in the teens. But the gusts will get a little bit higher. So you're looking at gusts anywhere between 25 and 30 miles per hour. The further east you go, those winds, the wind gusts get a little bit higher. So you look at Gainesville, for example, has a 31 mile per hour gust, 33 mile per hour gust up into Clayton. Things settling down just a little bit further down to the south again as that area of low pressure down starts to pull a little further away from us. Temperature-wise, if you're going out, may want to grab a jacket. We're in the 60s right now, right around 68 degrees with the cloud cover that we have and that rain that we had. Temperature's not going to change all that much. much, and you're not going to get many breaks in these clouds to get the sunshine in. So I think we'll only heat up into the low 70s for highs for this afternoon. I'm thinking right around 73 degrees for a forecast high temperature for today. That'll be our high, again, with a few slivers of sunshine. Decided to put that in there just to show you that. Flooding, an issue for us. Now, you'll notice that the Weather Service is starting to cut back the warnings a little bit. Now that the rain is gone, we have time now for what has piled up to begin to recede, especially on the roadways, and that will happen for us. We saw that earlier this morning when we were looking at Liza's shot and Ariana's shot, where they had standing water a good couple of feet. And then as the rain began to subside, it began to go down. And then the rain came back and it began to go up again. And so we'll start to see it recede. And so you're going to see right on through the afternoon, this red area that's over the metro area begin to shrink down just a little bit. What's going to continue to grow is these light green little specks that you see. Those are the rivers and creeks around our area. That's going to continue to grow. And a lot of them are well above flood stage. And so we'll be watching for that as well. But the area where we have the flash flood warning, that will continue to shrink down. And again, some of our area creeks and streams will continue to swell their banks. And so we have to look out for those, especially if you live in a flood prone area or by a creek or stream. You definitely need to be on the lookout for flooding waters. Again, a slow phenomenon, so it's going to take some time for that to begin to recede. Outside of that, we have the flood watch. It has been reduced down to the south. If you go south of Macon, we don't have that in the area any longer, but we still have it up here to the north because of the runoff that we're anticipating. This flood watch will last until Friday evening, and then things will start to get better from there. We were talking about severe weather, the possibility of it. It has been all over toward the east of us because of the track of the storm. We didn't much have to worry about that. Now, you'll notice that light green shade that's over toward our north east. You'll notice that light green shade just means a general threat for severe weather. I don't think we'll see much of that at all. Just the rain. In fact, now sprinkles, light rain at best will be around for the afternoon. Here's the forecast track model. You can follow along with me, but the time right there at the top of the screen, it shows light precipitation this morning, or right now at least, gets out of the way as it continues to push further off to the north. We'll get a few breaks in those clouds, but we are looking at the low-level cloudiness, so that continues to be the case in the area. Once we head into Saturday, that's when you'll see a little bit of sunshine at first, and then more clouds will move into the area with a few sprinkles around, and that's the way it will be as we head through the afternoon. Let's talk more about the flooding now. Go over to meteorologist Nicole Harford to give us the latest.
Thanks, Chesley. We are closely monitoring that flooding that is ongoing across North Georgia. This is our flood gauges. This is how we monitor the flood stage across many of the streams, creeks, rivers that go through not only Metro Atlanta, but all of North Georgia. The ones that are highlighted in purple, those are the ones that are either in major flood stage already or are forecast to go into major flood stage within the next couple hours as we continue to see runoff. Of course, one of the big ones we've been watching is Peachtree Creek. Good news there is that it does look like it has crested. You can see right here it crested at just above 23.5 feet. The current flood stage is still at 22.35 feet. So it's receded almost a full foot. Now, that said, it's still in major flood stage and it will take some time for that water to completely recede. This is Nancy Creek that we've also been watching closely. This has not yet started to recede. It's still at about 22.5 feet. The major flood stage considered 20 feet. So more than 2 feet above the major flood stage. And this has started to even out, which gives us hope that there will be a crest taking place either right now or in the near future. And then the water there may start to recede. Another one that I've been watching is the Chattahoochee River at US 41. That's up to currently 23.8 feet, which is nearly 4 feet above what is considered the major flood stage. This one is still on the rise. And another one that I'm watching really closely is the Chattahoochee River at Georgia 280. This is actually currently only in the moderate flood stage, but it is forecast to crest within the next couple hours as all that runoff comes. This is downstream from a lot of the areas where we are currently seeing flooding. And that just goes to show that even though the rainfall has ended, we will continue to deal with this flooding through the next couple hours and maybe even into tonight and tomorrow morning in some locations.
Nicole, thanks so much. It is about a quarter till noon on a day that everyone knew would have a great big impact from Florida, 5 states wide, and much of Georgia.
We are standing by waiting for Governor Brian Kemp to bring us an update on the widespread damage from Helene across the state. Until we get there, we do want to show you some more damage that we are seeing across the community, Cheryl.
Yeah, a Clayton County police officer is recovering this morning after a tree fell on his patrol vehicle. We'll show you those pictures in a little bit. First, we want to check in with Here it is. This is a patrol vehicle. The Clayton County Police Department says the officer had finished his shift, was driving home on Highway 138 when that tree crashed on his car. The officer is okay, had some minor injuries, was taken to just get checked out. But when you look at the damage on that patrol car, you understand why Clayton County was thankful and relieved that that officer is okay. That tree fell on the front of the car. Seconds later, it could have been a very different story.
Yeah, local creeks could not catch a break today. Check out these high waters. This is coming from West Atlanta from earlier this morning. This is video from Utoy Creek, which runs right under Fulton Industrial Boulevard near Westgate Drive. That water coming up pretty high, making its way almost to the road. The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office is advising people to stay off the road in that community. You're looking at some photos of the damage left behind there. Right now, Guillermo Ferry Road and Ball Ground is closed after this tree fell. Union Hill Road is also closed due to flooding.
Downed trees in the Paces Ferry neighborhood in Atlanta causing a lot of problems. We wanted to share these pictures from that area. Some of these branches crossing 2 lanes there, and what you really see is how those wires of the power lines are tangled up in those tree branches. It's why Georgia Power has 1,700 crews dispatched as we speak, trying to address widespread outages in and around Metro Atlanta and other parts of the state as well. We also want to share this picture from Clayton County Police. It's flooding on Garden Walk Boulevard and Upper Riverdale Road. The water is deep and it's going to take some time to recede. We've been talking about how saturated the ground is all around the metro area after a day and a half of steady rain. So it's going to take some time for the water to go down.
Yeah, and we sort of got a preview over the last day or so. This is a look in Decatur here, showing downed trees on North Druid Woods Court. Also some flooding there in that community. And we had our NBC reporter Jay Gray there in Florida, sort of giving us a preview of what was to come our way. And that is exactly what we got, the high wind and rain, Cheryl. All right, we're actually going to pivot, Cheryl.
Yeah, the governor is walking to the podium to give us an overview of what has happened statewide. Let's listen in to Governor Brian Kemp.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Sorry we're running just a few minutes late. We had a lot of information coming in that we want to just make sure and give you all the latest. Got Director Stallings and the GEMA team who's been working hard here in the SOC, General Wilson, Georgia National Guard, our Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper and his team, Insurance Commissioner John King and his team, obviously Russell McMurray, Department of Transportation, and Colonel Hitchens with the Georgia State Patrol and Department of Public Safety with us up here today. As you have seen overnight, the storm actually moved a little different than was predicted on a path from Valdosta to Augusta, which if you were in that path or certainly on the right side or the dirty side of that storm, it was a very hard hit. The rest of the state on the west side or left side of the storm, even though they were not unscathed, they weren't taking the brunt that a lot of other folks did with the high winds, even though we've had a lot of flooding in Metro Atlanta and other places around the state. But we caught a little bit of a break for some parts of the state in that regard. Early this morning, we had wind gusts over 90 miles an hour that were measured in South Georgia, a Cat 2 hurricane. Actually, 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts were measured in Alma, Georgia, and Bacon County. At this time, this has been a deadly storm. We've had 11 confirmed fatalities. I would ask all Georgians, like the Kemp family's doing, to keep these folks and these communities in your thoughts and prayers. We know that one of those was a first responder. When we ask people to stay off the roads and be patient, it's because we are trying to get to people. It is a very dangerous environment. and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others. We're also trying to get to multiple structures right now that we know have individuals inside that we're unable to communicate with. We'll have to literally cut our way into situations like this. A good example is the Maryland Search and Rescue Team who's here with us. I want to thank them for that. In Valdosta have identified 115 structures that are heavily damaged that we know there are multiple people trapped inside. Again, we just want to urge people, especially in those areas, to be patient. We have a lot of people calling us because they may have a tree across their road and their neighborhood may be blocked. But our priority is getting to medical emergencies and facilities like hospitals, nursing homes, and others that need critical help and don't have power. Georgia DOT is reporting 152 road closures across the state and at least 2 interstate closures currently. I-16 in Lawrence County and then I-20 just outside of Augusta in McDuffie County. We have 1,300 traffic signals that are out. Crews are actively assessing the damage and working to restore access where it's safe. And certainly Commissioner McMurray can answer any other questions, but they are still assessing at this point, so we know we'll get more information later in the day. We are deploying generators, especially in the Valdosta area, to help power traffic signals. From DOT's perspective, some of the Northwest Georgia crews, the damage wasn't quite as bad on the roads. They're now shifting to South Georgia to help our hardest hit areas. We are in pretty good shape on bridges around the state, which is good, and our port, while it has limited operations, it is operational and has been the entire storm. One thing to note up in Northeast Georgia in Rabun County, there's going to be a water release out of Lake Rayburn because of the flooding that's happening. We are evacuating folks downstream from that so they're not cut off from the rest of the community. If they don't leave now, they're going to be stuck there for at least a day or multiple hours, and Director Stallings can give you more information on that. But just be aware that there's going to be a water release in Lake Rayburn. We've had some 911 disruptions, as you can imagine. There's a lot of 911 facilities. Even the State Operations Center here earlier has had issues with power, and we know that's the case around the state. Power outages, we have 1 million customers that are currently, or 1 million meters, much more customers, but 1 million meters that are without power. Our utility companies are working as we speak. They literally started going in behind the storm as soon as day broke. We remain in constant contact with our utility providers in that regard. Georgia Power has roughly 10,000 personnel responding, and our EMCs have literally thousands that are doing the same, and we thank them for that. We have 17 shelters open across the state housing 1,100 people. A shelter in Coffee County lost its roof. Resources are being deployed to assist them to ensure their safety. South Georgia Medical Center in Valdosta, the hospital down there, is without power. Their emergency generator had a tree fall on it, so it knocked out their generator capacity. We and Georgia Power are both responding with an emergency generator, and Georgia Power is working hard to get the power back on there. We've had a severe agriculture impact that is still being assessed. Commissioner Harper is going to speak to that shortly, but we know we've had flattened poultry houses and certainly a lot of row crop damage and nut tree damage. Search and rescue operations, our teams are currently in the field and will continue to be providing assistance to the communities that were hit hardest by the storm. Just to recap resources that we have right now, I mentioned a lot of this yesterday, but we authorize up to 500 of the Georgia National Guard. General Wilson will talk a little bit about that here in just a second. We deployed 250 of them before Helene made landfall. Earlier today, as you know, I authorized a further 1,000 guardsmen, and we've deployed already an additional 250 of those. And so we have 500 in the field as we speak, and we'll call the rest as needed and as requested. They have 20 mobile cut teams, 8 heavy equipment teams, and we're also moving pods around for supply distribution. Department of Public Safety, all troopers and officers remain available. Currently, right now, we're having a hard time getting to places, so we got to get our chainsaw cut teams to continue working to free up roads, but we'll have those resources moving as soon as it's safely to do so. We're moving troop deployments from northwest Georgia again to south once more roads are clear. We're currently assessing by air. It took us a little while to get the choppers up and drones up because of the winds, and then also a low ceiling this morning. So we'll continue to get more information in regards to that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to General Wilson, then we'll hear from Commissioner Harper, and then we can take your questions. General.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Hey, well, good morning. So a lot of hard work happening across the state, at the local, state, and the federal level. As the governor stated, currently we have about 500 soldiers and airmen across the state that are providing response after the hurricane. Some of the missions that we're currently doing include route and debris clearance teams, and we're doing that in an effort to try to get the pathways cleared so that we can get the power turned back on as quickly as possible. And we're doing that with lots of engineers. We've got high water vehicles that are providing support to that mission as well. We've got liaison teams that are embedded in numerous counties across the state, helping to assist with coordination efforts for further response. We're transporting critical supplies also across the state. Some of those missions include generators, water, and food, and we'll continue to do that as long as we need to. And then really for the next 12 to 24 hours, we're going to be doing a lot of assessing just to determine what other response that we can provide to the local communities and to the state. Sure.
Well, good morning. From an agricultural perspective, our team, obviously with our sister agencies across the state, has been very involved in beginning the assessment of damage that we've seen. I just want to say thanks to the governor and the remarkable leadership of our team here at GEMA Homeland Security and our state agencies and our friends at the National Guard for work that's been done so far. But there's a lot of work still left to be done. There's a lot of assessment still left to be done. But I can tell you, east of I-75, we're seeing significant damage to agriculture and all commodities, row crops, tree nuts, as the governor mentioned, pecans, poultry houses, timber, agricultural facilities, a lot of widespread power outages in the agricultural community as well, and a lot of facilities, dairies, food processing facilities without power, poultry facilities. We're in the process of assessing all of this damage. We're going to be doing this over the next couple of days to get a better grasp of where we are, a better understanding of where our licensed facilities are, such as gas stations and grocery stores, and making sure they're back online as quickly as possible. My message is the same as it always is to our farmers, our farm families, our ranchers and producers across this state. Document, document, document. We need as much information as possible to ensure that we can get the needed resources and the needed help deployed as quickly as possible to ensure that we can be stronger on the backside of this. Definitely prayers for all of those that have been impacted, the families that have lost loved ones in this storm. Prayers for our farm families as they deal with the devastation, the significant devastation in the agricultural community, and prayers for all Georgians as we work together to get through this. There's a lot to do on this side now, on the recovery side. We've already started those conversations with our congressional delegations to work toward federal assistance, but please know that the department is here to assist our farm families, our producers, our ranchers, and all Georgians as we work through this storm. And I'll be happy to take any questions afterwards. Thank you, Governor.
All right, we're all available for questions if y'all got them. Arch.
Governor Kemp, I know you mentioned about the depth. Do we know where or in terms of what parts of the state these are and how perhaps?
Yeah, I really don't want to say too much about that right now. They're still notifying next to kin, obviously, but I can just tell you it's along the path that the hurricane went.
Governor, we are hearing reports that now that the storms have passed, that you do have people out and about getting back on the roadway who really don't need to be out there. You do have a lot of work to do. What's your message to the public?
Yeah, I mean, look, just, try to give us a little bit of space out there. I mean, we got a lot of people moving, a lot of trucks, a lot of equipment, a lot of still trying to get to people. So certainly, in places along the storm's path and that kind of Valdosta to Augusta, really hard hit area. If you can just stay off the roads, if you're not helping, if you're wanting to help and you're wanting to volunteer, I would encourage you to speak to your emergency management agency at the county and let them help coordinate that, so we're not having people get in the way of us trying to get to people that may be trapped. For people in the metro area, it is still very dangerous out there. The loss of life that we've seen, a lot of it has been by fallen trees because of saturated ground, and even though the winds are starting to die down, there's still trees literally falling. One fell at the mansion across the driveway after we left this morning, and basically before we got here to the State Operations Center. We're continuing to see that in the metro area, and I know we'll see that in northeast Georgia as well. We also have the potential for flash flooding. And the waters are going to continue to rise for the next 24 to potentially 48 hours, especially on the northern part of the state. So if you're out, you need to be weather aware. If you don't have to get out, I would just tell you to try to hunker down at the house, or limit your activities if you can. But if you are out, you need to be weather aware. Look for downed trees. Look for trees that are leaning over roads. Be careful there. If you're in your house, being a part of your house, it can best take the brunt of a big tree falling on you if you have those around your home.
Governor, can somebody talk a little bit more about what's going on at Lake Raven and how many people might be being evacuated?
Chris, you want to do that?
Yes, sir. So because of the flooding that the governor was just talking about, the streams and rivers that feed into Lake Raven, we've got to get water out so it doesn't cause dam failure. And so the homes below have been notified. There's a pretty large community down through there, and everybody's been notified that if you don't evacuate, we don't expect your homes to be flooded. However, the roads and bridges that you would need to access to leave those communities will be overtopped, and so until they can be inspected for safety, that can be 24 to 36 hours once those waters recede.
How long do you expect that water release to last?
It just depends on what the DNR and the Safe Dams Committee deems necessary.
Director Stallings, can you talk more about the flash flooding? What places are you looking at right now? And is this a threat that's going to take several days as the push of water moves south?
Yes, sir. We've got a lot of streams and rivers all over the state. Anything that feeds into our major lakes, as always, the Chattahoochee is a concern. Anything that comes out of the mountains is going to feed down. That feeds to the Chattahoochee. That leads to some of our bigger lakes. It's amazing the amount of times we have to drain West Point simply because of the water that flows out of Fulton that gets down that direction. So everywhere, Sweetwater Creek here on I-20 is always a concern for us. So there's a lot of creeks that flow under interstates that right now, with all the water running, they can overtop those interstates. And so all around Metro, certainly along the path, but northeast Georgia is significant concerns for us right now.
Governor Kemp, is there any plan to visit some of the areas in the coming days? I know it's early on. Are there Valdosta or Augusta, some of the hardest hit areas?
Yeah, we're still assessing that. I mean, I wouldn't want to speak to that right now. We don't need to be distracting our first responders, our SAW teams, utility workers. So we're going to, thankfully, the storm moved fast, cleared out fast, so they're working now, and they'll get a good bit done today. Just from getting roads clear. It's going to take them a while on the power, as you can imagine. But we got to get to these individuals that are trapped in homes, and I don't want to do anything that would disrupt that, but I'm sure at some point we'll get on the ground.
Governor, there's a weekend coming up. It's going to be a lovely weekend, a lot of discretionary travel, on a fall weekend, football game in Alabama. When folks look at this weekend and say, what a great weekend to travel,
well, I'll say it is going to be a great weekend in the state of Georgia, but there's also going to be a long weekend and a lot of work for a lot of people in our state. And I would just tell you to be mindful of that, to be prayerful for those that have lost their life, especially the first responder that was going in to help save a life. and just be wary of a lot of people that are trying to get folks' power back on. And if you're traveling, just be smart, be patient, and be kind to people on the roads.
Yes. Which hospitals are without power? And is there a plan to keep them running or relocate patients?
Well, I mentioned the Valdosta Hospital. I mean, I'm sure at some point we're going to have an update on that. We've been working on that for quite a while. I know Georgia Power is trying to get the power back on there, but we also have a generator en route. So one way or another, we're going to get power back on there very shortly. But it's really hard to speak to all of that right now. You have to understand, we're just now getting to be able to assess, because this damage is so widespread across the state. It's going to take us a while to do that. And again, I would just beg for people's patience. We are trying to get to individuals and facilities where you have, critical things going on, like hospitals without power, structures that we know have people in them that we can't get to right now. I mean, it's literally taking hours to cut through to be able to even get to the structure because of the amount of trees that are down. So, please be patient with us in that regard. All right. You got something else
Can you characterize what the damage looks like, say, in the eastern part of the state, maybe on like a Douglas, Sandersville, Augusta line?
It's bad.
We get a lot of reports that it seems that there's trees down everywhere.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's like Hurricane Michael on that side of the state. Tyler and I were talking about the ag damage over there. If you remember about Michael, it was devastating to the farm and agribusiness community. I can feel certain that, without even seeing it myself yet, just from the initial reports that we're getting, that's going to be the case. We got a lot of ward damage in other places. So, I mean, this is going to be, monetary wise is bigger than Michael, I would think, without even hardly doing any assessment. As I said yesterday, this was a massive storm. Even though it may not been the highest category numbered hurricane that has hit, a place like Florida and then blown into Georgia like Michael did, we know it's one of the widest wind fields ever in the Atlantic, which made it a statewide event for us here in Georgia. So we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of damage to assess, but we got a lot of hard-working, resilient people in this state, and we have a lot of people that are coming in to help us from out of state, and we're going to do whatever we need to help our people. Thank y'all for being here. Good job.
Governor Brian Kemp finishing up an update with some really significant updates. First and foremost, saying that there have been 11 confirmed fatalities. So there are 11 families who have lost a loved one through the hurricane and tropical storm Helene event. One of them, a first responder. We believe that's a firefighter in Blackshear. That's 4 hours south and east of Atlanta, but 11 confirmed fatalities connected to Helene.
And here at home, we may be seeing things start to turn around here a little bit, but South Georgia hit the hardest indeed. In Valdosta, there are still 115 structures that they're trying to get to with people that they know are trapped inside. It's been hours, but there are so many trees on the roads. They're having to bring in their saw crews to cut their way through to get to those families. 152 roads are still closed across the state. 2 interstates are just completely shut down in the south side of the state. So don't think that because we're starting to see, the winds and the rains leave that this is over, because it's definitely not.
You could tell by the governor's expression and his tone the magnitude of the impact here when he says it's bad, and they haven't even really had a full chance to assess the scope of it. But even as you're talking about the rescues that are still happening of those who are trapped, keep in mind the biggest medical facility in that part of our state, which is South Georgia Medical Center in Valdosta, running on a generator right now, an emergency generator, because of a tree down that took out power to the hospital. So many variables at work here, and the governor likening it to the damage that we saw from Hurricane Michael, and that was $750 million of damage to the state of Georgia, and the governor saying what we may see from Helene, he expects will exceed that.
Yeah, and that's just a very devastating situation there when you think about the people who are in that situation. Here at home, we saw some live rescues happening right here on air. 11Alive's Liza Lucas has been there right outside the West Hanover neighborhood. Liza, what is that community seeing right now? The water's going down at all?
We haven't noticed the waters receding since we've been here, and we've been here since about 9 a.m. here in Hanover West. The boats, though, have gone. You know, we were showing you some of those rescues throughout the course of the morning because families were really stuck inside their homes. They noticed the situation was getting dire, and Peachtree Creek was rising here in Hanover West around 5 a.m. And at that point, those started making calls and connecting with neighbors and saying, hey, this is not a good situation. This is not one we can ride out. That being said, Atlanta Fire had their swift water rescue teams out here. We've got some video of some of those rescues that took place over the last couple of hours that we were here for to let you see some of those families coming off the boat. The first responders were so busy. The neighbors were standing by, waiting for the people that they know in their community and they interact with on a daily basis and are continuing to stay in touch with over the course of the storm, making sure that everyone was okay. But this has really been a mess. Sending you back to our live picture of Hanover West. This is just kind of part of a P-letter cul-de-sac, if you will. Now, this is not an area that's a stranger to flooding. Back in 2009, it flooded significantly too. It does back up to Peachtree Creek, and it flooded so much so then that so many of the homes were built up 9 feet above the floodplain. Now, we did have a chance to talk with the chief because we're always telling you don't go in the waters. You don't know what's going to be out there. We've seen snakes since we've been out here. We've seen downed trees since we've been out here. And we want to emphasize that those swift water teams, they have extensive training to be able to go out there, and then they come out and they do a whole reconnaissance before they too get in the water, because it's not just what you think might be below, but the ground may not be below your feet where you think it once was. So again, as we continue to cover these stories, we really want to lean on the importance of staying out of the floodwaters because of wildlife that could be in there and other dangers as well. Just around the corner there's a manhole cover missing, so they've got that cordoned off as well. So that's another really danger. You just don't know. But the good side of things, neighbors have been here for one another throughout the course of the morning, and several of the families were able to make it out okay, basically telling me that at the end of the day, everyone's all right. It's just stuff, and you know, they're rattled, but ultimately everybody's going to be fine. So that's something good to report here at Hanover West after what really has been a mess from Helene.
All right, Liza, thank you. We are glad these families are trying to come out on the other side of this situation. Sending it now to 11Alive's Rebecca Lindstrom.
Rebecca, what are you seeing at your position?
We are actually noticing that the waters are starting to rise just a little bit. I want to give you a little lay of the land. This is Paces Ferry Road right here. The Chattahoochee River is just a stone's throw off to the side. And this is the high point. You can see the businesses that sort of dip down off of the road. And you see all of those cars that are parked up there. They are parked up there, again, because that is the high point. And if they did not park up there, they would end up submerged in the water like this vehicle. It is hard to believe, but this is, you know, just another one of those scenes that we've been seeing throughout the morning of a residential road that looks more like a river. In fact, earlier today, we have some video that we want to show you. This is of a gentleman who came out from one of the houses at the end of this residential dead-end street to bring his dog to dry land so that he could go off with some family and friends for the rest of the day. And then he got back in his kayak and went back home. This is an area that floods often, I am told. One of the largest floods in this area, 2009. We've referred to it several times throughout the morning because that just was such a historic event here in this community. And the homes in this area were certainly impacted by that. And that is why most of them are now prepared for events like this. The houses have been raised or they just use their bottom floor as a basement so that when the water does come in, as you can see today, it indeed has, that it is not, you know, the housing furniture and the carpet that needs to be replaced, but instead it's either a carport or a basement area. One of the big iconic symbols of this area is the restaurant Canoe, and I had a chance to talk with one of the employees about what that outdoor seating area that normally faces out to the river would have looked like if it weren't so flooded, and this is what she told me.
Normally you would be seeing a cabana bar and a beautiful garden and little pockets of benches and little areas of Adirondack chairs along the river itself.
And now?
Swim time. Bring your floaties, folks. But the river recedes quickly, so it's not the first time, and it's something where the second the river recedes enough, we're going to immediately start cleanup and get open as fast as possible.
In fact, we have seen business owners at the businesses all along that stretch coming here throughout the morning to check out the property, see what kind of damage there might be. Again, the parking lot's completely flooded, so you can't access that safely right now. But even looking at this house, I'm told this house has flooded 4 times, and we've been watching the water against the mailbox. Kind of that's been our benchmark, is those bricks there underneath the mailbox as a gauge for whether the waters are going down, going up. Again, because this is water that is flowing off of the Chattahoochee, the concern is that as the streams kind of dump into the river and the river comes down this way, that it will continue to swell. So no one in this area by any stretch is thinking that this is it. They are all prepared for these waters to rise a bit more, and just trying to stay safe and enjoy at least this moment now with the rain gone, the winds calmed, to be able to just get an assessment of really what the damage is at this point in time. Back to you.
Rebecca, thanks a lot. Good to see someone have a sense of humor, but the impact there is incredible with all that water. We want to take it now to Fulton County, actually inside the Fulton County Government Center. Bobeth Yates is there, where there is damage, water damage as we speak, happening inside that building.
That's exactly right. We're in the Fulton County Board of Commissioners Assembly Hall. This is where those commission meetings happen. And most of the things in this building are fairly new. They underwent an almost $2.5 million renovation just about 2 years ago. But sadly, part of the impacts of Helene has been damage to this building. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see right up above us. The roof right now, or the ceiling, is currently leaking throughout the area around where the commissioners actually assemble. You can see multiple buckets have been placed on the desk kind of to catch some of that water. The good news is, though, that because of this was just recently renovated, much of this is actually under warranty. So officials say that it won't be much for them to fix it. And I'm actually joined by Chairman Pitts right now. Chairman Pitts, I know it's disheartening to see this damage, but how do you guys feel about it?
Well, we feel good. Again, everything is under warranty here, and it's not as bad as it could have been. But again, we were prepared. So I'm satisfied that we took every necessary precaution, and the fact that we won't be on the hook, that the contractor will be on the hook, and it is under warranty.
Well, it makes sense. And I know you talked about preparedness. Mm-hmm. You all spent the night here, and there was a lot of efforts to coordinate to be prepared for anything that came through. Luckily, the storm kind of missed Atlanta directly, but talk about those preparations.
Well, good. The good news is things weren't as bad as we were led to believe that they would be. However, we were prepared no matter what, in coordination with our partners meaning East Point, College Park, Sandy Springs, other cities within the county, working with them is to ensure that they had the supplies that they would need. And assessing what happened last night, flooding has been our biggest issue, and we're working again with our partners to take care of anything that could have happened. But we're on top of it. That we talked about our situation, the possible flooding at Big Creek, at Camp Creek, Peachtree Battle. These were areas where we anticipated some problems, but again, based upon the preparation, and we learned from the past. In fact, we learned from the past, so that's why we were so prepared for this event, and we're learning for this event so that we'll be even better prepared in the future in the event that there's another such event in the future.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. Again, we're here at the Fulton County Board of Commissioners Assembly Hall. This is where the commission meetings happen, and you can see there's some damage in this building as the area of the roof currently leaking. Much of the leak is now down to a drip, but officials say it's going to be an easy fix because the damage is under warranty, part of that $2.5 million renovation that occurred about 2 years ago during COVID. That has now kind of been impacted by the storms as they come through. Officials, it's important to note, it's not the entire roof. They said it's an area that was kind of flat. So as the water just kind of got heavy, we're imagining some of the impacts was, that pressure building up so much that it impacted the roof. But of course, they're going to have the authorities come out, look at it, and finalize whatever were required to make those repairs. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio right now, ladies.
I'll take it from here. We are looking at an all-day event as far as our weather impact alert. We're looking at now the winds. It could cause more problems for us. Of course, we have the flooding out there as well that we have to be on the lookout for. Trees could still fall. Some of those limbs could still blow around as our gusts will be in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range. So that could lead to more power outages. So you need to be weather aware, folks. We're looking at the severe weather well to the east of us. We're drying out. Finally, that heavy rain that we had last night into this morning has now begun to move further off to the north. Now we just have a few isolated sprinkles around. So as you're driving around, you may get a few dots on your windshield. You have to use your windshield wipers intermittently. What we had up here to the north, gone. Down to the south, you still have the clouds in place. A few light showers around the forecast area. Again, drizzle really would be your best bet. That's what we're going to see for the rest of the afternoon. That heavy rain is out of here, folks. We had plenty of it, which is leading to the flooding, and we don't want any more, right? The center of circulation around what's left over from Helene, which is still a tropical storm, is now starting to slide further off to the north over into parts of North Carolina, eventually into Tennessee, and will be drawn into another system that's up there to the north. Now we will get some wraparound from this. So even as we head into the weekend, we're looking at a few scattered showers, certainly possible, nowhere near the rain that we have experienced already. And so that's the good news for us as that area of low pressure continues to slide further off to the north. Here's a better look at it now. Still a tropical storm with winds at 45 miles per hour. It is moving very, very rapidly now to the north at 32 miles per hour. So we'll continue to move and leave out of our area where our conditions will get a little bit better. But because it's going to begin to move back off to the north and west, again, we'll get some wraparound from this. So the clouds will stay in place. We'll get some peaks of sunshine or some slivers of sunshine, if you will, as we head into the weekend, but not as clear as we would like it. You notice the winds right now, sustained winds in the teens for the most part. You got some single digits out here as well. But when we talk about the gust, look at these in the 20 mile per hour range. So 25 to almost 30 miles per hour as well. And these gusty winds will stick around right on through the rest of the afternoon, again, which could lead to some of those weakened trees being blown over, falling on our power lines, and lead to more power outages, unfortunately, folks. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that. Temperature-wise, we're in the 60s, close to the 70-degree mark in a lot of spots. In fact, we're already there in Covington, Thomaston, over toward Peachtree City, and down toward LaGrange. 73 degrees over toward Duluth, which looks pretty good for now. You got 70 up toward Dalton. Blairsville, you're at 70 degrees as well. I think we'll top off in the low 70s, right around 73 degrees for our forecast high temperature today with that mix of sun and clouds. I think we'll get a little peak of it as we head through the afternoon. That will be it. We'll watch as the flood warnings, flash flood warnings, that's a red area there, will continue to shrink down now that we don't have as much rain out there, and we'll watch those streets begin to recede back into our area creeks and streams. So what will grow is these little light green specks that you see around. Those are our area rivers and streams that have exceeded their banks, okay? And so flooding will continue to take place as the runoff continues to run into the creeks and streams there. So we'll still have those flood warnings, but this flash flood warning is starting to shrink back a bit there, and that will continue to be the case. Now you notice also this dark green shade that's around the area, that is the flood watch. That will stick around until Friday night unless they just begin to pull that because of the rain that we don't have any longer, but we're still looking at the runoff from what we've had already. And so you're talking about in excess of 8 to maybe 10 inches in a lot of spots out there. Here's the forecast track model. It shows where we still have the wind, even though the rain has begun to subside. The rain pushing further off to the north. We'll have the winds up to, let's say gust at least, up to about 20 to 35 miles per hour for the rest of the afternoon. Really won't watch that subside until we get into the evening. That's when they start to go down into the teens as far as the gusts go. And so that will begin to back off, and it'll set us up for a better looking weekend. Let's put it that way. We'll start you off with some sunshine on Saturday morning. We'll say partly sunny skies, but the clouds will eventually overtake the area and more rain will come back to us. So you're looking at some scattered showers, mainly during the afternoon, light for the most part. 20% chance is what we'll give it. We'll do the same on Sunday. Start you off with partly sunny skies, mostly cloudy skies at times. Once we get to the afternoon, a lot of you may be inside watching some football. A few isolated showers could be around. We'll give it a 20% chance once again, and then we'll finally start to notice those clouds letting up just a little bit as we head into the work week next week, which means we'll get some sunshine back into the forecast area. So 77 degrees for your high temperature on Saturday. Sunday, we're looking at 79. Both days will have that 20% chance for some isolated showers to be around. We're going to hit the 80s as we head into next week. Partly sunny skies on Monday, but mostly sunny skies for Tuesday, Wednesday, even as we head into Thursday. And that temperature will remain right near the 80-degree mark, which is good for us, right? Finally getting back to where we should be for this time of year. There are some hints that we could see some rain for the next weekend to come, but we'll talk more about that later. Let's just enjoy the calm weather while we can. But we still could see some power outages this afternoon, which is why we have the weather impact alert for today. Let's go over to Nicole Harford to learn more about those outages.
Yes, we have widespread power outages across the state. Luckily, with crews out there working hard trying to get a lot of those outages repaired, the number has been going down, but there's still over 1 million people across North Georgia, 1 million customers not with power. Obviously, most of the widespread power outages are down closer to South Georgia and Central Georgia. This is a map showing the percentage of people by county who do not have power, and that is taking into account all electricity and power companies across the state. Through Metro Atlanta, most spots we're talking only 5% to 15% of the population without power, but that's still a large number of people through Fulton County and into Clayton, Cobb as well. I want to point out that Rabun County, however, has nearly 80% of the population right now with no power. We can go over to the Georgia Power website, and that'll tell us the number of people without power. This one breaks it down color-wise by the certain number of people. So we look through North Georgia. We can kind of zoom in and take a look at some of our major counties there. For Georgia Power customers, we have nearly 700,000 customers still without power. Again, that's an improvement from what we've been seeing earlier in the day today, but there is still a possibility of additional power outages. So let's break it down by county. In Fulton County right now, we still have nearly 25,000 customers affected. Off into DeKalb County, nearly just over 38,000 customers affected. Clayton County, slightly less, looking a little better there with only 7,600. In McDonough, down towards Henry County, customers impacted 2,700. Off towards Gwinnett County, 4,500 people, and then in Cobb County, 4,700 customers without power. So that's widespread power outages across the state. And while there are crews out there working hard to get a lot of those fixed, we may still see that number fluctuate a lot, both with improvements and also additional power outages as that risk for some downed trees remains. We've also been monitoring the flood threat pretty closely. Widespread flooding is ongoing across a good portion of Metro Atlanta. This is a map of our flood gauges. So here's the perimeter right here around Metro Atlanta. These spots that are highlighted in purple, that's where we have flood gauges that are in either the major flood stage or are forecast to get up into the major flood stage. So one of the ones we've been watching really closely, we've already seen ongoing flooding and those water rescues surrounding Peachtree Creek. Big improvements there already. This crested at just over 23.5 feet. That's the major flood stage that's near record flooding, only rivaled, of course, by the flooding back in 2009. And we'll continue to watch that as the waters recede, but it will take some time. Aisha and Cheryl?
All right, Nicole, thank you. We want to recap some of the governor's press conference because he gave a lot of pertinent information to give us just a snapshot of how intense this situation was overnight into the morning.
First and foremost, he confirms 11 fatalities from Helene. 11 fatalities, including a first responder. We believe that first responder, a firefighter in Blackshear, Georgia, is about 4 hours south and east of Atlanta.
Some areas, Bacon County saw wind speeds of up to 100 miles per hour, and those flood waters continue to be the main thing that they're looking at. Now, because of the flood waters and the amount of trees that we have down Valdosta being the hardest hit area in our state, Governor Kemp says we are talking 115 structures. They're literally trying to cut their way through in order to get to rescue people that they know are inside some of those homes.
People trapped inside. He's hoping there are are not more fatalities, but he is concerned. He talked about the impact in terms of damage monetarily could be bigger than Hurricane Michael. That was $750 million of damage for the state of Georgia. Right now, they're just in the preliminary stages of assessing, so a very busy day ahead.
As we get ready to wrap up here at noon, we do want to let you know to be on the lookout if you have to move about the city today. Still a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines, and a lot of flooded out roads, so you do want to proceed with caution if you have to go out, but we prefer that you don't.
We will continue to update you on 11alive.com and on the 11Alive News app. We'll be back here for 11Alive at 4.
Stay safe, everybody. Thanks for being with us today.
face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get
11Alive News at 4 p.m. starts now.
This has been a deadly storm.
Right now, the entire state reeling after Helene ravaged the southeast.
The fast-moving storm bringing damaging winds and buckets of rain.
Trees down, roads flooded everywhere, power lines down.
Oh, I never seen the creek these high before.
The downpour leaving some trapped in their homes.
When I got up again at about 5:30, 5:45 and saw that it was really getting closer to the house.
The creek was up and the road was closed and the boats were here rescuing people.
Crews putting their lives on the line to help.
It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others.
And now the recovery begins.
Good afternoon and welcome into 11Alive News at 4. I'm Joe Ripley in for Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. It has been less than 24 hours since Helene came ashore as a Category 4 hurricane, and now the work is on to clean up and recover. The storm has claimed at least 11 lives here in Georgia. One of the hardest hit parts of the state was Valdosta. Helene is the third named storm to strike the city, and just over a year after Tropical Storm Debbie hit in August and Hurricane Idalia rolled through last August.
From the waterways to the skies, plenty of downed trees found themselves snarled in and on top of power lines, leaving many communities in the dark. Just before we went on the air, we checked in with Georgia Power. Right now, they are reporting close to 1 million customers in the Peach State still without power tonight. That does include around 63,000 folks right here in the heart of Metro Atlanta. And perhaps one of the most captivating images of the day was seen live right here on 11Alive. Take a look at this scene in the Hanover West neighborhood in Buckhead, which saw Peachtree Creek reach 3 feet above flood stage. Crews were able to navigate their way in and rescue this mother and daughter from their home. You're going to hear more on this dramatic sequence of events coming up. But let's get you to some breaking news at 4.
Yeah, we want to get over to Julie Smith with a red alert on I-75 South. Julie?
That's right. We have been following this major breaking news. You can see right here is where it happened. 75 southbound in Fulton County. The accident itself, I'm going to get out of the way, happening at Howe Mill Road. Now, because of Hurricane Helene, the traffic's been a little lighter than usual. They are diverting traffic right here at the Northside Drive, Howe Mill Road exit. Earlier, they were doing that at Northside Drive. But again, now Northside and Howe Mill, that is the way to go. You can see still moving very slowly. But if you get off here, you can continue on into Midtown, down Howe Mill Road. We'll continue to keep an eye on this major traffic alert. Again, I-75 completely shut down southbound at Howe Mill Road. This will probably continue on for a good part of this afternoon. This is multiple vehicles, 2 box trucks, 3 vehicles, and another work van as well.
All right, Julie, thanks so much. Governor Brian Kemp this afternoon saying state resources have stretched across Georgia to both rescue victims and clean up damage from this storm.
The devastation felt from Helene across the entire state. 11Alive's Doug Richards is live for us tonight out of Grant Park, where the cleanup work is still underway. Doug.
Yes, so true. Over here we have a house that was hit by an oak tree. The cleanup is still underway. It is on the Atlanta road known as Boulevard. And this particular situation has gotten a lot of attention from workers here, and there are many other situations that need attention. Governor Kemp says the outlook is even more dire in parts of Georgia south and east of here. While this fallen oak tree blocked traffic for hours on a major road connecting Atlanta's Midtown neighborhood to Thomasville Heights, Governor Brian Kemp says much of the state's recovery effort has been devoted to damage outstate, plus search and rescue efforts, especially in South Georgia.
We're also trying to get to multiple structures right now that we know have individuals inside that we're unable to communicate with. We'll have to literally cut our way into situations like this.
Kemp says officials at midday had identified 115 damaged structures in South Georgia with people trapped inside. That, he says, has put nuisance trees like this one, inconveniencing residents, on the back burner of the rescue effort.
We have a lot of people calling us because they may have a tree across their road and their neighborhood may be may be blocked, but our priority is getting to medical emergencies and facilities like hospitals, nursing homes, and others that need critical help and don't have power.
In addition to those issues, officials across the state have been managing road closures. This case, the road was closed basically just by putting up yellow tape, directing drivers to go around it. But in some cases, the DOT has been having to actively manage road closures, 150 of those across the state, including for a while closures on Interstates 20 and 16 near the cities of Augusta and Macon. A lot going on with a lot of rescue and cleanup effort tonight. We are live in Southeast Atlanta. Doug Richards, 11Alive News.
And those chainsaws working overtime. Doug, thank you for that live report. Tonight, a number of families are safe tonight thanks to the rescue efforts of some Atlanta firefighters. They waded through floodwaters in the middle of the night just to get families to safety. Our Karis Belger joining us live now at Woodward Way and Northside Drive. So, Karis, those roads still closed due to lingering flooding?
They absolutely are, and the flooding is still pretty significant. If you take a look behind me, you can see some of the mailboxes there. Of course, there are homes at the top of those driveways. The water was almost completely covering those mailboxes earlier. Only within the last 30 minutes have those water levels really started to drop, but this road still completely blocked off, completely undrivable. That's just a small idea of what you can imagine firefighters and other emergency crews have been dealing with while trying to wade through the floodwaters left over from the storm.
This is heartbreaking.
Carlos Carrillo thought he had seen it all.
We thought that in 2009 was going to be a 100-year flood, and here we are 15 years later, and we're reliving it all over again.
The road he says he used every day to take his daughter to school was impassable on Friday as flooding caused by Tropical Storm Helene caused a nearby creek to flood.
I mean, look at it. Here we are, maybe 200 yards away from, maybe a little bit more, 300 yards away from the creek, and the water's right here, right now. Crazy.
It was a similar scene around different areas of the Buckhead neighborhood. The rising waters from Peachtree Creek meant first responders used boats to rescue families from their homes.
We did experience some individuals that were stranded in their vehicles, and we've had swift recovery by Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to rescue, to do about 20 rescues to save people with boats.
Crews continued to work throughout the day, blocking off streets as they began the process of assessing the damage left over from the storm. So, of course, Mayor Andre Dickens spoke earlier today. He mentioned that emergency crews are continuing to monitor the flooding on streets like this one just behind me. As you can see, Peachtree Creek is still pretty high. The levels here making it very hard, actually impossible to drive a lot of the local roads in some of these neighborhoods. But he did say as they continue to monitor their levels, they're then going to begin assessing down trees and, of course, power outages, because some of this flooding has caused some of the power in some of these homes to be wiped out as well. In Atlanta, Karis Belger, 11Alive News.
All right, Karis, thank you so much. The Chattahoochee River has flooded dozens of homes and businesses in the Vinings area. And while power is starting to come back online at some of the homes, those in the deep floodwaters have been told it could take days. Rebecca Lindstrom is live off of Paces Ferry Road in Cobb County. Rebecca?
And you can see why they can't get to those power lines to actually fix them. I spoke with a gentleman about an hour ago who lives down this street. He used his paddleboard in order to get here to dry land, and he says there are places down there that are still more than 5 feet deep. This wasn't the kind of day you could rush. Drivers found themselves turning around when trees blocked the path. Cars crawled on the open roads, taking in the flood damage.
I was afraid of it, but this is kind of what I expected.
And some homeowners had to find creative ways to get around the Chattahoochee River as it swelled, engulfing streets, playgrounds, and yards.
I had a bucket in the yard that is straight-sided, so it's accurate, and it's got 9 inches of water in it.
Without power, neighbors chose to walk along Paces Ferry Road in Cobb County, comparing the damage to the heavy rains in 2009.
There are a lot of new houses now that have replaced homes that were in 2009, and those have been built up. They're The ground floors are unoccupied.
I think there was more water, but not a lot more water.
It was still enough water to wash away the outdoor seating area at Canoe, a restaurant on the river.
Normally you would be seeing a cabana bar and a beautiful garden and little pockets of benches.
Businesses and homeowners said they prepared the best they could, but now they could only wait for the water to recede. And the river isn't in a hurry. Even with that flooding in 2009, I am told that the homes in this area are still a mix of those that have been raised up as well as those that are on the ground. So certainly a lot of cleanup. And I'm standing now looking at the Cochise Club where basketball courts, tennis courts, soccer fields, all submerged. It will take days before any of the kids are able to get back out here and play. Live in Vining's, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11Alive News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for that report. We want to get you to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, right now. And Melissa, we have seen Helene come through now, and now we're in the aftermath.
We are in the aftermath, and we were talking about this for a few days, how the water would end up being a major story and the flooding potential. And where Rebecca was, that was along the Chattahoochee, not far from the Lovett School. And I actually want to zoom in and show you some of these areas on the map because the level of the water right now in the Chattahoochee is its highest since the 2009 floods. It's right now sitting at 23, nearly 24 feet. So I'll zoom in on the map so you can see here. I've drawn a blue polygon. This is the Lovett School, Canoes right in here. And these are the different roads Rebecca was near that are underwater. So at the water levels being around 24 feet, we're not just seeing the backyards of homes impacted, but the homes themselves have about 4 to 5 feet of water that's starting to move into them. So that's just one area along the Chattahoochee River. Big picture, we're going to have more flooding. You see all these green boxes on the map. Each of those are different flood warnings for different waterways, different rivers, creeks, and streams. And it was those smaller creeks that had the flash flooding overnight, but now all that water is rushing into our bigger rivers. So river flooding going to be ongoing for the overnight, but big picture, we're done with the rainfall, okay? Impressive rainfall totals. This is kind of a look since Wednesday morning, how much rain we ended up getting. There were some hot spots on the map. You see those bright yellow colors? Those are rainfall totals in excess of 7 to 8 inches. In fact, some of our peak rainfall amounts were over 13 inches. These are radar amounts from the National Weather Service from different rain gauges. Unofficially in Atlanta, this was not at the airport, somewhere else in Atlanta, nearly a foot of rain. Southern Henry County, almost 14 inches of rain since Wednesday morning. DeKalb County, over 11 inches of rain as well. We have a couple of sprinkles up in northwest Georgia, but this is what's left of Helene. It's been now kind of pulled in an upper low, and this is going to meander here for a couple of days. It's leaving us with gusty winds right now, but as we go through tomorrow and into Sunday, some isolated showers still going to be possible. Walk you through those weekend plans hour by hour. Talk about what will happen with the winds tomorrow for cleanup efforts. That's coming up in my full forecast.
Melissa, we'll see you then. Thank you. Well, right now, Atlanta police are searching for an escaped murder suspect. According to police, Carwan Redding was awaiting medical treatment at Grady Hospital when he fled from the city's detention staff. Police haven't said how he was able to get away. This surveillance photo shows his escape in a hospital gown. If you see him, you are encouraged to please call police.
And coming up after the break, we are continuing to follow this breaking news, a major traffic accident shutting down I-75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. You can see the overturned vehicles here. 6 vehicles involved in this accident. We'll be right back after this with your alternate routes.
We can't control it, but you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks,
the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Welcome back. We want to take you now to Decatur, where we have also seen flooding and downed trees. Our Savannah Levins is live there for us tonight. So, Savannah, what are you seeing?
Well, you know, unfortunately, the rain has stopped, but the risk has not. I'm in a home in Decatur right now. This tree fell on their house just hours ago, around 10 this morning. We've relied on you, our viewers, to text us and email us photos to help everyone else see kind of what's going on. That's how I actually connected with Amari and Mickey. You guys are the homeowners here. First of all, so glad you guys are okay. Absolutely. Thank you for inviting us in to kind of help show what the continued risk is so that we can continue to protect people. You were home at the time, Mickey, when this happened. Walk me through it.
So I was about to walk into the room, which is the sunroom, and I heard like a crackling. So I kind of froze because I thought it was like maybe like tornadoes, winds. I thought like trees were going to come down. And then as I froze, I could see the tree just, you know, eclipse the window of the other room. And my husband was down the street because his car had gotten flooded in the flood. And so I just ran down the street and I was like, you have to come home. A tree just fell through the house.
And you guys have only lived here for about 5 months. Amari, you renovated this beautiful home. And like your wife said here, you were dealing with your flooded car. Bad day for you guys. You know, you were out there dealing with that. Walk me through your perspective.
Same thing. Last night, my car flooded. I came home. This morning, the tow truck arrived because they were so backed up. So I went down to meet the tow truck. My wife came around the corner and told me that a tree had fallen, and I panicked. So I started running towards her to make sure she was okay, come back and saw the damage, and it was just heartbreaking. Because a lot of this was hands-on for me. We've been, you know, very involved in building this house. So it's just, you know, it's heartbreaking.
Okay. I know this is still really fresh for you guys. This just happened a few hours ago. So thank you so much again for inviting us in. And again, guys, everyone watching at home, please heed this warning. This ground is still so saturated. Trees are still coming down, even though the rain is not. So definitely be careful out there. Several thousand people here in the Decatur area still without power right now as we speak. Crews working to get that back online. And of course, still working to clean up the mess.
Thank you so much, Savannah. And as she was talking about, this wasn't in the height of the storm. It was in the aftermath of the storm. And we still have gusty winds out there right now. This afternoon, we've seen some of our peak wind gusts around 30 to as much as 40 miles per hour. But I got to say, with Helene, as it made landfall, it just took more of a jog to the right than what the Hurricane Center track was. So that was really good news for us in terms of the highest wind gust potential. It kept them just east of our area. Nonetheless, still many people without power, especially on the eastern side of town. And with how soggy, how saturated the ground is, additional isolated trees can come down through the overnight. And we've been talking about that the last couple days. Why? It's because the ground is so saturated. I want to show you this wind advisory, which runs until 9 o'clock tonight. Once we get past sunset, we're going to see the winds calming down a bit, and that's going to be some good news for us. It'll be breezy again tomorrow, but not as windy it is right now. So you can see here our wind advisory runs until 9 o'clock. Some of those highest gusts could still be around 40 miles per hour, enough with soggy ground to bring up another tree or two by the root system. So forecast track hour by hour with our winds. It's still gusty out there right now. As we get past sunset, we should start to see the winds coming down a bit. But as we get into the day tomorrow, the sun comes up, and again, we'll see the winds ramping back up again for our Saturday afternoon. So tomorrow we will see overall a drier day than what we saw today, but some of those peak wind gusts could be around 25 miles per hour. Sunday, much lighter winds just out of the southwest, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. You can see big picture, all the moisture from Helene wrapping into an upper level low. And this thing's going to park itself there over the next 3 days straight. So Saturday, Sunday, even into Monday, some of the areas getting rain right now will continue to get rain. Now, the counterclockwise flow around that is going to send some clouds and a slight chance of showers in our direction as well. And I want to show you how that might play out for some of your outdoor plans over this weekend. Today, breezy the rest of this evening. I know there's a couple of high school football games still going on this evening. The Braves are playing as well. We're going to keep things with just a 20% chance of a stray sprinkle or shower. Otherwise, we'll clear things out overnight tonight. And then it's tomorrow afternoon when, again, a few isolated showers will develop with daytime heating. So more clouds building in for tomorrow afternoon. We're going to keep temperatures in the 70s. The rain chance is not a large one, but it could impact a couple of your outdoor plans briefly as these showers pass through. And then by Sunday, again, 20% chance there could be a stray shower somewhere out there by the afternoon. But with a little bit more sunshine Sunday, a little lighter in the way of winds, I think by Sunday afternoon, we are going to be back up to around 80 degrees. Now, we're saying goodbye to Helene, but there's some other areas in the tropics that are developing here as we turn our attention to the rest of hurricane season. We've got one area with a low chance of development in the Caribbean again over the next 7 days. We also have 2 more named storms in the last day when we were tracking Helene. So we'll be watching all of that. Nothing immediately, though, that we're watching for imminent threats here in Georgia. 7-day forecast. Nice to not see any red bars on this map, right? No weather impact alerts over the weekend. Breezy, 20% rain chances. Back to the 80s. Pretty quiet to start next week as well. Julie?
Thank you so much. And we are continuing to follow this breaking news. What you're looking at is I-75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. As you can see, all lanes are closed. This is a major accident involving 6 vehicles, 2 box trucks, 1 work vehicle, and 3 regular sedan vehicles. All lanes shut down southbound. What you see here is the off-ramp, Howell Mill Road. That's going to be your alternate route. That is a double exit there. So again, the traffic wasn't quite as heavy today as normal. But again, I wanted to show you here what that backup looks like on the map. But 75 southbound, that's where the problem is. You need to take North Side Drive as your alternate route into Midtown. We'll be back after this.
True and false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks,
the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Welcome back. In the midst of the recovery from Hurricane Helene, we are starting to see moments of hope and bravery from the storm.
Caitlin Ross is joining us now from the newsroom to share a story about the neighbors who came together to try and start to help each other heal. Caitlin, so many people taking to social media to try and share these moments and inspire some joy.
We need some of that right now after looking at all of this damage over the past 2 days now. It's so encouraging to see people pull together to get through this, especially when it's been such a difficult time. Like this badly damaged neighborhood east of Atlanta where homes and cars were destroyed by the storm. Everyone there could have been focused on healing their own homes, but instead they came together. Here's a police officer rescuing a little girl, a man rescuing a dog in a kayak. So many of these things really show the humanity over these past few days and the gratitude for these acts of kindness, clear in the reaction from families saved in swift boat rescues by the Atlanta Fire Department.
We have the best neighbors, and we've had people from all over the area sending messages, and many I haven't got a chance to reply to, but yeah, our neighbors took really good care of us, and they always do. This is a great community, so we're very thankful for that.
And it's people in the community that have each other to lean on, because Governor Brian Kemp says the recovery from Hurricane Helene is likely to be long and expensive, but it's never so bad when you don't have to do it alone.
And again, folks, we are continuing to follow this breaking news. I-75 southbound, all lanes shut down at Howell Mill Road with a serious accident involving 6 vehicles. We'll be back after the break with your alternate route.
Your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough.
Welcome back to 11Alive News at 4. People across the state right now still grappling with the impact of Helene.
And just moments ago, we learned that the death toll from the storm here in Georgia has now risen to 15. We are still under a weather impact alert. So we do want to get you now to meteorologist Melissa Nord with what we can expect now that Helene has passed by.
And you know, Helene yesterday brought our wettest day in Atlanta since October 10th of 2020. That's when we had Delta moving through North Georgia. So we've got a lot of impacts that are still ongoing, even though the storm is gone. We're talking about rain really wrapping up, but it's still staying breezy. And with how wet the ground is, that could still mean we could see an isolated tree coming down. It's not out of the realm of possibility another power outage or two happens. And flooding. I mean, we had so many smaller creeks and streams swelling. Those are now all going into the larger rivers. So the Chattahoochee River out in Lovejoy, we have the river there that's also flooding down south of Atlanta. Each one of these green boxes on the map represents a river flood warning. We have 7 different river sensors in the heart of Atlanta that are in major flood stage and another 8 that are either in moderate flood stage or about to go into moderate flood stage. So people's homes are still being impacted by the flooding, even though the rain has really wrapped up. Big picture, we got a couple of very light showers up in northwest Georgia, not much more than some sprinkles. The lion's share of the rain with tropical depression Helene, though, that's going to stay out of our area here. It's going to meander north and west of us over kind of western Tennessee, Kentucky, over into the Boot Hill of Missouri. And meanwhile, on the eastern side of it, we've got the severe weather threat. At least we're seeing the skies brightening up a little bit over Atlanta. We've got game this evening out at Truist Park, 73 degrees after our last 2 games getting rained out. Hopefully this one gets in without any issues as we're building up towards that run for the wild card spot. All right, this evening, Team 1-1 high school football games. Breezy out there, but I don't expect much in the way of rain chances. Those wind gusts at kickoff will still be around 30 miles per hour or so, but as we go through the games into the 3rd and 4th quarter, we should see that those wind gusts should start calming down a little bit. Stick around with us, though, because we're tracking the impacts of Helene. We're looking ahead to the weekend. The cleanup process. Are we going to see the weather cooperating? We'll talk about that in your weekend forecast in just a bit.
All right, Melissa, thank you. You mentioned flooding still a concern across much of metro Atlanta. That holds true in South DeKalb County. That's where we find 11Alive's Grace King, who's in Panthersville. Grace, what are you seeing where you are?
Well, the good news is we're seeing some solid ground for the first time since yesterday, according to the neighbors in this area. This part of the road, even just an hour ago, was still flooded. The bad news, however, if you take a look behind me, there's still a lot of water left to go. You can see there's a couple cars that stalled last night. We were there as we watched them get stuck with all of that water because there's so much heavy water. There's also power companies. If you take a look, we saw Georgia Power coming here earlier, starting to fix some of the power lines, but the neighbors tell me they still don't have power in this area. Now, because Georgia Power is out here, it's a good reminder that you need to be careful. Don't stand in water. You don't know where downed power lines are. You don't know what kind of hazards is in that standing water, especially here in this area where neighbors have seen those power lines fall. They know those cars are stuck in the water and they know there are potential dangers. Again, this is Panthersville Road in South DeKalb County. It's still closed from about the GBI headquarters and South or DeKalb High School of Technology on that side up to Saratoga apartment complex on this side. It's receding, but it's still going to take a while for the rest of this water to move out here and for the road to become passable. Live in DeKalb County, Grace King, 11Alive News.
Grace, thank you. In Athens now, crews have been hustling all day to clear the damage, and college students are taking notice. Erica Murphy, live from Athens right now.
Hey, there was a long list of downed trees, down power lines, and traffic lights that were out of commission. But if you drive through downtown Athens right now, you wouldn't know that any of that happened. We spent the better part of the afternoon just going around town trying to find those trouble spots, but what we found instead were some cleared roadways.
It was very scary. The lights started flickering and our air was shutting off. All the TVs went off. She was freaking out mostly.
These University of Georgia Athens students say last night was pretty scary for them. However, venturing out today has been a breeze because of all the roadways they've encountered that have been cleared away.
I live kind of on a road with like a bunch of trees and houses, and I figured there would be a lot more damage than there was. So yeah, I think they've done a really great job.
The Athens-Clarke County governmental site provided real-time updates for residents of where all the problem spots were so that people could avoid those areas.
Now, the University of Georgia Athens students that I spoke with earlier today said that the school was very helpful to them. One young lady said that her professor actually sent everyone in her class some alerts about roads to steer clear of. Aside from that, things seem pretty much back to normal out this way. Back to you.
And if you're just joining us, we have been following this breaking news. What you're looking at right now is some footage we have from earlier. You see that vehicle overturned there. That was one of 6 vehicles involved in this major accident on I-75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. All lanes continue to stay closed in this area, and folks are being diverted on the Howell Mill Road Northside Drive exit there. Again, as you can see, there are 2 box trucks involved here, a work van, and 3 other vehicles, one of them wedged in between those 2 box trucks and turned upside down. So again, this is a very serious accident we've been following, and we will continue to keep you updated. Right now, your alternate route is Northside Drive. There's another view from the front of this accident. You can see that traffic taking that Northside Drive exit. That is your way if you're coming through Marietta, if you're coming through Smyrna into Midtown. Northside Drive is going to be your alternate route. Back to you.
Rough scene, Julie, there on 75 South. Going to take a while to clean that up. Meantime, the Georgia Department of Transportation has its hands full right now as crews help clear roads littered with debris left from Helene. Crews from northwest Georgia plan to head south where the storm seemingly did the most damage. They're going to bring equipment and bulldozers that can easily move down trees and other debris. 11Alive investigator Savannah Levin spoke with Joe Schulman with GDOT. He says rural roads are going to need the most attention, but he says crews from all over the state are willing to travel and help in time of need.
Our crews are going to be out all weekend, all hours possibly. So if you see our crews out on the road, please slow down, give them space to work, let them do their job so they can get the roads cleared.
GDOT crews typically work 12-hour shifts during severe weather. Schulman says the goal here is to have many of the state's major and secondary roads cleared by the end of the weekend.
And as we continue to monitor the aftermath of Helene, you can watch free extended weather coverage right now on 11Alive Plus. It's free to download on your Roku, Amazon Fire, or Apple TV device. You can also stay weather aware at any time with our 11Alive mobile app. Just scan the QR code you see right here on your screen.
But I'm saying that's... And we've been following this breaking news, folks. Again, I-75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. This is a major accident at Howell Mill Road. All lanes are closed, continue to be closed. This will probably last all afternoon. We'll be back after this with your alternate route.
Daily commute easier and communities safer because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make
Like much of Georgia, people living in Rockdale County are dealing with downed trees and power lines.
11Alive's Molly Oak is taking us to Conyers tonight, where people say they are lucky to be alive.
Look around Conyers.
You haven't seen nothing yet until you see this.
Nikki Robinson noticed something she had never seen.
The house shook, like literally shook.
Or felt before on McDonough Road.
But I ran out the kitchen and that's when I seen the trees like this.
Just missing the bedrooms.
Thank God.
Next door.
Like a tree falling on the house right over top of you. It was huge. It was just huge. Boom.
Beverly Rosen says she jumped out of bed.
And it was very, very scary when I saw the damage that was done. It was incredible.
Nikki looked at the multiple trees toppled.
Then it's this one, and then it's this one.
And while she sees the damage to her house and garage,
we alive. That's all I can, I'm still shaking up to this point because that could have been us. One of us could have died.
Beverly didn't want us to look at the mess inside.
You can see the sky from both rooms, and the windows are completely gone. And that side of the house in the back there. And it's a mess. It's just a real mess.
Because she was busy searching outside for her missing cat.
Sadness. Sadness. Because he thought he was safe. He was my oldest cat. And the other cats are doing okay. But he's out there scared to death.
Looking for comfort found in a cat.
I'm worried. I'm hoping he'll come back.
Oh, very sad story there. All right, we've had a lot of flooding from Helene, also a lot of trees down from Helene. You can see these storm reports scattered on all sides of metro Atlanta. But from here, we look ahead. When do we fully dry out? What about those winds? When will those calm down? We'll have the answers next in your 11Alive Weather Impact Forecast.
Easier and community safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting Fighting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love.
Huge portions of the southeast are now grappling with life-threatening floodwaters and infrastructure damage after Helene ripped through the region.
Jesse Kirschenite is in Perry, Florida, in the Big Bend region, looking at the aftermath of the storm.
We're here in Perry, Florida, which took a direct hit from the eye wall and the eye of Hurricane Helene overnight. I want to show you an idea of some of the damage done here. Largely, this downtown area seems to have remarkably held up well against those powerful wind gusts. But take a look at this storefront. We've spoken with the folks at this business, and look at all the shattered glass. They tell us these windows had been put in after Hurricane Idalia last year, and here they are blown out again. And over there you can see a wall. We're told that used to be windows. A hurricane last year, Idalia, knocked those windows out. They put up a wall instead, and that wall is knocked over, and there are bricks knocked over as well. This interior shattered, but again, looking down the street here, a lot of the signs on the road, the water tower off in the distance, all of that largely intact. And again, we were dealing with a storm that effectively made it like we had a tornado overhead here for a prolonged period of time, which can weaken structures. We saw tall trees bending over, largely not snapping off, though, remarkably. And again, this is the impact from the wind inland, and we are still getting a sense of the full scope of the damage and devastation from the storm surge, that being the threat of the water along the coast. Back to you.
And meanwhile, up here in North Georgia, we've also seen plenty of impacts. I want to show you a photo coming in from one of our 11Alive Weather Impact team members on Facebook. This is from David Brooks. He was out in East Cobb, and this is a tree that came down at a home in Windsor Oaks neighborhood. And you think, all right, well, the winds weren't that strong. No, they weren't. We had our peak wind gusts 40 to 55 or so miles per hour. The center of Helene ended up jogging a little bit further east. That was a good thing for us. But even though the winds didn't reach their full potential here, the trees fell a lot easier because of how much rain we got. And we talked about this yesterday. If you were on air with us in our very long form coverage of Helene moving in, when you have a ton of rain coming in and advance of strong winds, it changes how easily the trees can fall. When we don't have rain, we have a dry ground. You hit the trees with these strong wind gusts. Those trees are going to wobble in the wind, but they're not going to break up by the root system as easier because those roots, they're locked into place in the dry ground. But when we have all of this rain, I mean, everything was so muddy and loose outside the ground, it makes those roots a lot more susceptible to give way in strong wind gusts. We still have all the leaves on the trees this time of year. We haven't had our leaf drop yet, so we add in those strong winds last night and even this afternoon, and that's why we're seeing more of these trees still even this afternoon coming down after this many hours now of gusty winds out there. Currently in the last hour, 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts here in Atlanta, 26 in Thomaston, 22 in Marietta, and 26 in Rome. All of North Georgia remains under this wind advisory until 9 o'clock tonight. Even though Helene is well out of our area, it's a big storm, and those strong winds expand very far outside of the center. So we still have these gusts that could be 30 to maybe as much as 40 miles per hour. I'm going to say more like 30 all the way through the evening hours. You can see forecast gusts hour by hour this evening. We'll still keep them breezy through sunset tonight. I do think they're going to calm down a little bit as we get further into the midnight hour. And then tomorrow, as we get daytime heating, again, that allows for the winds to ramp up again. Notice they're out of the southwest. That's because Helene is meandering still all day tomorrow and all day Sunday around our neighbors to our north and west. So although we don't see much in the way of rain out of Helene over the weekend, as things parking itself stuck over western Kentucky out towards southern Illinois and the Boot Hill of Missouri, and that's where it's going to stay. It's kind of been pulled into an upper level low feature. We've got severe weather on the eastern side of the system, but now we're going to see some wraparound moisture bringing in about a 20% rain chance both Saturday and Sunday, as we still see moisture west of us from Helene, or the remnants of Helene at least. Forecast track hour by hour this evening. If you're going to the Braves game against the Royals, or if maybe you're going to go to a high school football game, there's a couple of them still on this evening. Not many, but a few of them have decided to play games this evening. Rain chance pretty low overall. It'll be breezy out there. Temperatures by 10 o'clock tonight down to the low 70s. We'll keep a partly cloudy sky in the forecast and a much cooler feeling outside by tomorrow morning, waking up in the low and mid 60s. And then for the afternoon, more of those clouds work their way wrapping around the center of Helene. And so we'll bring in more clouds for the afternoon. And with that, it'll be just enough moisture, I think, to squeeze out some very isolated showers out there for Saturday. And Sunday should see a little bit more sunshine. That's going to hopefully help to bump us up around 80 degrees by Sunday afternoon. So we'll say goodbye to Helene. Right now, tropical depression is going to kind of meander around the same areas over and over again over the next 3 days. We're also watching an area in the Caribbean that could develop as we get into latter part of next week, at least middle part of next week, has a 30% chance of development over the next 7 days. And then out in the Atlantic, hey, look at this. We've got 2 more named storms and another that could become 30% chance of development over the next 7 days. So a lot to be watching in our future, but nothing immediately over the weekend to worry about in terms of new tropical development. Right now in Atlanta, it's 73 degrees, 70 in Carrollton, 77 in Covington, and Thomaston is 79. Overnight tonight, we're going to drop down to the low and mid 60s, and then for tomorrow, breezy again with a 20% chance of a shower, but many of us will not get any rain out of things this weekend. By Sunday, more hints of sunshine up to a high of 80 degrees. Monday, 82, and then we'll dry things out a bit. Now, at the end of the week, we'll bring in a few extra clouds, but as of right now, I think we're pretty smooth sailing through most of next week. So again, breezy winds through tonight. A little breezy tomorrow, but just a 20% rain chance to impact any of those outdoor plans over the weekend. So Julie looks pretty good if you're trying to get to the Braves game this weekend, or maybe you go into the Falcons game.
And we are continuing to follow breaking news this hour. As you can see, this is some video from earlier. A major accident involving multiple vehicles southbound on I-75 at Howell Mill Road. 6 vehicles, as you can see there a moment ago. One of them is overturned. We'll go ahead and head to the map so you can see exactly what the delays. This is another angle of this accident. But on the map, these delays southbound out of Smyrna, Marietta, reaching back at this point to West Wesley Road, Peachtree Battle area. Your alternate route coming from the north side south on I-75 is going to be North Side Drive into Midtown. Again, we'll continue to follow this and keep track of what's going on here, but we do expect this to be shut down, all lanes on I-75 southbound at Howell Mill Road for a good part of the afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. Coming up, our Verified team looks into the leading cause of hurricane deaths. You're watching 11Alive News at 4.
Impact alerts show you the impact and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions.
As we continue to feel the impacts of Helene, questions about what causes the most deaths during hurricanes are also popular on Google. Brandon Lewis from our Verified team tonight looks into whether flooding from hurricanes is actually deadlier than wind speed.
So let's verify. Is flooding actually the leading cause of death during hurricanes? Our sources are the American Meteorological Society, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the Florida Climate Center at Florida State University. Every hurricane and tropical storm brings rain and the potential for coastal flooding from storm surge. The American Meteorological Society studied deaths caused by hurricanes over 10 years and found flooding was the leading cause of death. Nearly 6 in 10 deaths were caused by drowning from flooding, while the wind led to 1 in 10 deaths. NOAA says a storm's category number has little to do with a storm's projected rainfall and flooding risk. Between 2013 and 2022, 6 of the 10 deadliest storms were Category 1 or weaker when they made landfall. So, yes, flooding is the leading cause of death from hurricanes. Some meteorologists want to overhaul the hurricane system to include a storm's potential size, duration, and intensity, instead of just focusing on a storm's wind speed. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
And our Verified team is dedicated to getting you just the facts. If you have something you'd like us to look into, reach out. You can send us an email to verify@11alive.com. You can also text the word verify to the number on your screen. That's 404-885-7600. Still to come on 11Alive News at 5, 15 storm-related deaths in Georgia after Helene. Tonight, we're staying on top of the recovery efforts for those still feeling the storm's impact.
Because we believe and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. 11Alive News at 5 p.m. starts now.
This has been a deadly storm.
Right now, the cleanup begins across Georgia after Helene swept through the state.
The powerful storm brought damaging winds and flash flooding.
And for the past 12 hours, it's been nothing but rain.
Yeah, this was a very tough night.
A long night stretching into morning as some woke up to find they had to be rescued from their homes.
The next house down has water in their basement, and the next house is an island.
But through it all, there is strength as people come together to start the recovery.
Our neighbors took really good care of us, and they always do. The second the river recedes enough, we're going to immediately start cleanup.
We continue to track the impact of Helene here in Metro Atlanta and beyond. Good evening and thanks for being with us. I'm Jennifer Bellamy.
And I'm Joe Ripley. Tonight we're getting a clearer picture of the devastation from Helene. But first, let's check in on traffic with our Julie Smith, who's following a red alert right now on 75 South.
That's right. Thank you, Joe. What you're looking at right now is a major red alert. As Joe said, southbound on I-75. This is at Howell Mill Road. This involves multiple vehicles, 6 to be exact. One car overturned, as you can see right here. This video from earlier, that car wedged in between 2 box trucks. There was also a work van and 2 other sedans as well. So this is probably going to go on for a good while now as they work to clear this. We'll go to another GDOT camera now, as you can see another angle of this accident from the front. Now your alternate route is going to be Northside Drive. Okay, again, here's another angle. You can see right there southbound on I-75. You can see the delays at this point southbound 75 reaching back to West Wesley Road right around that Peachtree Battle area. And again, they are routing folks there to Northside Drive southbound to make your way from Marietta, Smyrna on south into Midtown and beyond that. 6 vehicles involved in this accident. This happened just before 2 p.m. today. So that gives you kind of an idea of how long it has been taking them and probably will continue to take them to get this completely cleared and the lanes opened back up. Back to you.
Julie, thank you. Now continuing coverage of Helene. Here's what we are learning tonight. More than 30 people are dead in the aftermath of Helene. Those deaths spread across 4 states, including right here in Georgia, where the Associated Press is now reporting there are 15 deaths statewide. We're seeing some of the worst devastation in South Georgia, where there are at least 115 structures in Valdosta damaged by the storm. Tonight, the National Guard is mobilized and responding across the state. And in the city of Atlanta, there's a state of emergency.
We have crews on the ground spread throughout the area. We are going to start you out tonight with our Karis Belger, who's been monitoring all of the flooding from Peachtree Creek in Atlanta. Karis.
Well, the flooding has started to recede a little bit now, but I do want to show you something. If you look behind me on this road, there's still quite a bit of mud left over. That mud is where the water was earlier. And as you can imagine, that meant at one point this street was completely impassable. No one could come through, and that's why this caution tape was up here. Now the waters are starting to recede. There are crews here through the city of Atlanta who are now starting to really assess the damage so the cleanup can really begin.
We come here a good bit, so my wife's here more than me, but we probably daily, weekly.
Bill Glisson and his neighbors woke up to a surprise this morning when flooding from nearby Peachtree Creek left their favorite park almost completely underwater.
It's awful. It looks like a pretty significant, extensive damage down on Woodward Way, and feel bad for all these folks.
A black SUV remained trapped in the middle of the running waters, while on the other side of the trees, Jeff Wynn watched as boats brought his neighbors to safety.
We're the first dry house. The next house down has water in their basement, and the next house is an island. And there's a house over there. Their living room is flooded.
It was a familiar scene around Buckhead as watershed management crews and police officers blocked off streets. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens telling the public during a press conference that the city was combining its resources to restore power and clearing the roads.
It was kind of a bio-eco solution. You know, the water will subside soon, and that will give us some relief.
Now, the mayor also said earlier today that before the storm even, crews were coming out and clearing some debris from the storm drains so the flooding would not be as bad. But he did say that there was a central management center where people would continue to monitor things, water levels, power outages, things like that, so he could continue to serve people in the city of Atlanta and, of course, begin the cleanup as we get a better picture of what exactly is left over. In Atlanta, I'm Karis Belger, 11Alive News.
All right, Karis, thank you so much. Well, from Atlanta to DeKalb County, where we are also continuing to see flooding.
That's right. There's flooding tonight in the Panthersville community. So let's get you straight over to Grace King. Grace, what are you seeing where you are right now?
Well, the good news is we're seeing a lot more pavement here on Panthersville Road than we were even just half an hour ago. This section was flooded. The bad news is there's still a lot of water left. If you take a look behind me, you can see two of the cars that got stuck in this mess last night. They drove into it. It was dark. The road was wet. It was hard to see how deep the water got, and they were unfortunately stuck there. They were able to make it out okay, but we did get some VO of this road earlier too as Georgia Power came out and began restoring power lines. That is one of the reasons that you need to be extra careful when you are going out there, is because you don't know what's in the water. It could be down power lines. It could be other hazards that are important to watch out for. You don't want to drive through the water. You don't want to watch for those power lines. This community also doesn't have power. This road is closed here from the Saratoga apartment complex all the way to the Cab High School of Technology on the other side. But again, the water is receding quite a bit. We've watched it go down a lot, even just in the last half hour or hour. So hopefully this road will be back open and passable soon, because most of these people have been trapped in their homes and on their streets all day. Live in DeKalb County, Grace King, 11Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. Well, at one point, there were about 1 million power outages here in Georgia, but that number has drastically decreased after the storm. You can see the red on this map here on your screen, and that is where we are seeing the most outages. There are about 40,000 without power in Fulton County, about 30 or 80,000 in Richmond County, where Augusta is located, and just over 30,000 in Valdosta. All right, we want to get you now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. So, Chris, a lot of folks wondering about the conditions we're seeing now.
We are seeing finally things winding down a little bit. You know, we had the system that moved through very quickly this morning, and we actually started seeing some improvements during the late morning hours and into the afternoon. The wind is still a little gusty out there at times. That's not totally going away, but it's not as strong as it was this morning. We're also watching a few clouds still with us now, and a little bit of moisture there to the north. That's all part of the wraparound of what is left of Helene, which is now classified as a post-tropical system. It went down to a depression. Now it's post-tropical, just as an area of low pressure that is up to the north in parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. That's what we were telling yesterday, that it would be winding up. But it is going to stall out there, so you can still see that flow around it. And as that happens on the backside, that's what's sending us a few of those clouds and maybe just a couple of those little showers here and there. I really think most of us will be dry out there for tonight. At the airport, things are looking okay. Clouds, a few breaks in those clouds, no delays there. Much drier on those runways and taxiways for today. Now, we are still dealing with flood warnings out there. We have these flood warnings. All that you see here in those green boxes there are along rivers and creeks that are at or near flood stage. And so even though it's not raining, we're still dealing with runoff from all of the rain that's collecting in those creeks and streams. Many of these have already crested. We should see the waters receding in those over the next few days. But we continue with this wind advisory that's going to be in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. We're seeing those sustained winds between 15 and 25 miles an hour, at times gusting up to near 40. So still not totally totally out of the woods with the winds. We think those will start dying down for the evening hours tonight as well. Here's what to watch for those evening hours. Temperatures generally there in the 70s. Then we move down into the 60s here for tomorrow, up right there in about the mid 60s. Stay with us. We do have a much quieter weekend in store. We're holding on to this weather impact alert until about 9 o'clock tonight, and then no alerts heading into the weekend with that drier weather conditions and just low rain chances. Stay with us. We'll talk about whether or not that's going to persist into next week or not. More on that coming up.
All right, Chris, we'll see you soon. Well, at this hour, a search is underway in Atlanta for a murder suspect who escaped police custody this afternoon. Atlanta police say Carwan Redding was in their custody while he was being treated at Grady Hospital when he escaped in his hospital gown. Redding is accused of felony murder. Police have not said how he was able to flee from the hospital. This is a surveillance image that we are sharing with you of him taking off in that hospital gown. If you see Redding, you are encouraged to please call police.
Developing right now, fire crews are working to put out a fire at an apartment in Buckhead. Take a look here at this video from the scene on Peachtree Road. Right now, we're working to learn if there are any injuries from this fire and how it started. Governor Brian Kemp tonight revealing more about the devastation across Georgia. We hear from him to learn about the next steps for our state's recovery after this break.
Have any food?
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the
Tonight, Governor Brian Kemp urging Georgians to be patient this weekend as they travel.
That's right. Hundreds of trees have blocked roads today, making travel a little trickier.
11Alive's Doug Richards is live in Grant Park now, where they have spent the day cleaning up the mess from Helene.
So, Doug, what are you learning tonight?
Well, trees have fallen all day long and all evening long, and they're still vulnerable to fall, we're told, because of the breezes that are still underway and the soaked ground. Behind me, you can see where utility workers are repairing utility lines after an oak tree blocked this street, which is the street on southeast Atlanta known as Boulevard, for much of the day. There were chainsaws buzzing throughout the state, but Governor Brian Kemp says it was especially urgent in portions of South Georgia.
All right, well, good morning, everybody.
Where storm damage had trapped people inside structures. At midday, Kemp said the state had identified 115 such structures with rescue efforts underway.
But we got to get to these individuals that are trapped in homes. It is still very dangerous out there.
Kemp says some of the hazards include impatient drivers trying to get around the cleanup and rescue efforts that are likely to slow down some portions of the state for days. Even after the overnight storms left, stiff breezes continued to blow through the state, affecting some trees rooted in ground still saturated with rainwater.
The loss of life that we've seen, a lot of it has been by fallen trees because of saturated ground. And even though the winds are starting to die down, there's still trees literally falling. One fell at the mansion.
And Kemp's casual mention of the mansion was the governor's mansion, which was where a tree had fallen onto a driveway where Kemp and his entourage had passed only about 15 minutes earlier this morning. We are live in Southeast Atlanta tonight. Doug Richards, 11Alive News.
Wow, that tree falling just footsteps from the governor's own front door. Doug Richards, thank you. Fortunately, the governor's safe tonight.
Tonight, we have a closer look at the damage and devastation left from Hurricane Helene in South Georgia. We are showing you video in Valdosta where the strength of the storm ripped away walls and the roof from a brick building.
And here in Atlanta, take a look at this video from floodwaters covering Bobby Jones Golf Course that's located in Northwest Atlanta on Northside Drive.
And take a look at this video from DeKalb County. You can see the flooding at a home right in the Leafmore neighborhood.
All right, now the city of South Fulton is opening a new shelter in response to Helene. The Burdett Park Rec Center is now available for those in need as relief efforts continue tonight. The shelter is going to serve as a regional hub and will also provide food, water, and power to all those affected by the storm. All right, now we want to get you over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. Chris, Helene might be out of our area, but there are still some threats we're watching for tonight.
And what's interesting is, the system has weakened. It's moved up into Tennessee and also into areas of Kentucky, the center of that circulation. But we're going to have to watch a couple of things. Number one, the wraparound moisture from that low pressure that's now dying out is still going to send us some clouds and maybe just a few raindrops here and there, but nothing like what we were dealing with. And then we also are watching the flooding that is still possible. Even though the rain has let up, we're still seeing some runoff from all of that rain, and that is adding to some of those creeks and streams. So Helene is weakening. It's now classified as a post-tropical system. May see just a few sprinkles around. We're still going to have some breezes, not as strong as what we had this morning, but at times those winds can get a little bit gusty, and we just have some of those ongoing flooding issues. We do think we'll see a lot of those creeks and streams, though, receding a little bit more. That should help alleviate some of that flooding that we're dealing with. We do have some of the clouds right now mixing in with the sunshine. A couple little showers up in far north Georgia. We don't have any rain here in our area, but this is what we're watching with what is left of Helene. That is up to the north, that center of circulation moving north, but still that wraparound moisture, sending some of that moisture, a little bit of rain in parts of Alabama, trying to get in some of that there in northwest Georgia. And as we go through the day tomorrow and on Sunday, that's why we're just going to hold on to a 20% chance for a shower. You know, the last two nights, the Braves game was postponed, but they are playing tonight. The Royals are in town, and I think it'll be a good night for that with partly cloudy skies. Temperatures not too bad there in the 70s. Here's another look at the flood warnings that we have in effect. We did have a large flash flood warning that covered all of metro Atlanta. That is now no longer in effect, but we do have all of these flood warnings in effect. Everything you see in green along a lot of the local creeks and rivers and streams here in our area where we're seeing those creeks and streams and rivers that are near or even above flood stage right now. We're holding on to the wind advisory until about 9 o'clock tonight as we see those winds that are still a little bit gusty. Here's a look at the forecast for the wind gust. You can see these winds gusting during the evening, let's say about 15 to 25 miles an hour. Tomorrow morning, 15 to 20 miles an hour, but then in the afternoon they start gusting again, so just still rather breezy, but again, not the damaging type of winds. However, with the saturated ground, if you've got a weak tree there, it is possible that those wind gusts in the afternoon tomorrow could still bring down an isolated tree here and there. And then Sunday late in the night, or overnight Saturday into Sunday, we're seeing those winds dying down a little bit more. We're holding on to the weather impact alert until 9 o'clock tonight. That's when that wind advisory expires, and we think things will be below alert levels here overnight, and then no alerts for the weekend either. We're still watching that wind and that potential of high water in some areas, so avoid those flooded areas, but we do think that will be slowly improving. So here's our forecast track. We have just a couple of those little spotty clouds around and maybe a little shower here and there from that wraparound moisture, and you'll see that into the weekend too. Saturday morning, some clouds to the north, sunshine to the south, and we'll have that mix of sun and clouds here. Into the afternoon, a few more of those clouds around, and here you see just a couple of showers possible, maybe swinging through parts of North Georgia, just holding on to that 20% chance for a shower here. Still a little breezy at times, and then once we get into Sunday, a pretty similar pattern. We're going to hold on to that 20% chance for a shower on Sunday, still with some breezes around, but I really think a lot of us will get through the weekend without seeing many of those raindrops out there at all. Here's that 7-day forecast showing that low rain chance, 20% on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, with those high temperatures in the 70s tomorrow, and then we'll be in the lower 80s here on Sunday and Monday. And then as you can see, we're talking about those sunshine sticking with us in the lower 80s for Tuesday and Wednesday, lower 80s Thursday and Friday as well.
And Chris, we can't thank you, Melissa, nor the entire Weather Impact team enough for guiding us through the storm every step of the way.
Well, thank you, everybody in this newsroom. It just wasn't the weather department. Everybody in this newsroom was really working hard to make sure we were letting people know what was going on with this impactful weather event.
Yeah, but you've been telling us all week long it was coming, so we really do appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
All right, so we want to get you back to Julie Smith right now with an update on that traffic red alert.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. This is a breaking news update. We have received confirmation from Georgia State Patrol that this is a fatal accident. There has been 1 fatality and 6 injuries. What you're seeing now is southbound on I-75 at Howell Mill Road. That's where the accident was. And what you can see here is the delay reaching back to the Peachtree Battle area around West Wesley Road. Your alternate route is going to be Northside Drive, moving into Midtown from Smyrna, Marietta areas. But again, we'll take you to some video here from earlier. This accident, again, as you can see, it was a really bad accident. That overturned vehicle wedged between 2 box trucks. There were 6 other vehicles involved. I'm sorry, 3 other vehicles involved, 6 total. Actually, there has been an update. There were 7 total. 6 injuries, 1 fatality. All lanes on I-75 southbound at Howell Mill Road will be shut down for quite a while they conduct the investigation and get that cleared out of the way. Again, your alternate route is going to be southbound here on Northside Drive. Back to you.
So to come on the news at 5, devastation and the aftermath of Helene. We're checking in to get a look at some of the damage in Florida and the Carolinas coming up.
You need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive weather impact alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these
Tonight we are learning how Helene has devastated communities beyond our state. More than 24 people are dead and millions are without power.
Certainly going to be a tough weekend for many in this recovery. Tonight, NBC's Jay Gray has a look from Tallahassee, Florida.
The assault from Helene continues. The storm, no longer a hurricane, but no less of a problem.
Helene is causing life-threatening flash flooding, numerous landslides and downed trees causing power outages. Flooding will continue through the weekend in some areas.
Those floodwaters swallowing entire communities across Georgia and the Carolinas now, spilling into homes, climbing up to the tops of cars.
This is so crazy, and I feel so bad for the people's cars that are underwater. I'm like, oh my gosh. I don't know what I would do.
Millions across an expanding strike zone, unsure about what to do or what comes next. The massive tropical system pushing inland and across the southeast, tearing apart homes, pulling down trees and power lines. After making landfall overnight along Florida's upper west coast as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of over 140 miles an hour. First responders, rescue and recovery teams, along with 30,000 line crews all rushing into the hardest hit areas from the Keys through the Panhandle as soon as conditions begin to ease.
The first 24 hours we focus on search and rescue. Over the next 48 hours we will add what we call search, secure, and stabilize.
But for survivors, it will be a while before anything feels secure or stable again. Jay Gray, NBC News, Tallahassee.
Entire neighborhoods here in Metro Atlanta are still dealing with damage from Helene tonight. Ahead at 5:30, we're going to show you the devastation as neighbors move into recovery mode.
And a meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, you know, Helene is dying out just to the north of us, but we're also watching some other systems out in the Atlantic. We even have a tropical storm and a hurricane out there. We'll let you know if that's going to have any impact on us coming up.
Problems, real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better.
Welcome back. We have been working to give you all of the angles surrounding Hurricane Helene. We are also staying on top of major breaking news of a crash in northwest Atlanta.
That's right. Right now, a large stretch of I-75 remains snarled. Let's bring back Julie Smith with more on traffic right over.
That's right, folks. If you've been following along with us or just joining us now, what you're seeing is video from earlier. This major accident southbound on I-75 at Howell Mill Road involving 7 vehicles. And all lanes have been shut down, will continue to be shut down for a good while tonight. Unfortunately, there was 1 fatality, again, 6 injuries. Now, we'll take it to another angle here of that accident from my GDOT camera. Again, southbound I-75. I'm going to back up just a little bit. You can see from this angle, again, all lanes closed, and so the traffic is being diverted here to that North Side Drive exit. What happened earlier is the 2 trucks hit the work van that was involved, and then it caused a pileup. They were all traveling in the same lane. Your alternate route into Midtown will be southbound here on North Side Drive. But again, this was a pileup, 1 car after another. One of those vehicles, as you can see, was overturned. 1 fatality involved. These lanes will remain shut down for we don't have a time just yet, but we do expect that it will be some time before these lanes are open back up. So if you're making your way southbound out of Marietta, out of Smyrna towards Midtown or the south side, you're definitely going to need to take that North Side Drive alternate route. Back to you.
Julie, thank you so much. We certainly hate to hear that update. Well, the floodwaters may be receding around Metro Atlanta, but there is still plenty of storm damage that's left to be cleaned up.
Let's go ahead and check in right now with our Savannah Levins, who's live in DeKalb County, just south of Decatur.
Savannah, last hour we heard from a couple dealing with a submerged car on top of a collapsed home.
And Helene certainly doing some damage, especially where you are tonight.
Yeah, certainly. And we are talking about the continued dangers with the ground being so saturated. Just because it's not raining right now doesn't mean that that danger is over. And this is a good and really heartbreaking example. This tree fell on this home south of Decatur off Lulwood Trail around 10:30 this morning. Right now in DeKalb County, as you mentioned, very hard hit. 26,000 people in the county right now still without power. We've seen crews out in this area all day working to clear trees from power lines. This morning, 50,000 people in DeKalb didn't have power. So you can see that number slightly dwindling as crews work to restore that. Many traffic lights were out as well, with deep water pooling on many of the streets, causing certainly dangerous conditions for drivers. And those dangers do continue. Back to where I'm standing now, this tree came down on this home just hours ago, as I mentioned. The homeowner, Mickey, was home at the time while her husband, Amari, was down the street, actually working to get his car towed out of a big pool of water that he'd stalled out in, driving home from work. That in itself a close call situation. Mickey says she heard the crash of that tree right here into their sunroom, just feet from where she stood, and she ran outside to flag down her husband. Here's what they said just moments ago.
So I was literally about to come into this room because I was going to bring my computer back into here, and I heard like, and I was like, what? I kind of just froze. I was like, what is that?
I built a lot of this with my own hands, and I can do it again, but you can't replace family, loved ones, friends.
Yeah, guys, they had moved into this home just a few months ago, so obviously that makes this extra difficult. We certainly appreciate them inviting us into their home just to offer this example of why we really still can't let our guards down quite yet, guys. Reporting live, Savannah Levin's 11Alive News.
Yeah, we are certainly thinking of them and everybody else, the other victims that we've seen from Helene. Savannah, thank you so much. Meanwhile, some homeowners in the Vinings area are using everything, kayaks and paddle boards, just to try and get to dry land.
Yeah, the Chattahoochee River, certainly known for those kayaks, those paddle boards. It has flooded dozens of homes, though, and businesses after Helene. 11Alive's Rebecca Lindstrom joining us live now off Paces Ferry Road, where that community was certainly reminded of the devastating flooding from years past. Rebecca?
Many of the homes behind me were razed after that flooding in 2009, but there are still some on the ground. And someone who was in one of those kayaks came out and told me that there are water in these places that are still up to 5 feet deep. And while homeowners, businesses in this community seem to expect some type of flooding this time around, they didn't expect this.
Still going to be a little mess to clean up. Because of how established our neighborhood is.
Patricia has worked at Canoe for 20 years. It's a restaurant off Paces Ferry Road in Cobb County. She has weathered a lot of storms. Still, seeing the iconic restaurant like this is a bit emotional.
You know, Canoe's a staple. You know, Canoe has been around since the 50s when it was Robinson's Tropical Gardens. The building and the property are just a part of history.
I don't know how far it is underwater.
That history drew neighbors who wanted to check to make sure it was okay.
It doesn't look too good right now.
They remember the floodwaters of 2009 when days of rain devastated the neighborhood.
In 2009, the water got up inside the restaurant about 5 feet. And it looks like it's about 1 foot deep on the main level now.
Still, it is enough water to wash away the outdoor bar and seating area, which used to sit under these trees. Canoe isn't the only victim in Vinings of the swollen Chattahoochee. Cars and homes still sit in feet of water, and no one will be playing at the Cochise Club for a while.
I had a bucket in the yard that is straight-sided, so it's accurate, and it's got 9 inches of water in it.
But the water hasn't seemed to dampen the community's spirit.
I do not like it when Canoe is upset, but you know, she's Canoe and she will float and we will clean up and rebuild.
We have seen a steady stream of people who have been coming by just needing to see all of this for themselves. But we have also seen neighbors checking in on neighbors. And I'm told there's actually a text chain with the ladies who live down this street, just making sure that everyone is all right. Live in Vinings, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11Alive News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much. We want to get you back now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And Chris, you're keeping an eye on some other tropical issues out there tonight.
And I know this is the thing people don't want to hear because we're just getting over Helene that is moving up to the north and falling apart. But it is hurricane season. We're getting near to the end of September now, and it's still a very active time. There's another system we're watching that is trying to develop here in the northwestern Caribbean. It is expected to move into the Gulf of Mexico. I know that sounds very familiar because that's what Helene did. As of right now, this has a 30% chance of developing over the next 7 days. The models aren't showing it taking a same track that Helene did. It may go over into the Gulf of Mexico, and we're not even really sure if it's going to totally develop or make a landfall. There are some other systems we're watching out there. You know, we've been really busy with Helene the past few days, and we do know that there is another hurricane. This is named Isaac. That's moving away. We also have Tropical Storm Joyce that developed today. That's going to move through the Atlantic a bit, and it is forecast to curve away, so we're not really concerned about those. Another system coming off the coast of Africa has about a 30% chance of developing, and as always, we have to watch all of these systems here as they are developing, but no real imminent threats coming our way anytime soon. Stay with us. We're continuing to watch what is left of Helene move away, but they're still going to have some minor impacts on our weather into the weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Chris, thank you. More than 900,000 customers in Georgia remain without power tonight. After the break, we'll head to Rockdale County as the race is on to get the power turned back on. Our continuing coverage of the aftermath of Helene is back right after this.
Solutions to make your life better. Live News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive weather impact alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's weather impact team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive weather
Well, like much of Georgia, people living in Rockdale County are dealing with downed trees and power lines.
That's right. 11Alive's Molly Oak tonight taking us to Conyers, where folks say they're lucky to be alive.
Look around Conyers.
You haven't seen nothing yet until you see this.
Nikki Robinson noticed something she had never seen.
The house shook, like literally shook.
Or felt before on McDonough Road.
But I ran out the kitchen and that's when I seen the trees like this.
Just missing the bedrooms.
Thank God.
Next door.
Like a tree falling on the house right over top of you. It was huge. It was just huge. Boom.
Beverly Rosen says she jumped out of bed.
And it was very, very scary when I saw the damage that was done. It was incredible.
Nikki looked at the multiple trees toppled.
Then it's this one, and then it's this one.
And while she sees the damage to her house and garage,
we alive. That's all I'm still shaking up to this point because that could have been us. One of us could have died.
Beverly didn't want us to look at the mess inside.
You can see the sky from both rooms, and the windows are completely gone. And that side of the house in the back there. And it's a mess. It's just a real mess.
Because she was busy searching outside for her missing cat.
Sadness. Because he thought he was safe. He was my oldest cat. And the other cats are doing okay. But he's out there scared to death.
Looking for comfort found in a cat.
I'm worried. I'm hoping he'll come back.
Well, plenty of uprooted trees and downed power lines making for a day of cleanup over in Athens. We'll see how some students at UGA were able to weather the storm.
After traveling through Georgia as a hurricane and a tropical storm, Helene is now a post-tropical system up to the north, but we're still going to have to watch for some minor impacts from that system through the weekend. We'll talk about it next. Guarded by Georgia's changing weather conditions, 11Alive weather impact alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
Welcome back. Tonight we continue to follow the aftermath of Helene here in Georgia.
That's right. Students at the University of Georgia are surprised by just how quickly crews have cleared away the storm damage there.
11Alive's Erica Murphy joining us live right now.
So Erica, what did you see during the recovery process there in Athens?
Well, we got here around 12:30 this afternoon, and we were kind of chasing where all of these listed down trees and wires were. But what we saw a lot of were some cleared away roads. We're in downtown Athens right now, and I just want you to take a look. No signs of Hurricane Helene here now, but that was not the case earlier today.
There was some fallen trees down all over campus by the UGA hotel, or it may have been like the lights that were down because there was lots of police enforcement in that area.
Strong winds and heavy rains had crews working to clear away blocked roads last night into this morning. These young women say the storm had them on edge.
It was very scary. The lights started flickering and our air was shutting off. All the TVs went off. She was freaking out mostly.
Despite the power disruptions overnight, by the time this crew ventured out this afternoon, things had been cleared away because of the quick working crews that were dispatched.
I live kind of on a road with like a bunch of trees and houses, and I figured there would be a lot more damage than there was. So yeah, I think they've done a really great job.
Now, the Athens-Clarke County provided a website that listed where all the trouble spots were. The students that I spoke with earlier said that their professors at the university actually went the extra mile and provided a list of trouble spots to them as well. Back to you.
And, you know, throughout this whole event, we have been preparing you for it, talking about the wind issues we were expecting, talking about the rain issues, flooding issues that we were expecting, and the storm issues too. Here's a look at the rain totals that we have had, and this is actually from Wednesday morning. Since Wednesday morning, that's when we had the frontal boundary come through that started the rain, and then the rain that was enhanced by Helene during the day yesterday and overnight and into this morning. So So look at this. Southern Henry County picked up almost 14 inches of rain during that period. In Atlanta, 11.62, almost a foot of rain. In DeKalb County, also almost a foot. Same thing for Rabun County. East Gwinnett picked up about 10.5 inches of rain, and there are a lot of areas that picked up plenty of rain during this, and that's why we're seeing the evidence of that in some of the flooding that we have around. We are going to get a break. We're trying to dry out a little bit now. We're hoping to see a lot of those floodwaters receding. They've already done that in most of the flash flood warning areas, but we still have some creeks and streams that are still getting some runoff and water running into them, but we're seeing those beginning to recede somewhat as well. We have a few clouds here, but no rain. We're going to be watching, though, what is left of Helene, which is now a post-tropical system. It's no longer classified as a tropical storm or a depression. It's called post-tropical now, as this area of low pressure up to the north, but still it's going to pretty much stall out to our north, and as it does that, the flow around it is still going to have the potential to bring just a couple of light showers here and there. Here's a look at those individual creeks and streams that continue with a flood warning. Now, they did still allow the entire county of Gwinnett to be under a flood warning as well until many of those areas of those waters are going to be receding out there. It has been breezy today, but the wind not as strong as what we had this morning when Helene moved through and we had those really gusty winds. Our peak wind gust today was between 45 and 50 miles an hour. These winds are a lot lower. We're talking about sustained winds 15 to 25, maybe some gusts near 40 miles an hour later on tonight, but then starting to calm down a little bit more there. Here's a look at the current winds. These are not gusts. These are the sustained winds, about 12 miles an hour in Atlanta, 13 in Duluth, 16 mile-an-hour winds right now in the Thomaston area. Through the day tomorrow, you're going to see a pretty good coverage of clouds around, but at times the sun is going to be breaking through, starting off at 64 in the morning, then getting up to the 70s in the afternoon. I think we'll stay just shy of 80, and thanks to that cloud cover, we're going to hold on to just a 20% chance for a shower again, with that potential for some of that wraparound moisture moving in. So these are the impacts from Helene's aftermath as it moves up to the north. We're seeing the rain wrapping up a little bit, but that wraparound moisture might bring in a couple of light showers, only a 20% chance for that for the weekend. The wind is not totally going away, not as strong as it was, but still a little breezy. And with the flooding issues, we're still watching that runoff to still make it a threat, but we think we'll see a lot of those floodwaters receding a good bit over the next few days. So here you can see that influence from the north on that wraparound moisture trying to push into our area, with clouds mainly mixing in with the sunshine. But then in the afternoon tomorrow, you'll see just a little bit of that rain shower activity, maybe a light sprinkle here and there, but that rain chance is only at 20%. 7-day forecast shows we're going to see that weather impact alert expire tonight at around 9 o'clock. We don't see any other alerts as we go through the week, just low rain chances Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as we warm back into the lower 80s, holding in the lower 80s for the rest of the week with mainly dry weather Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Glad to see some sunny days ahead. Thanks, Chris. It hasn't just been us showing you the aftermath of Helene. Many of you at home have taken to social media to show folks just how bad the damage and flooding have been. We'll take a look at some of the moments from the storm that have gone viral coming up.
Your day. Safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
You can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about.
Welcome back. One agency that stood ready to handle the recovery from Helene was GDOT. District Communications Officer Joe Schulman says GDOT spent days preparing each region of our state. The toughest element for crews has been trying to do their work while the winds were still at hurricane force strength. And now that the storm has rolled through, officials say much attention will now shift to repairing damaged roads and highways across parts of South Georgia.
You know, it's GDOT, we're a family. Georgia's a family, right? So we help out each other wherever we can. They've come up here before when we've had snow and ice. You know, we send crews to help wherever we need it.
GDOT crews are expected to be out all weekend and likely at all hours. Schulman says if you see a GDOT crew along the road, you want to give them space to do their jobs and get the roads clear. Well, you all at home have been such an important part of our coverage as we came through Hurricane Helene.
That's right. Sharing what's happening in your own backyard. 11Alive's Caitlin Ross has been tracking your stories over the last 2 days.
She's joining us now live with what's happening online, Caitlin.
Yeah, Joe and Jennifer, this has been critical to see everything going on across Metro Atlanta and the up-close view you have all given us through this storm. People shared devastating videos with us when trees fell on their homes and floodwaters ruined their businesses, including up-to-the-minute rescue information, making sure people trapped by the floodwaters were safe. And these videos were so critical to getting us information because many of the times these areas became inaccessible for our news crews. But neighbors worked together to bring us information about what was happening in their own backyards, like viewer Lisa Honnenberg, who nearly saw her kid's playset float away.
So hopefully this water will go down. I think we're at the final stage, but I don't know, it's going all around our play area and all the way up to our wall there. So hopefully it does not come up on the patio.
We are hoping that too, and we always appreciate it when you can send us these videos and tips so we can see what's happening. As long as it's safe, please share your experience with 11Alive.
And that really is a way for us to help tell this story, Caitlin. So many people have different experiences, so it allows us to kind of see what's happening in different communities and what some people may be experiencing that you didn't.
Right, exactly, because so many of these areas quickly became inaccessible with that flooding. These videos and tips were critical to our news coverage.
Yeah, Caitlin, thank you so much.
Our coverage of Helene's aftermath continues ahead at 6. We're going to take a look at where flooding in Metro Atlanta stands right now, plus the danger still lingering even after this storm has passed.
It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions. 11Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
This has been a deadly storm.
Right now, the entire state reeling after Helene ravaged the southeast.
The fast-moving storm bringing damaging winds and buckets of rain.
Trees down, roads flooded everywhere, power lines down.
Oh, I never seen the creek these high before.
The downpour leaving some trapped in their homes.
When I got up again at about 5:30, 5:45 and saw that it was really getting closer to the house.
The creek was up and the road was closed and the boats were here rescuing people.
Crews putting their lives on the line to help.
It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others.
And now the recovery begins.
Thank you for being with us tonight after the marathon known as Helene. I'm Joe Ripley.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. The storm proved devastating for Georgia. State emergency officials now say 15 people have died as a result of the storm. Governor Brian Kemp has authorized 1,000 additional Georgia National Guard troops to help with the recovery efforts. And Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens declaring a state of emergency today due to flooding and power outages.
We do have team coverage for you tonight as communities deal with Helene's aftermath. Let's go ahead and start with 11Alive's Karis Belger, who's live in Buckhead tonight, where flooding is still a concern there. Karis, what are conditions like where you are?
Well, right now the water has started to recede. In fact, in the last hour or so, the water levels have dipped dramatically. But I want to give you an idea of how high the water was earlier. So I'm on Woodward Ray right now, right? There's lots and lots of mud around me. My photographer is going to zoom out. This entire street was completely impassable. And if I had been standing here at around 9 o'clock this morning, I would have been at the very least waist deep in water.
This is heartbreaking.
Carlos Carrillo thought he had seen it all.
We thought that in 2009 was going to be a 100-year flood, and here we are 15 years later, and we're reliving it all over again.
The road he says he used every day to take his daughter to school was impassable on Friday as flooding caused by Tropical Storm Helene caused a nearby creek to flood.
I mean, look at it. Here we are, maybe 200 yards away from, maybe a little bit more, 300 yards away from the creek, and the water is right here, right now. Crazy.
It was a similar scene around different areas of the Buckhead neighborhood. The rising waters from Peachtree Creek meant first responders used boats to rescue families from their homes.
We did experience some individuals that were stranded in their vehicles, and we've had swift recovery by Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to rescue, to do about 20 rescues to save people with boats.
Crews continued to work throughout the day, blocking off streets as they began the process of assessing the damage left over from the storm. So right now, since the water is starting to recede, city crews now have to go through the process of assessing damage. And since a lot of the homes that were affected by flooding earlier didn't have power, restoring electricity is a major priority. In Buckhead, I'm Karis Belger, 11Alive News.
All right, Karis, we're glad to see some improvement out there. Thank you. Well, flooding has been an issue in communities all over Metro Atlanta. This is video out of Cobb County. The Chattahoochee River has flooded dozens of homes and businesses and Vinings. We've seen people using kayaks and paddle boards just to try and get to dry land. We are also tracking flooding out of DeKalb County.
11Alive's Grace King joining us now in Panthersville. Grace, even hours after the storm, some of those roads remain simply impassable tonight.
Impassable, but slowly starting to get better. You can see we're standing on solid ground. It's solid pavement that was covered with water even just a couple of hours ago. But you can see there's still a lot of water left on this stretch of Panthersville Road in between the Saratoga community and the DeKalb High School of Technology. Take a look at some of this video from earlier as well. You can see power crews working to try and get some power back in this area. Neighbors tell us they've been without power and without their road for quite some time now since Helene began moving through yesterday. There's also those cars stalled in the water that were driving through last night. One of the drivers told us, they couldn't tell that the water got that deep. That's why it's important to turn around, don't drown, to stay off the roads, even if you see just a little bit of water, because you don't know how fast it can get dangerous. And of course, we're going to be continuing to monitor the roads and situations throughout DeKalb County, but this is one of the areas that it's just been completely covered from side to side. But every half hour, it seems, we're moving further and further back, which is good news for the people here who have been stuck in their homes. They're hoping they'll get power back to this area next. Live in DeKalb County, Grace King, 11Alive News.
Yes, that is the next step. Grace, thank you so much. Well, as the danger of flooding subsides, there is still the danger of those falling trees. Savannah Levin's joining us now live from DeKalb County, where a tree fell on a home. Savannah.
Yeah, just because the rain has stopped, it certainly doesn't mean the danger has passed. This ground is so saturated and trees are still falling, including this one right behind me. This fell around 10:30 this morning. We're off Lulwood Trail south of Decatur right now. This whole area still dealing with a lot. Right now in DeKalb County, 26,000 people are still without power. We've been seeing crews out in this area all day working to clear trees from power lines. This morning, 50,000 people in DeKalb didn't have power. As you can see, that number is slowly trickling down as crews work to get everyone back online. A lot of the street lights and traffic lights were even out with deep water pooling on a lot of streets. So it was certainly dangerous conditions for drivers. And those dangers continue. Back to where I'm standing now, this tree came down on this home, like I said, just hours ago. The homeowner, Mickey, was home at the time while her husband, Amari, was down the street. He was actually working to get his car towed out of a big pool of water that he'd stalled out in driving home from work. That in itself was a close call situation. Mickey was here. She said she heard the crash of that tree into their sunroom. It was just feet from where she stood. She ran outside to flag down her husband. It's obviously been a really tough and emotional day for them. Here's what Amari told me just a little while ago.
It was frightening because I was down the street trying to get my car towed because it had been flooded and my wife was at home, and from that point I got really afraid because she told me that a tree fell on the house and I just wanted to be sure she was okay. So processing that emotion was a lot for me, and I didn't absorb it until later on after I thought about what could have happened. So I'm just glad she's okay.
Yeah, thankfully no one was injured. Mickey and Amari tell me that's all that matters. The rest of it is all just stuff. But I know they're watching right now, and I certainly appreciate them allowing us into their home to really help drive home the continued danger and the fact that, guys, we can't quite let our guards down just yet. Reporting live in DeKalb County, Savannah Levins, 11Alive News.
Yeah, wise words of advice there, Savannah. Thank you so much. And while we do keep our eyes here on Metro Atlanta, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says resources have to stretch across the state as everyone prepares to clean up after Helene. Right now, you're looking at just some of the damage left behind in South Georgia, particularly the scene in Valdosta, not far from the Florida state line. Tonight, 11Alive's Doug Richards joins us live in DeKalb County now with more on the state's sweeping response. Doug?
Yeah, so this is a neighborhood where power has been out for hours since this morning. There's a bunch of overlapping power outages in this part of DeKalb County, according to Georgia Power's website, affecting thousands of customers. And power is expected to be restored maybe tomorrow. And yet, these folks have it a lot better than a lot of folks who have endured really a much harsher version of the storm south and east of here. While this fallen oak tree blocked traffic for hours on a major road connecting Atlanta's Midtown neighborhood to Thomasville Heights, Governor Brian Kemp says much of the state's recovery effort has been devoted to damage outstate, plus search and rescue efforts, especially in South Georgia.
We're also trying to get the multiple structures right now that we know have individuals inside that we're unable to communicate with. We'll have to literally cut our way into situations like this.
Kemp says officials at midday had identified 115 damaged structures in South Georgia with people trapped inside. That, he says, has put nuisance trees like this one inconveniencing residents on the back burner of the rescue effort.
We have a lot of people calling us because they may have a tree across their road and their neighborhood may be blocked. But our priority is getting to medical emergencies in facilities like hospitals, nursing homes, and others that need critical help and don't have power.
And that's a priority also for the utilities that are trying to restore power to customers across the state, obviously trying to go for the ones that have vulnerable people inside the facilities needing electricity, but then also going for the restoration efforts in communities like this one where they can get as many people restored as possible with each crew that is restoring power, maximizing its efforts. We are live in DeKalb County tonight. Back to you.
It will be a process for sure, Doug. Thank you. Reminder to stay patient tonight. If you missed any of today's updates from state and local officials, you can catch up. Watch those on demand on 11Alive Plus. You can also find extended interviews and more from our coverage of Helene's aftermath. It's all free and available on all your streaming devices.
All right, let's get you back to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Of course, we know the storm has moved on, but is there the potential for any other lingering effects?
You know, mainly minor impacts, and that's because the system has exited our state. It's moved up to the north, but it is going to stall out there. It's a lot weaker right now. It's not even considered a tropical depression anymore. It's a post-tropical system. But what I want you to notice with this is we still have a few clouds wrapping around on the backside of that system. Those are here now, and even a little bit of rain up to the north. And there's going to be a really low risk for only a 20% chance for an isolated shower here this weekend. But you can see some of those clouds here in Atlanta. Here is what is left of Helene. It has moved up toward the north into Tennessee and Kentucky, but the system is going to take a while before it totally falls apart, and it's going to linger up in those areas. And that's why we're watching this moisture here that still could wrap around a little bit. But again, we're only talking about a 20% chance for a shower for the weekend. The other issue we're still watching is the flood risk. Even though the rain is pretty much over, we still have runoff that's feeding into some of the creeks and streams, and that's why we have numerous flood warnings on those individual rivers, creeks, and streams. Gwinnett County has extended their flood warning there. That'll expire a little bit later on tonight. But we do think the trend is going to be for these creeks and streams and rivers to recede a little bit, and we're going to see that water going down. Stay with us. We will talk about that low rain chance into the weekend and if we'll dry out even more into next week in the 7-day outlook.
Chris, thank you. Tonight we are learning a crash in the southbound lanes of I-75 this afternoon. turned deadly. At least one person was killed. It happened just after 1:30 this afternoon at 75 and Moores Mill Road. What started with a stalled vehicle led to a crash involving 6 other vehicles blocking all lanes in that area. 6 people, we've learned, were taken to local hospitals.
Our coverage of Helene's aftermath continues when we come back. What we know about a first responder killed while trying to help others.
Those strong winds can damage and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football.
At this hour, at least 42 deaths have been reported across the Southeast as a result of Helene. You are looking at video from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where 15 people were hurt following a confirmed tornado. And then, of course, there is Florida, where the storm made landfall as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, the strongest to ever strike Florida's Big Bend. Drone video in Taylor County shows the severe structural damage and debris caused by Helene. Among the 15 dead here in Georgia, a firefighter who Governor Brian Kemp says was killed while trying to save lives.
And Jasmine Monroe with our sister station in Jacksonville, Florida, has more tonight on the City of Blackshear, Georgia's Assistant Fire Chief Leon Davis.
Speaking here to residents, they tell me that this is where it all took place. Hendry Street is still blocked off. The tree is still in the middle of the road that took the life of fireman Leon Davis. Here's the information that we know so far this afternoon. We do know that he was responding to a call when that tree fell on his truck and unfortunately took his life. We spoke to neighbors in the area. They tell us that this is such a tragic accident. They knew of him. They said that he was such a selfless person. He would do anything for anyone, and this is such such a tragic accident that happened during Hurricane Helene. Again, this street, Hendry Street, blocked off because of that tree that's still here. They talked about the police department and the fire department coming here to this very area, saying those memories about Fireman Davis, and unfortunately his life was taken too soon after this tragic accident. Reporting from Blackshear, I'm Jasmine Monroe.
Certainly hate to hear that. All right, we want to get you back to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, we've been talking about this 11Alive weather impact alert as we prepared for Helene. Is it over?
It is going to be in effect for another few more hours. We have this wind advisory still in effect until about 9 o'clock tonight, and we've seen the main impacts from Helene move away, but we're just still dealing with some of those breezes, but things are going to be improving. So Helene is weakening up to the north. It's going to stall out there, so we're still going to feel some impacts with just a few sprinkles possible in that wraparound moisture. We're also still a little breezy out there. The wind advisory will expire at 9, but we'll still be dealing with some of those wind gusts that are below advisory criteria. And we're dealing with some of the ongoing flood issues, but all of these things are going to start improving. We're going to see more of this water receding. That flooding will improve out there and start to go away. We have a few clouds in Atlanta right now. More sunshine, though, over on the east side. And these clouds are caused by that wraparound moisture that is from the remnants of Helene to the north, and even a couple of showers, light showers in parts of Alabama. But we're dry here in the metro area. Here's what we're watching with what is left of the storm. It's now no longer a hurricane, no longer a tropical storm or a depression. It's a post-tropical system right now. Area of low pressure that's really going to linger up to the north for the next few days. And as it does, that wraparound moisture could bring in just a couple of sprinkles here during the night tonight, during the day tomorrow. But I really think most of us will stay dry. And if you're going to the Braves game tonight, Royals are in town, temperatures in the 70s. It's going to feel pretty nice out there. We'll have some clouds around, but we don't really expect any rain, and that game's going to be at 7:20. We hold on to this wind advisory until 9 o'clock. That's why we're dealing with some of these winds, sustained 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusting to 40. They're going to start calming down a little bit more during the evening hours, and then maybe ramping up again tomorrow. So the weather impact alert will be in effect until 9 o'clock. We're still watching some of those impacts from the breezy conditions and also some of the flooding that is sticking around. So what you need to do tonight, just please avoid any of those flooded areas, especially at night. There's still a lot of water in some spots, and just don't want to drive through that. Here's a look at the forecast track, and we will see a few of those clouds tonight. Keep an eye on this wraparound moisture to the north. You see a lot of that breaks up as it tries to move into our area. So tomorrow, I think most of us will stay dry. It's going to be late in the afternoon when a little bit of that wraparound moisture starts to come into our area, just in the form of only a 20% chance for a shower. So here's what we're watching with the 7-day forecast, where we see highs tomorrow at 77, a 20% chance for a shower Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Highs go back to the 80s Sunday and Monday. We hold in the lower 80s on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, with dry weather conditions for the rest of the period.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And as communities work to get back to normal, Georgia's Attorney General is urging homeowners to protect themselves from scams. So here are 3 things that you should be aware of. You want to steer clear of contractors who ask for payment up front. You also want to avoid door-to-door offers for repair work, and always check out the name of any company with the Better Business Bureau to see if there are any complaints filed against them.
Coming up next, major flooding at an area high school football field. What that means for the program on this drenched Friday night.
Bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions.
Welcome back. Check out this catastrophic flooding at Westminster High School off West Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. This video is unreal.
The school shared the damage caused by Hurricane Helene, and Caitlin Ross is breaking it down for us. Caitlin, what does this look like at the school?
It is devastating. All of the athletic fields are underwater there. The school sent a student reporter out to assess the damage and get this video they gave us permission to use. From the bleachers to the flagpole, the fields are submerged in water. The school flew a drone over the field so you could really get the full impact of what happened there. The school is in Buckhead, an area that saw horrible flooding today, and Westminster is no exception. So no Friday night football for these kids tonight. A spokesperson for the school says they'll begin to assess the damage after the water recedes.
Yeah, and we're already starting to see that process in some areas, but that is certainly going to take a lot of work to clean up for those students.
That's right. A lot of Friday night football games were postponed into the weekend. The Braves, fortunately, will get to play tonight, but they're going to have to play water polo if they want to get a game in out there at Westminster.
I know. Seriously, that's what it looks like. It is unbelievable how much water came onto those fields, so hopefully it gets out quickly.
Yeah. Caitlin, thank you so much. All right, in just a little bit, we're going to have another final check of your forecast. That's coming up when we return.
At risk. So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay. And I think we are all ready for Helene to get out of town, and it has moved out of town, but it's going to stall out up near Tennessee and Kentucky and still wrap around a little bit of that moisture just to keep us with a really low rain chance into the weekend and a 20% chance for a shower. We still have some breezes there on the backside of this system, so just be aware that you might encounter some of those breezes through the weekend, but the rain chance is only at 20%. Temperature 77 tomorrow. We're going to be at 80 on Sunday, 82 on Monday, still with those really low rain chances. And then, even though I think a lot of us will experience dry conditions through the weekend and into Monday with that really low rain chance, we will really have a better chance to dry out into next week. Look at that, Tuesday and Wednesday, partly cloudy to mostly sunny skies, high temperatures in the lower 80s, also lower 80s on Thursday and on Friday. So we're going to keep those rain chances away for a while. We have had more than 11 inches, almost a foot of rain since Wednesday morning. We got our drought update in on Thursday. That's now not up to date anymore because we have had so much rain. So a lot of people this weekend will be spending time cleaning up though too.
Sure, unfortunately with less rain chances, we'll have some time to dry out too.
Yeah,
that's
we
right.
certainly need to. Thank you so much for being with us tonight for 11Alive News at 6. We'll see you back here tonight at 11. Have a good evening.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our
A deadly storm.
Right now, the entire state reeling after Helene ravaged the southeast.
The fast-moving storm bringing damaging winds and buckets of rain.
Trees down, roads flooded everywhere, power lines down.
Oh, I never seen the creek these high before.
The downpour leaving some trapped in their homes.
When I got up again at about 5:30, 5:45 and saw that it was really getting closer to the house.
The creek was up and the road was closed and the boats were here rescuing people.
Crews putting their lives on the line to help.
It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others.
And now the recovery begins.
Thank you for being with us tonight after the marathon known as Helene. I'm Joe Ripley.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. The storm proved devastating for Georgia. State emergency officials now say 15 people have died as a result of the storm. Governor Brian Kemp has authorized 1,000 additional Georgia National Guard troops to help with the recovery efforts. And Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens declaring a state of emergency today due to flooding and power outages.
We do have team coverage for you tonight as communities deal with Helene's aftermath. Let's go ahead and start with 11Alive's Karis Belger, who's live in Buckhead tonight, where flooding is still a concern there. Karis, what are conditions like where you are?
Well, right now the water has started to recede. In fact, in the last hour or so, the water levels have dipped dramatically. But I want to give you an idea of how high the water was earlier. So I'm on Woodward Ray right now, right? There's lots and lots of mud around me. My photographer is going to zoom out. This entire street was completely impassable. And if I had been standing here at around 9 o'clock this morning, I would have been at the very least waist deep in water.
This is heartbreaking.
Carlos Carrillo thought he had seen it all.
We thought that in 2009 was going to be a 100-year flood, and here we are 15 years later, and we're reliving it all over again.
The road he says he used every day to take his daughter to school was impassable on Friday, as flooding caused by Tropical Storm Helene caused a nearby creek to flood.
I mean, look at it. Here we are, maybe 200 yards away from, maybe a little bit more, 300 yards away from the creek, and the water is right here, right now. Crazy.
It was a similar scene around different areas of the Buckhead neighborhood. The rising waters from Peachtree Creek meant first responders used boats to rescue families from their homes.
We did experience some individuals that were stranded in their vehicles, and we've had swift recovery by Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to rescue, to do about 20 rescues to save people with boats.
Crews continued to work throughout the day, blocking off streets as they began the process of assessing the damage left over from the storm. So right now, since the water is starting to recede, city crews now have to go through the process of assessing damage. And since a lot of the homes that were affected by flooding earlier didn't have power, restoring electricity is a major priority. In Buckhead, I'm Karis Belger, 11Alive News.
All right, Karis, we're glad to see some improvement out there. Thank you. Well, flooding has been an issue in communities all over Metro Atlanta. This is video out of Cobb County. The Chattahoochee River has flooded dozens of homes and businesses and Vinings. We've seen people using kayaks and paddle boards just to try and get to dry land. We are also tracking flooding out of DeKalb County.
11Alive's Grace King joining us now in Panthersville. Grace, even hours after this storm, some of those roads remain simply impassable tonight.
Impassable, but slowly starting to get better. You can see we're standing on solid ground. It's solid pavement that was covered with water even just a couple of hours ago. But you can see there's still a lot of water left on this stretch of Panthersville Road in between the Saratoga community and the DeKalb High School of Technology. Take a look at some of this video from earlier as well. You can see power crews working to try and get some power back in this area. Neighbors tell us they've been without power and without their road for quite some time now since Helene began moving through yesterday. There's also those cars stalled in the water that were driving through last night. One of the drivers told us, they couldn't tell that the water got that deep. That's why it's important to turn around, don't drown, to stay off the roads, even if you see just a little bit of water, because you don't know how fast it can get dangerous. And of course, we're going to be continuing to monitor the roads and situations throughout DeKalb County, but this is one of the areas that it's just been completely covered from side to side. But every half hour, it seems we're moving further and further back, which is good news for the people here who have been stuck in their homes. They're hoping they'll get power back to this area next. Live in DeKalb County, Grace King, 11Alive News.
Yeah, that is the next step. Grace, thank you so much. Well, as the danger of flooding subsides, there is still the danger of those falling trees. Savannah Levin's joining us now live from DeKalb County, where a tree fell on a home. Savannah.
Yeah, you know, just because the rain has stopped, it certainly doesn't mean the danger has passed. This ground is so saturated and trees are still falling, including this one right behind me. This fell around 10:30 this morning. We're off Lulwood Trail south of Decatur right now. This whole area still dealing with a lot. Right now in DeKalb County, 26,000 people are still without power. We've been seeing crews out in this area all day working to clear trees from power lines. This morning, 50,000 people in DeKalb didn't have power. As you can see, that number is slowly trickling down as crews work to get everyone back online. A lot of the street lights and traffic lights were even out, with deep water pooling on a lot of streets. So it's certainly dangerous conditions for drivers, and those dangers continue. Back to where I'm standing now, this tree came down on this home, like I said, just hours ago. The homeowner, Mickey, was home at the time while her husband, Amari, was down the street. He was actually working to get his car towed out of a big pool of water that he'd stalled out in driving home from work. That in itself was a close call situation. Mickey was here. She said she heard the crash of that tree into their sunroom. It was just feet from where she stood. She ran outside to flag down her husband. It's obviously been a really tough and emotional day for them. Here's what Amari told me just a little while ago.
It was frightening because I was down the street trying to get my car towed because it had been flooded, and my wife was at home. And from that point, I got really, really afraid because she told me that a tree fell on the house, and I just wanted to be sure she was okay. So processing that emotion was a lot for me, and I didn't absorb it until later on after I thought about what could have happened. So I'm just glad she's okay.
Yeah, thankfully no one was injured. Mickey and Amari tell me that's all that matters. The rest of it is all just stuff. But I know they're watching right now, and I certainly appreciate them allowing us into their home to really help drive home the continued danger and the fact that, guys, we can't quite let our guards down just yet. Reporting live in DeKalb County, Savannah Levins, 11Alive News.
Yeah, wise words of advice there, Savannah. Thank you so much. And while we do keep our eyes here on Metro Atlanta, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says resources have to stretch across the state as everyone prepares to clean up after Helene. Right now, you're looking at just some of the damage left behind in South Georgia, particularly the scene in Valdosta, not far from the Florida state line. Tonight, 11Alive's Doug Richards joins us live in DeKalb County now with more on the state's sweeping response. Doug?
Yeah, so this is a neighborhood where power has been out for hours since this morning. There's a bunch of overlapping power outages in this part of DeKalb County, according to Georgia Power's website, affecting thousands of customers. And power is expected to be restored maybe tomorrow. And yet these folks have it a lot better than a lot of folks who have endured really a much harsher version of the storm south and east of here. While this fallen oak tree blocked traffic for hours on a major road connecting Atlanta's Midtown neighborhood to Thomasville Heights, Governor Brian Kemp says much of the state's recovery effort has been devoted to damage outstate, plus search and rescue efforts, especially in South Georgia.
We're also trying to get the multiple structures right now that we know have individuals inside that we're unable to communicate with. We'll have to literally cut our way into situations like this.
Kemp says officials at midday had identified 115 damaged structures in South Georgia with people trapped inside. That, he says, has put nuisance trees like this one, inconveniencing residents, on the back burner of the rescue effort.
We have a lot of people calling us because they may have a tree across their road and their neighborhood may be blocked. But our priority is getting to medical emergencies and facilities like hospitals, nursing homes, and others that need critical help and don't have power.
And that's a priority also for the utilities that are trying to restore power to customers across the state, obviously trying to go for the ones that have vulnerable people inside of the facilities needing electricity, but then also going for the restoration efforts in communities like this one where they can get as many people restored as possible with each crew that is restoring power, maximizing its efforts. We are live in DeKalb County tonight. Back to you.
It will be a process for sure, Doug. Thank you. Reminder to stay patient tonight. If you missed any of today's updates from state and local officials, you can catch up. Watch those on demand on 11Alive Plus. You can also find extended interviews and more from our coverage of Helene's aftermath. It's all free and available on all your streaming devices.
All right, let's get you back to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, we know the storm has moved on, but is there the potential for any other lingering effects?
You know, mainly minor impacts, and that's because the system has exited our state. It's moved up to the north, but it is going to stall out there. It's a lot weaker right now. It's not even considered a tropical depression anymore. It's a post-tropical system. But what I want you to notice with this is we still have a few clouds wrapping around on the backside of that system. Those are here now, and even a little bit of rain up to the north. And there's going to be a really low risk for only a 20% chance for an isolated shower here this weekend. But you can see some of those clouds here in Atlanta. Here is what is left of Helene. It has moved up toward the north into Tennessee and Kentucky, but the system is going to take a while before it totally falls apart. And it's going to linger up in those areas. And that's why we're watching this moisture here that still could wrap around a little bit. But again, we're only talking about a 20% chance for a shower for the weekend. The other issue we're still watching is the flood risk. Even though the rain is pretty much over, we still have runoff that's feeding into some of the creeks and streams. And that's why we have numerous flood warnings on those individual rivers, creeks, and streams. Gwinnett County has extended their flood warning there. That'll expire a little bit later on tonight. But we do think the trend is going to be for these creeks and streams and rivers to recede a little bit, and we're going to see that water going down. Stay with us. We will talk about that low rain chance into the weekend and if we'll dry out even more into next week in the 7-day outlook.
Chris, thank you. Tonight we are learning a crash in the southbound lanes of I-75 this afternoon turned deadly. At least one person was killed. It happened just after 1:30 this afternoon at 75 and Moores Mill Road. What started with a stalled vehicle led to a crash involving 6 other vehicles blocking all lanes in that area. 6 people, we've learned, were taken to local hospitals.
Our coverage of Helene's aftermath continues when we come back. What we know about a first responder killed while trying to help others. At this hour, at least 42 deaths have been reported across the southeast as a result of Helene. You are looking at video from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where 15 people were hurt following a confirmed tornado. And then, of course, there is Florida, where the storm made landfall as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, the strongest to ever strike Florida's Big Bend. Drone video in Taylor County shows the severe structural damage and debris caused by Helene. Among the 15 dead here in Georgia, a firefighter who Governor Brian Kemp says was killed while trying to save lives.
And Jasmine Monroe with our sister station in Jacksonville, Florida, has more tonight on the city of Blackshear, Georgia's Assistant Fire Chief Leon Davis.
Speaking here to residents, they tell me that this is where it all took place. Hendry Street is still blocked off. The tree is still in the middle of the road that took the life of fireman Leon Davis. Here's the information that we know so far this afternoon. We do know that he was responding to a call when that tree fell on his truck and unfortunately took his life. We spoke to neighbors in the area. They tell us that this is such a tragic accident. They knew of him. They said that he was such a selfless person. He would do anything for anyone. And this is such a tragic accident that happened during Hurricane Helene. Again, this street, Hendry Street, blocked off because of that tree that's still here. They talked about the police department and the fire department coming here to this very area, saying those memories about fireman Davis. And unfortunately, his life was taken too soon after this tragic accident. Reporting from Blackshear, I'm Jasmine Monroe.
Certainly hate to hear that. All right, we want to get you back to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, we've been talking about this 11Alive weather impact alert as we prepared for Helene. Is it over?
It is going to be in effect for another few more hours. We have this wind advisory still in effect until about 9 o'clock tonight, and we've seen the main impacts from Helene move away, but we're just still dealing with some of those breezes, but things are going to be improving. So Helene is weakening up to the north. It's going to stall out there, so we're still going to feel some impacts with just a few sprinkles possible in that wraparound moisture. We're also still a little breezy out there. The wind advisory will expire at 9, but we'll still be dealing with some of those wind gusts that are below advisory criteria. And we're dealing with some of the ongoing flood issues, but all of these things are going to start improving. We're going to see more of this water receding. That flooding will improve out there and start to go away. We have a few clouds in Atlanta right now. More sunshine, though, over on the east side. And these clouds are caused by that wraparound moisture that is from the remnants of Helene to the north, and even a couple of showers, light showers in parts of Alabama. But we're dry here in the metro area. Here's what we're watching with what is left of the storm. It's now no longer a hurricane, no longer a tropical storm or a depression. It's a post-tropical system right now. Area of low pressure that's really going to linger up to the north for the next few days. And as it does, that wraparound moisture could bring in just a couple of sprinkles here during the night tonight, during the day tomorrow, but I really think most of us will stay dry. And if you're going to the Braves game tonight, Royals are in town, temperatures in the 70s. It's going to feel pretty nice out there. We'll have some clouds around, but we don't really expect any rain, and that game's going to be at 7:20. We hold on to this wind advisory until 9 o'clock. That's why we're dealing with some of these winds, sustained 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusting to 40. They're going to start calming down a little bit more during the evening hours and then maybe ramping up again tomorrow. So the weather impact alert will be in effect until 9 o'clock. We're still watching some of those impacts from the breezy conditions and also some of the flooding that is sticking around. So what you need to do tonight, just please avoid any of those flooded areas, especially at night. There's still a lot of water in some spots and just don't want to drive through that. Here's a look at the forecast track, and we will see a few of those clouds tonight. Keep an eye on this wraparound moisture to the north. You see a lot of that breaks up as it moves, tries to move into our area. So tomorrow, I think most of us will stay dry. It's going to be late in the afternoon when a little bit of that wraparound moisture starts to come into our area, just in the form of only a 20% chance for a shower. So here's what we're watching with the 7-day forecast, where we see highs tomorrow at 77, a 20% chance for a shower Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Highs go back to the 80s Sunday and Monday. We hold in the lower 80s on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, with dry weather conditions for the rest of the period.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And as communities work to get back to normal, Georgia's Attorney General is urging homeowners to protect themselves from scams. So here are 3 things that you should be aware of. You want to steer clear of contractors who ask for payment up front. You also want to avoid door-to-door offers for repair work, and always check out the name of any company with the Better Business Bureau to see if there are any complaints filed against them.
Coming up next, major flooding at an area high school football field. What that means for the program on this drenched Friday night. Welcome back. Check out this catastrophic flooding at Westminster High School off West Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. This video is unreal.
The school shared the damage caused by Hurricane Helene, and Caitlin Ross is breaking it down for us. Caitlin, what does this look like at the school?
It is devastating. All of the athletic fields are underwater there. The school sent a student reporter out to assess the damage and get this video they gave us permission to use. From the bleachers to the flagpole, the fields are submerged in water. The school flew a drone over the field so you could really get the full impact of what happened there. The school is in Buckhead, an area that saw horrible flooding today, and Westminster is no exception. So no Friday night football for these kids tonight. A spokesperson for the school says they'll begin to assess the damage after the water recedes.
Yeah, and we're already starting to see that process in some areas, but that is certainly going to take a lot of work to clean up for those students.
That's right. A lot of Friday night football games were postponed into the weekend. The Braves, fortunately, will get to play tonight, but they're going to have to play water polo if they want to get a game in out there at Westminster.
I know. Seriously, that's what it looks like. It is unbelievable how much water came onto those fields, so hopefully it gets out quickly.
Yeah. Caitlin, thank you so much. All right, in just a little bit, we're going to have another final check of your forecast. That's coming up when we return.
out up near Tennessee and Kentucky and still wrap around a little bit of that moisture just to keep us with a really low rain chance into the weekend at a 20% chance for a shower. We still have some breezes there on the backside of this system, so just be aware you might encounter some of those breezes through the weekend, but the rain chance is only at 20%. Temperature 77 tomorrow. We're going to be at 80 on Sunday, 82 on Monday, still with those really low rain chances. And then, even though I think a lot of us will experience dry conditions through the weekend and into Monday with that really low rain chance, we will really have a better chance to dry out into next week. Look at that, Tuesday and Wednesday, partly cloudy to mostly sunny skies, high temperatures in the lower 80s, also lower 80s on Thursday and on Friday. So we're going to keep those rain chances away for a while. We have had more than 11 inches, almost a foot of rain since Wednesday morning. We got our drought update in on Thursday. That's now not up to date anymore because we have had so much rain. So a lot of people this weekend will be spending time cleaning up though too.
Sure, unfortunately with less rain chances, we'll have some time to dry out too.
Yeah, that's right.
We certainly need to. Thank you so much for being with us tonight for 11Alive News at 6. We'll see you back here tonight at 11. Have a good evening.
"11Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
This has been a deadly storm.
Right now, the entire state reeling after Helene ravaged the southeast.
The fast-moving storm bringing damaging winds and buckets of rain.
Trees down, roads flooded everywhere, power lines down.
Oh, I never seen the creek these high before.
The downpour leaving some trapped in their homes.
When I got up again at about 5:30, 5:45, and saw that it was really getting closer to the house.
The creek was up and the road was closed and the boats were here rescuing people.
Crews putting their lives on the line to help.
It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others.
And now the recovery begins.
Thank you for being with us tonight after the marathon known as Helene. I'm Joe Ripley.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. The storm proved devastating for Georgia. State emergency officials now say 15 people have died as a result of the storm. Governor Brian Kemp has authorized 1,000 additional Georgia National Guard troops to help with the recovery efforts. And Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens declaring a state of emergency today due to flooding and power outages.
We do have team coverage for you tonight as communities deal with Helene's aftermath. Let's go ahead and start with 11Alive's Karis Belger, who's live in Buckhead tonight, where flooding is still a concern there. Karis, what are conditions like where you are?
Well, right now the water has started to recede. In fact, in the last hour or so, the water levels have dipped dramatically. But I want to give you an idea of how high the water was earlier. So I'm on Woodward Ray right now, right? There's lots and lots of mud around me. My photographer is going to zoom out. This entire street was completely impassable. And if I had been standing here at around 9 o'clock this morning, I would have been at the very least waist deep in water.
This is heartbreaking.
Carlos Carrillo thought he had seen it all.
We thought that in 2009 was going to be a 100-year flood, and here we are 15 years later, and we're reliving it all over again.
The road he says he used every day to take his daughter to school was impassable on Friday as flooding caused by tropical